All right, good evening, everybody. Going to call this meeting at 4:09. Convene executive session 1.1. Convene executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03, letter A, number 3, discussion or consultation with attorneys for the public body. A, legal implications of requiring social workers and mental health counselors to be licensed by the Arizona Board of Behavioral Health Examiners. And B, legal requirements of and compliance with recent executive orders and dear colleague letters from the U.S. Department of Education. So I will make a motion to convene executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3, discussion or consultation with attorneys for the public body concerning the following: A, legal implications of requiring social workers and mental health counselors to be licensed by the Arizona Board of Behavioral Health Examiners, and B, legal requirements of and compliance with recent executive orders and dear colleague letters from the U.S. Department of Education.
I'll second.
Thank you. So we have a motion made by myself and a second by Mrs. Bowles. And we're going to run through a voice vote.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
No.
Mrs. Proudfit?
No.
Mrs. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Motion passes with 3 yeas and 2 nays. So we will be convening into executive session. Thank you. All right, moving on to number 2, adjourn executive session. 2.1, adjournment. I need a motion to adjourn the executive session.
I will motion to adjourn executive session.
I will second. So we have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit to adjourn and a second made by myself. If you could run us through a voice vote.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
President Rooks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. All right, moving on to number 3, call to order study session. I'm calling the study session to order at 5:28 p.m. Moving on to number 4, study items. 4.1, maintenance and operations override and
Unknown
voter
participant
approved
is now joining.
initiatives.
You are live. Thank you.
She'll explain. Ms. Myers?
Thank you very much, and good evening. President Rooks, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet and Community, thank you for the opportunity to present information on voter-approved initiatives and the district's current 13% maintenance and operations override. During today's presentation, I will provide background information on voter-approved initiatives, including bonds and overrides. I will also share information regarding the district's current 13% M&O override and district tax rates and considerations for next steps for the Governing Board and the district. And yes, we do have a guest joining us, Mr. Paul Vance with High Ground, and I'll refer to him later in the presentation. Thank you. M&O expenditures are where most of the day-to-day expenditures take place for the district, and that includes salaries and benefits, supplies, utilities, transportation, and operational expenditures not of a capital nature. And M&O operations, M&O funds rather, cannot be used for capital items, to build a school, to purchase buses as an example. But Arizona revised statute and the legislature does allow a public school district to ask its community to approve an annual M&O budget increase through an override election to support positions and programs that may not be possible utilizing the funding that is received from the state of Arizona each year. And statute allows an M&O override to exceed the maintenance and operations budget up to 15% of the revenue control limit. The Peoria Unified School District currently has a 13% override, which is supported through secondary property taxes within the district. The district's voters in November of 2015. Once approved, an M&O override is authorized for up to 7 years, and if the school district wants to extend the override beyond the original term, the override must be reapproved by the voters within the district. If not reapproved, the override phases out 1/3 in year 6, 2/3 in year 7, and is fully eliminated in year 8. The Peoria Unified School District's community approved the continuation of the current 13% M&O override in November of 2020. The current M&O override provides $33 million of additional funding each year. If not approved by the voters for continuation in November of 2025, the district will be required to reduce the fiscal year 2027 M&O expenditure budget by approximately $11 million. And the fiscal year 2028 budget by $22 million, and the override would be fully eliminated in fiscal year 2029. So in essence, that year, that third year, all $33 million of the additional funding would no longer be in place. The 13% override that the district currently has supports assistant principals, nurses, healthcare providers, athletics, extracurricular activities, PE, art, band, and choir, as well as gifted and reading programs throughout the district. The funding also allows the district to offer free all-day kindergarten each year. The state only provides a half day of funding, so the override supports the other half without charging our community. It also allows us to maintain a class size standard, as well as to provide compensation to attract and retain quality teachers throughout the district. Arizona Revised Statute 15491 allows the school district to ask its voters to also consider a bond authorization. I've shared this information before, and just because our agenda item tonight is voter-approved initiatives, I am just briefly speaking about bond authorizations. And an authorization approval allows Peoria Unified to sell bonds over a set period of time, not to exceed the total voter authorization. And those bond sales fund capital projects throughout the district. The voters also have the opportunity to not only approve the total for the bond authorization, but the categories within the bond authorization and the dollar amount for each category. And again, bond proceeds typically pay for large-scale construction projects, be it a new school or comprehensive renovations throughout the district, roofing, air conditioning, parking lot, et cetera, as well as buses and technology equipment, student transportation vehicles as well. And Peoria Unified, the last time we passed a bond authorization was in 2012. It was our $180 million program that was approved by the voters. The district at this point does not have a bond program. We do not have unexpended bond proceeds to support capital projects within the district. And school districts are required to report to their community each year, this is in statute, to provide an update on any unexpended bond proceeds, as well as how the most recent bond authorization has been expended. And Peoria Unified has done that with our prior bond programs, as well as the override expenditures that are taking place each year. And so that public meeting takes place between September and October 31st. The district's most recent required 13% M&O override presentation took place on October 10th, 2024, and can be viewed on our YouTube channel. And so the district's tax rate, it's calculated annually based on a tax levy for the district and assessed values of properties that would be residential and commercial properties throughout Peoria Unified's boundaries. And those assessed values are calculated by the county assessor. And the primary tax rate, so there are two types, there's a primary and a secondary. The primary tax rate is part of that state guaranteed funding formula for school districts, and it's the equalization base. And this tax rate would be levied irrespective of if Peoria Unified had a voter-approved initiative. Secondary property taxes are what supports our current 13% M&O override, as well as past bond sales. I've shared before that our current fiscal year 2025 combined secondary tax rate is $1.8108 per $100 of limited assessed valuation. And this graph demonstrates that the district's combined secondary tax rate has been declining over time, and that's in part due to the district amortizing outstanding bond sales and the fact that property within the district has been appreciating and the assessed valuation has increased. The information on this next slide is a pro forma, so subject to change. You'll note it says estimate at the top, but it basically shows the 6% amounts that are available for an override, ranging from 10 to 15%. Again, Peoria Unified currently has a 13% override, so that's highlighted in the golden color there. And you'll note that our, as I've shared before, our enrollment's declining, and an override is funded based on prior year enrollment. So you'll see that slight decrease over the next few years that are in this projection. But what is being shared, that if the override is continued, our 13% override is not considered a new tax. Within the voter information pamphlet, it would say continuation of an existing override. If there's a change, for instance, there was a desire to increase that percentage, that would be a new tax. But this slide demonstrates what the dollar amount would be per $100 of limited assessed valuation, ranging from 10% to 100%, as well as the assessed values that are part of this estimate and pro forma. There are also several policies related to citizens advisory committees and recommendations related to voter initiatives, in particular bond authorizations. And I'll draw your attention to policy BDE and BDF, board committees and advisory committees that authorize, those policies authorize the governing board to establish subcommittees or advisory committees, task forces or ad hoc committees to help evaluate or study a topic for a recommendation to the governing board for next steps. And so the governing board in recent years has previously convened a citizens advisory committee when there has been evaluation of a need for a bond and/or override election. I will share that the committee has considered overrides, although that's not required in policy. The policy speaks more to a bond election versus an override. And so technically the governing board could make recommendations regarding the override without a citizens advisory committee in place. Peoria Unified also has conducted public opinion surveys in the past for both district and citizens advisory committee use. The goal of past surveys was to gather accurate public information related to the district and bond and override initiatives based on likely voters in the district. Peoria Unified has utilized High Ground as our polling company for recent surveys. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, we are joined by Mr. Paul Bentz, Senior Vice President, Research and Strategy with High Ground. And Mr. Bentz will be able to answer survey-related questions at the end of the presentation. And we can also provide additional information to the governing board in a Friday report as well, if you would like. Administration will need input and direction on next steps, including if there is a desire to form a 2025 Citizens Advisory Committee and to conduct a spring 2025 public opinion survey. The governing board can also consider an M&O override election and associated percentage and categories of support for action at an upcoming governing board meeting. Future bond election opportunities can also be evaluated by the governing board. However, the M&O override decision is time sensitive. As I mentioned, November 2025 is that critical election date for continuation of our current override, or we risk having a loss in funding in fiscal year 27. And with that, that concludes the presentation. District administration and Mr. Bentz are available to answer your questions at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Myers. I just want to make sure we have no public comment. Ty, I think, turned in slips. Is that correct? Okay, just wanted to make sure. All right. So, yes, Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
So what I'd like to do is for our two new board members, for Mr. Toby and Ms. Bowles, I know that she's kind of already been on board. I'd like the questions to go to them first, since we've been here for a couple of years and they've had discussions. So, and then I'll come back.
Okay. Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you for the presentation. I was looking at slide 10 for the 13% actual from what we've seen previously and moving forward on the far right, the 15%. Could you unpack that a little bit as far as that 17-cent or 19-cent difference in the $100 per $100 evaluation, what that would mean to our district as far as dollars?
Thank you. President Rooks, Clerk Toby, members of the governing board. At the top of the table, you'll note dollar amounts associated with each tax rate. And so I'll draw your attention up to the actual 13%, and then if we go over to the right, you'll see 15%, and the change in funding in this illustrative example is a 15% override is $38,323,297 compared to the 13%, which is $33,213,524. So it's roughly $5 million of additional funding for that increase in the tax rate per $100 of limited assessed valuation. If you look to the bottom of the table, you will note that there's an illustrative example of per $100,000 of home value, and that's not the Zillow value, that's the assessed value that's subject to property taxes in Maricopa County. The per $100,000 of value equates to, for the 13% override, $124, and this is using fiscal 25 as an example. 14%, 133, and then the 15%, 143. So we have a baseline for fiscal year 25 and then a projection for fiscal year 2026, which both would still have our current 13% override. And then if there were to be an election with a successful outcome in November 2025, the new override would go into effect for fiscal year 27 because the election in November of 25 is in fiscal year 26. But hopefully that answers your question, roughly $5 million.
No, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you for the presentation. I probably will have a lot of questions after I dive into a little more of it. But you said that, and I know you probably brought this up, but I don't remember, so if you could just refresh my memory, that time-sensitive, the current override, the time-sensitive deadline that we have that would affect 2027, do you know what date that is? Or what month?
July 1st, 2026.
Okay, so, got it.
That's
Okay.
fiscal year 2027, and an override is in place for 7 years, and if not renewed in year 5, or a new override takes its place, so for instance, continue with 13% or replace with a different override, the funding for that initial override, in our instance, it was approved in 2020, the one we currently have, would start to phase down in year 6 and year 7, a third, 2/3 fully eliminated that following year.
Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
I do not. Thank you for the presentation.
Okay. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
I do, thank you. Thank you for the change up. So first off, it's kind of related. Has there been, because I think it makes a difference in terms of timing, with the Prop 123 of the possibility of that going out to the ballot, I know other schools are looking at whether they would go out for whether an override or a bond, if that's a good possibility that would be on the ballot also this fall. So I don't know if you have heard anything.
President Rooks, members of the governing board, Mrs. Ewing, there is discussion. There are several bills related to Prop 123. There may be a referral to the voters. We are tracking that funding cliff with Prop 123 coupled with the triggers. I've mentioned that a few times. That can actually reduce inflation funding. So there's always a consideration when there's more than one education ballot question on the ballot that can draw from another ballot question being approved or not approved. The same is the case when you have both a bond and/or override election question on one ballot. So those are always considerations. Of course, the outcome of the current legislative session is not known, but there is the risk that there could be. Oftentimes within one jurisdiction, we share our taxing boundaries with the city of Peoria. West Meck is an example, a community college district. So sometimes you could see more than one bond question as well on the ballot when there's that type of an ask. Overrides are unique to public school districts.
I believe West Meck is going out for, I don't know, anyway. And then just in your circle of finance experts, has there been any discussion on if the Department of Education were to close or, and how that would be impacted as far as funding for like Title Is? Would that go out to the voters, that type of thing? That could impact if we're asking voters to pay a tax and then they're also being taxed for something else, that could certainly impact the success of it on the ballot. So I'm curious if you've heard anything.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, members of the governing board, there is discussion referring to the U.S. Department of Education and potential changes to funding levels for federal grants, things like Title I, Title II, Title III for IDEA, which is our special education federal grant funding, Medicaid in public schools. Lots of conversation right now, lots of information is still being presented, so conclusions have not been reached, but it's a valid comment on your part. There are a lot of unknowns right now.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Ms. Rooks. President Rooks.
Yes, absolutely. I didn't have any questions, Ms. Myers, so thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. President Rooks, members of the governing board, if I may, I did highlight a few next steps, and we do have Mr. Bentz on the phone with us. May I ask if you would like any additional information regarding a public opinion survey and a Friday report, or would you like to pose any questions to Mr. Bentz at this time, or would you prefer to do that after a Friday report update?
Does anybody have any preference?
I think for me, Friday report update after
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Is that okay? Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benz, for joining us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Benz.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to 4.2, fiscal year 2026 budget development. Ms. Myers.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Good evening again. President Rooks, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and community. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on fiscal year's 2026 budget development this evening. Tonight's presentation is a continuation of information that was shared on January 9th and will include an update on budget development and related considerations, including enrollment, budget balance carry forwards, fiscal year 2026 projected funding, compensation initiatives, and next steps. So we'll begin tonight where we left off on January 9th when there was discussion regarding the previously approved governing board budget goal and a review of fiscal year 2024 budget balance carry forwards. The current governing board budget goal was approved on February 27, 2020, and prioritized a compensation model for all employee groups, consistent, equitable, and viable instructional resources, and professional development, as well as a multi-year plan to address facility program utilization. This goal has been the framework for budget development over the last several years, and I will say we, year over year, with our textbook adoptions, with our compensation increases, with our study of our facility utilization and assessment, have tried to align our work to the current budget goal. Annual budget considerations and inputs for an updated governing board budget goal includes compensation, our ability to recruit and retain the best staff possible, priority capital projects, textbooks and instructional resources, our M&O override, which we just discussed at length, increased costs for contracted staff, as well as state funding, Prop 123, aggregate expenditure limit, as well as our enrollment changes, ongoing budget balance reserves, budget balance carry forward, our staffing model, district staff levels, and facility assessment and utilization. So for the governing board's consideration, those are inputs as you may in time bring forward a new budget goal. But again, tonight, the existing goal is what is our framework. I will also acknowledge and note that on January 9th, there was a request to prioritize teacher and bus driver compensation. So I have that on this slide as well. We'll now transition from budget goals to budget balances. A school district's fund balance consists of unused revenues, also referred to as carry forward, from previous or current fiscal years, and can be used in future years if budget capacity allows. The amount can be for a specific purpose or for contingencies. Arizona Public School Districts were asked to include our budget balance carry forwards and a related narrative starting with the fiscal year 2023 AFR, our annual financial report, and the district accordingly included that data. And again, our AFR and all of our budgets and audits are on the district's website, so our community can certainly look at that page. And so over the last 5 years, the district's M&O and capital budget balance carry forward has increased due to several factors. The first was our ESSER federal grant funding, over $60 million of federal grant funding that we received and were able to expend from fiscal year 2020 through this September 2024, as well as the restoration of district additional assistance that took place in recent years. Prior to the restoration of capital funding, the district was cut over $15 million a year for our capital funds. And in addition to that, there were additional funding initiatives at the state level that included some one-time payments as well. And that resulted in a budget balance carry forward at June 30th, 2024 of $64.1 million. And that was a combination of both M&O and capital funding. And this slide graphically represents the district's M&O and capital budget carry forward over the last several years. So a question may be asked, what level of budget balance should Peoria Unified have in their M&O and capital funds? And I shared this, the next two slides rather, on January 9th with the governing board. And GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association, recommends that school districts and governments should establish a formal policy on the level of unrestricted fund balance that should be maintained. Such a guideline will provide a framework and the process for how the district would increase or decrease our budget balance carry forward over time. And there should also be guidance if the budget balance carry forward is utilized for an intended purpose, how it might be built back up. And I frame this because later on in the presentation, we're going to look at our budget balance carry forward as a funding mechanism for fiscal year 2026. The GFOA also recommends that at a minimum, the general purpose government, or in our case, a school district, regardless of size, should have at least 2 months of regular general fund expenditures or operating revenue in reserves. And so for Peoria Unified, if you look at our carry forward at June 30th, 2024, that was 1 month, just to put it in perspective. And so future opportunities for the governing board, you can consider an action in the future for an updated budget goal or budget balance reserve policy. So now we'll move on to fiscal year 2025 budget balance carry forwards that basically rolled in from fiscal year 2024 and what we're projecting as well at the end of this fiscal year. And we'll also talk about Valley Schools Employee Benefit Group net position. So this slide takes us back to our AFR presentation in October of 2024. And at that time, I shared that Peoria Unified had a $27 million M&O budget carry forward that rolled into fiscal year 2025 and is part of the fiscal year 2025 budget. The district's informal reserve target in recent years has been 5 to 10%. So we can compare that to 1 month, 2 month increments of operating revenues or expenditures, but that has been our framework, and that's what we've shared with rating agencies when we're evaluated, Standard & Poor as an example. And there is a focus, especially if there's an intention to sell bonds in the future or to have a refunding opportunity, that creditworthiness is also evaluated based on having an appropriate budget balance carry forward. And so past budget balance carry forward considerations for maintenance and operations, and I shared this in October and as part of our budget development as well, is in place to navigate enrollment changes because we do have current year funding with our M&O budget. Mid-year changes to costs of operations might be due to inflation or perhaps tariffs as an example. Post-ESSER funding for summer school, we're using our budget balance carry forward to fund summer school this year. Cash flow management, I've shared before around $40 million of funding. Our final payments for the fiscal year are actually provided by the state of Arizona in early July. It's a budgeting mechanism for the state of Arizona, and so districts have to wait to get those final dollars in July. It's called the rollover amount, and so if a district doesn't have a certain level of a budget balance carry forward, they need to sell tax anticipation notes or borrow from their line of credit with the Maricopa County Treasurer. So having enough of a reserve allows for cash flow management where you don't need to do that and pay unnecessary interest on those types of short-term loans and funding mechanisms. As well as we mentioned earlier, concerns about Prop 123, the funding level that may be at risk coupled with the triggers, and then I've mentioned before the aggregate expenditure limit. So I also shared back in October information about our capital budget balance carry forward. And if we think of M&O as positions, programs, and operations, capital is for tangible items. It supports computers, textbooks, building repairs, bus purchases, as an example. The fiscal year 2024 capital budget balance carry forward at June 30th was $36.8 million, and that amount is now in our fiscal year 2025 budget. And as I've presented before, $22.2 million of priority capital improvement plan expenditures were earmarked as we developed our fiscal year 2025 budget to be funded from that carry forward. And so you've seen this before, but I'll highlight it. This 22.2 million is coming out of the 36.8 million. The majority of all of these items are now either encumbered or have been approved. The technology purchases, the POs have been cut. Liberty High School, we just did the award for the construction manager at risk. Lake Pleasant Elementary School building, very excited, it's almost done. And then if we look out in the lobby, that textbook adoption that's taking place is being funded from our carry forward. There's also Peoria Unified Net Position with the district's insurance group that can be used for future employee benefit contributions. The Valley Schools Employee Benefit Group, June 30th, 2023, ending net position for Peoria Unified was $21.3 million and was highlighted at the March 14th, 2024 Governing Board presentation. So again, that's on YouTube, and a couple of our board members, three actually, I believe, were in attendance at that meeting. The district's net position is similar to a budget balance carry forward and results over time when required annual insurance contributions, exceed actual claim expenses. At June 30th, 2024, the ending net position increased to $23.3 million. And we're still in fiscal year 2025, so that final number is not known today, but we do plan to have a presentation at the next board meeting that will not only highlight our renewal cost for next year and what's been approved by the budget team, but also there'll be a comprehensive presentation on the Valley Schools Employee Benefit Group, Valley Schools Insurance Group, Valley Schools Workers' Compensation Group, all three of which are the insurance groups for the district. And there'll be an opportunity for you to ask additional questions at that time. We'll now transition to discuss fiscal year 2026 budget development that is in process and related compensation work to date. Each year when budget development begins, certain funding sources are evaluated for changes. M&O funding is part of the equalization formula, and the base support level is the same amount no matter where a student attends school that they receive from the state for their education. And it's a mix of state of Arizona funding as well as local property taxes. And since Prop 123 was approved by the voters in 2016, almost 10 years ago, I can remember when it passed, that restored inflation funding, meaning prior to that, that base support level was static. And then when Prop 123 was passed, there was 2% inflation funding increase every year. So that's what we're projecting for fiscal year 26. Now, oftentimes at the end of the legislative session, there may be some one-time add-ons, or there may be a slight increase to that 2%, but the school finance community is targeting 2%. That's what we had last year, and that's a pretty solid pro forma today. And so administration has built this level of funding increase into our pro forma budget and the information that we're sharing tonight. We'll also review projected classroom site fund budget balance as an available funding source for teacher and student support service employee compensation. You'll recall that the federal ESSER grants and related pandemic funding are fully sunset. September 30th, 2024 was the end of ESSER 3, and so we no longer have any of those grant dollars to support M&O or capital type expenditures. This is a screenshot from our December 2024 budget revision, the first budget revision of the fiscal year. A public school district is funded based on enrollment numbers, also referred to as ADM, that's average daily membership. And we've shared before that the district's enrollment is declining. It's a fact, and it's going to impact the amount of funding that we receive in the future. M&O funding is based on current year enrollment, and capital funding is based on prior year. That's why when we talk about current year funding, if there's a sudden decline or change in enrollment mid-year with M&O, you either recognize the increase or the decrease in real time that year. Capital funding, on the other hand, is based on prior year enrollment. Our M&O override is based on prior year enrollment, just to make that distinction. So on the side, you'll see a summary of the projected new M&O and capital funding for not only fiscal year '25, there's an adjustment to the current year, but also next year for fiscal year 2026. And you'll recall that I shared back springtime last year, we were developing our budget with a projected loss of enrollment of, at that time, 350 students. And that number is what we based our budget adoption on. The number now has increased to 1,000. That change occurred this fiscal year. And it reduced our original projection for new funding from $2.2 million, as you'll see on this slide, to $640,000. So that was a decline in projected new funding of about $1.6 million. So we're capturing that as we begin our development of the budget for next year. Also, administration is projecting a 1,000 student decline for fiscal year 2026. And so that's going to result in a further reduction of revenue, and we're calculating that it will be 1.5 million. And this is a real-time pro forma. If there's new information, we'll adjust it, but this is the best data we have today. We believe we're going to have negative revenue in fiscal year 2026, again, due to our enrollment decline. And you'll note as well as that lagging prior year ADM for capital is catching up. You're starting to see there's a slight decline with our capital funding. Over the 2 years, it's close to $1 million. Each year when the district develops the budget, there's input from a budget team that's comprised of 30-plus employee stakeholders throughout the district. The team has met 2 times this year. In the last meeting, and at the last meeting, rather, what I'm referring to as funding mechanisms for budget development were discussed to address the decline in enrollment and the impact on new revenue. And many districts in Maricopa County are experiencing an enrollment decline. We're not isolated in this. And as funding is being reduced, in order to balance the budget, you need to reduce expenditures or use budget balance carry forward as a one-time funding mechanism. We'll now move on from revenue to expenditures for budget development. Each year, fixed and variable expenses are evaluated to identify if we anticipate a change in that expenditure level. And examples are listed on this slide. They're tracked for budget considerations. I'm going to start with some good news. And this is exciting. The ASRS contribution amount is decreasing by 0.27%. That's rare. And that's actually a benefit not only to the district, but to our employees, because they'll see a little more of their paycheck in their pocket. So that's a good thing. And it's going to actually result in a savings of approximately $500,000. Employee medical insurance costs pending governing board approval are increasing, and this will be presented in detail next board meeting on March 13th, $716,000. Also, the district's been asked to evaluate our insurance group, that's general liability net position. Think nationally of all of the hurricanes, floods, fires, that impacts general liability insurance costs, and that's one of the reasons for that dollar amount. Bus driver compensation, it was highlighted as a priority back in January. We have a budget line item now of $500,000. Mr. Molino and Mr. Sims are working on a recommendation that you're going to be presented with, I believe, at the next board meeting. And then, of course, utilities and contractor costs also are projected to increase $500,000. The minimum wage increase, it's state law, it's going to happen every year. It's based on year-over-year inflation, consumer price index, but based on the raises we've given in recent years, it'll cover the increase. So basically, we're going to say attrition is going to cover that increased cost. And we've also had increased costs related to instructional aides and contracted supports for instructional aides and other staff when we've had a challenge hiring a position, and that's resulted in an increased cost as well. And of course, the district will continue to focus on both employee retention and recruiting with input from the budget team on final recommendations in all of these areas, including if there are any adjustments to the salary schedules for inflation or to pace off last year's base support level increase of 2% or the increase that's going to be recommended for this year. We've also had in recent years retention stipends. The budget team has made that recommendation, and the district have offered those one-time incentives. The stipends have historically been paid for from Medicaid and public schools, which can be used for any eligible M&O purpose, so it's appropriate to use that funding source. But due to the increased instructional aid costs and contractor costs, the district is actually utilizing that Medicaid and public schools fund to help support some of those increased costs. And so the MIPS fund won't be available in the same way as it has been in the past to support a retention stipend. If the budget team makes that recommendation, the funding source would have to be our budget balance carry forward in M&O. All right, we're moving along. Now we're going to move to base support level compensation increases. And here we're speaking about M&O, or if an employee is in a grant, or if they're funded from a cash-controlled fund. Think of our Kids Zone or community preschool as an example. So I've shared before this slide, and I'll just briefly mention a couple of comments. The data summarizes the percent increase to the employee compensation in recent years based on available funding. And compensation increases have in part been supported by the inflation funding restoration, Prop 123, the 20 by 2020 funding initiative that Governor Ducey put into place a number of years ago, as well as the district's override. You'll also note that there have been points in time where an additional raise has been offered to our longer tenured employees based on years of service to address compression. For fiscal year 2026, the cost of a 1% raise from M&O is estimated to be $1.6 million. A 2% raise is $3.2 million. Grant and cash-controlled funded positions will also be required to absorb the cost of this compensation increase from those respective funding areas. So there's a distinction when we refer to a raise to the base for an employee who is funded from multiple funding sources, like a classroom teacher, for an example. On this slide, you will see an illustrative example of what a 2% raise looks like for a classified staff member and an administrator who has one funding source, say M&O. A teacher also has compensation from Classroom Site Fund, which is a portion of the teacher's full salary. So when we refer to a 2% raise to the base, that's the M&O portion of that particular employee's salary. For a Classroom Site Fund eligible employee, that's when we talk about Classroom Site Fund increases or monetary add-ons. And I know sometimes there are questions and some confusion about this, so I'm hoping that this slide really helps distinguish the difference between the two. This next slide summarizes an illustrative example of one-time funding mechanisms for fiscal year 2026 budget development as the district continues to work to realign expenditures, operations, and facility utilization to reduced enrollment and funding levels. That work is ongoing. So what we're trying to do for next year is make sure in a timely way we can develop our budget, make recommendations, including compensation initiatives. So the M&O budget balance carry forward can be used to cover an estimated $5.3 million of increased costs related to compensation, fixed and variable expenses, and related increases, and $6.7 million of the district's annual insurance contribution, which is $32 million. I'm just using that as an illustrative example. $6.7 million of what would be required to be contributed could be held back, and the net position would offset that contribution difference. And that one-time savings to the district's M&O fund would serve as an offset for 2026 budget development. So there's a distinction. Peoria Unified's budget balance carry forward and that net position with the insurance group. Again, one-time mechanism to consider. Also, as I mentioned earlier, Medicaid in public schools is going to continue to be a funding source for a portion of the increased instructional aid expenditures, those contracted costs. So we looked at a year-over-year example at the beginning of the presentation on how our budget balance carry forward has grown and the reason for that. Here's the flip side. In our projection, based on where we believe we'll land at June 30th, 2025, with a number of those carry forward items that I spoke to earlier coming to fruition and where we believe we're going to be at June 30th, 2026. And you'll see that that combined budget balance carry forward is coming down. Again, the governing board can establish a policy on what that floor should be. What's that do not go below amount? Because with all of the variables, declining enrollment, increased costs in certain areas, if mid-year there's a significant change, that is your safety net. That's also a safety net if an M&O override does not continue, because the very next year, the district would be eliminating roughly $11 million from our M&O budget. Just information to consider. We'll now move on to Classroom Site Fund. Classroom Site Fund is defined in Arizona Revised Statute 15-977, previously referred to as Prop 301 because at one point in time it was a voter-approved initiative. It is funded by Arizona sales tax collections and permanent state school fund earnings, land trust sales that districts receive to supplement and not supplant. So that's an important distinction as well, existing monies. The fund can be used to pay for classroom teacher compensation, Function 1000. And when I say Function 1000, oftentimes people will say, what do you mean? We've shared before there's a unified chart of accounts that all public school districts are required to use. There's the fund, and then there's the function. The function tells the story of where that employee works in the district. So 1,000 means in a classroom in front of students. Teacher compensation and performance pay. Eligible use of the fund was expanded in fiscal year 2022 by the legislature to include student support service positions. And I have some examples of those types of positions on this slide. Function 2100. Instructional coaches are not in either of those functions. They are in Function 2200 and are not eligible for Classroom Site Fund, as an illustrative example. On January 9th, administration shared with the governing board recent data related to Classroom Site Fund, including that we had a $41.9 million budget balance carry forward at June 30th, 2024 that can be used for fiscal year 2025, our current year, and you'll note we plan to do that with what was approved, and you see it on the slide for fiscal year 2025 compensation, as well as for future years. So how did our budget balance grow? You'll see on this slide the per student amount of funding that the district and all public school districts receive every single year based on those sales tax collections and state land trust sales. And you'll note that there was a significant jump between fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 2022. Initially, districts were under the impression that that might be one time or short term. However, as time went on, it was clear this is something that's ongoing. And so we accordingly began to increase the compensation percent increase for Classroom Site Fund year over year. So we jumped effective fiscal year 2023 to 10%, meaning the portion of the employee's compensation that's funded from Classroom Site Fund increased by 10%, and then that increased amount was subject to the next year's increase by 10%, so on and so forth. And at this point in time, over the last 3 years, we've had 10%. Also, I'll note, administration has shared that in fiscal year 2019, we did an eligibility review, an internal review of certain positions, guidance counselors, which at the time were Function 2100. Certified coaches are another example. And what we did at that point in time was treated those employees as Classroom Site Fund eligible, but paid them from M&O the same amount. So they had the same benefit, even though they weren't receiving Classroom Site Fund dollars. But they've been part of our conversation ever since when we talk about Classroom Site Fund funding and compensation initiatives. There's an M&O piece for those employees as well. So in addition to the 10% I just mentioned, over the last couple of years, we also had what I'll refer to as a monetary add-on to that dollar amount, that portion of the eligible employee's salary funded from Classroom Site Fund. And so that's a real benefit because not only was there a percent increase, but then there was a dollar add-on. And then that new balance is eligible for the next year's raise, the 10% or higher monetary dollar add-on, and it continues into perpetuity. In addition, last year there was a recommendation to increase the certified placement schedule to $51,000. Classroom Site Fund was used to fund that increase. Continuation of the protected day, and we also, a couple of years ago, had enhancements to performance pay. So on Monday, the budget team had our second meeting, and we reviewed Classroom Site Fund funding and the Classroom Site Fund budget balance carry forward and scenarios for a percent increase to the Classroom Site Fund portion of an eligible employee's salary. The budget team is going to meet again on March 10th to complete this review and to look at other considerations like the certified teacher placement schedule and performance pay. Classroom Site Fund is funded per student, and we're projecting that when the legislature and the joint legislative budget committee come forward with what their recommended dollar amount is for next year, we believe it's going to be over $800. But we're not sure yet until that number is released. So the information you're seeing here tonight, I'm basing it on the current year in my pro formas, but there might be a slight increase. So again, the district's declining enrollment will somewhat temper increases to that per student amount, and we're going to look at that budget balance carry forward as a mechanism for initiatives for the next few years. And so on this slide here, there's an illustrative example of positions that receive Classroom Site Fund compensation or the equivalent from M&O. So you have a classroom teacher and student support services position and an instructional coach. Classroom teacher is function 1000. The student support services position is function 2100. Both are eligible for Classroom Site Fund. The starting point, we talked about a 2% raise to the base. They'll see on this illustration what that looks like. But then there's a TBD for what does the increase for Classroom Site Fund look like. The third example of the certified instructional coach, function 2200, if there is any movement with Classroom Site Fund and the recommendation is to continue to use M&O for a similar compensation increase, that's where that additional funding would go. I'm going to pause to make sure there aren't any questions because I think this is really drawing a distinction to the next few slides and what I'm going to discuss.
Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Myers.
Thank you. So this next slide details the cost of a percent increase to the Classroom Site Fund portion of an eligible employee's compensation. So we have function 1000, function 2100, and illustrative examples from 10% all the way up to 25%. So the budget team is looking at these amounts and the associated cost. For example, a 10% increase to the Classroom Site Fund portion of a certified classroom teacher's salary is $685 at 10%. And this is based on an average amount per position. So not every teacher would see that amount. That's an average or based on an average, I should say. And a 10% increase to a function 2100 exempt employees, Classroom Site Fund portion of their salary is $687. And then, of course, that average increase goes up the higher the percentage. The related cost for the 10% example is $2.9 million and $1.2 million, respectively, for the function 1,000, 2,100 employees. On this next slide is an illustrative example of a non-Classroom Site Fund eligible employee percentage increase to the portion of their salary funded by M&O. But it's going to be a similar increase to what the Classroom Site Fund amount would be. And this includes function 2200 employees as well as function 2100 employees who received the equivalent amount a teacher received in Classroom Site Fund in fiscal 2019. I mentioned supplement, not supplant, within the statute. So unfortunately, if we were paying for someone out of M&O, and then the law changes and makes that position eligible for Classroom Site Fund later, 2-3 years later, you can't move them into M&O, or excuse me, into Classroom Site Fund. the funding has to stay in M&O. So we have that for a handful of function 2,100 guidance counselors and those types of positions. 2,200 functions are instructional coaches. So we've been using M&O to provide the same benefit to that employee group. And using the same 10% increase example, the average increase to this portion of the employee's compensation would be $691 and $665 respectively, with a combined annual cost to M&O of $95,000. As was the case for fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025, the budget team is also reviewing the cost of a $1,000, $1,500, and $2,000 monetary add-on to the classroom site fund or equivalent amount funded from M&O for eligible employees. The amount would be based on the employee's years of service and would not be one time, but ongoing and eligible for future percent increases. The classroom site fund cost would be $2.7 million, and the M&O cost would be $188,000 in this example, if approved. And the budget team, again, is evaluating this data. We'll make recommendations that will then be brought back to the governing board in conjunction with administration. In recent years, the optional workday has also been in place for eligible staff. If continued, the cost is $714,000, so that's almost becoming an ongoing cost at this point, and that day supports certified teachers, nurses, LPNs, and related service eligible staff. The budget team is reviewing the certified placement schedule, and here's an example if we were to increase from $51,000 to $52,000, with the difference, that additional $1,000 coming from classroom site fund. The budget team's also looking at the group of employees that are included in the certified placement schedule. We have instructional coaches, certified classroom teachers, et cetera, and they may make recommendations to perhaps at some point in the future have two schedules. But that's just an analysis that's being conducted at this point in time. And so with that, as was the case with M&O and capital budget balance carryforwards, the district should identify a minimum fund balance for classroom site fund. In my illustrative example here, you'll note when we move from 25 to fiscal year 26, we have an illustrative example of an $8 million increase in expenditures. And this is just for discussion purposes. And then holding that expenditure amount level set at 36 million, you'll see that over time the fund balance draws down, and in fiscal year 2034, $6.4 million remain. Now we know that the per student amount will most likely go up each year, but we have the declining enrollment, and so any new funding might be tempered by that decline. So the decision, and the budget team's looking at how large of an increase would we want to recommend from fiscal year 25 to 26, because the larger the amount, the more rapidly that fund balance is drawn down. And if not replaced, you lose that funding source at a point in time. And of course, for long-term employees, there are retirements, there's attrition, there's an analysis, but you have to be mindful if that becomes part of your permanent funding solution, that can be problematic when that fund balance is drawn down. So it's a balancing act. This next slide highlights the cost of classroom site fund initiatives the budget team is considering. For example, a 10% increase to the portion of an eligible employee's salary that's funded by classroom site fund, and the $1,000 to $2,000 monetary add-on based on years of service would cost $6.9 million. And that's simply taking the yellow highlighted amount and adding it to the turquoise and green amounts toward the bottom. 4.1 million plus 2.4 plus $330,000. If you wanted to consider what does a 15% increase cost, it would be $7.9 million. So this is a tool that the budget team is going to be working with on March 10th to help land on a dollar amount. We know the majority of which would be coming from the classroom site fund carry forward. So what does all of this mean for an elementary teacher, for a high school teacher, for someone who was hired in 2019, or maybe someone who was hired in 1999? We have boxed in each of these examples what a 2% raise, and in this example, a 10% increase to the classroom site fund portion of their salary, or In the case of a coach, as an example, it would be from M&O. And then the additional monetary add-on. And the increase ranges from $2,632 to $4,112. Now, of course, if 10% became 15%, that amount would go up. And that's that what-if scenario the budget team will look at on March 10th and will help form the basis of their recommendation to administration and then ultimately to the governing board. So next steps. The budget team has met 2 times and is scheduled to meet on March 10th. And at that meeting, again, the work group will continue to study all of these data sets and inputs to evaluate opportunities for recommendations to the governing board related to compensation for fiscal year 2026. And ongoing work will be necessary over the next fiscal year and into the future to address the reduced funding due to the decline in enrollment. The use of budget balance carry forward is one-time funding. And so with that, administration is planning to bring forward compensation and related budget recommendations on March 13th, 2025, assuming the budget team has landed on their recommendations, and I believe they will be able to do that, with the current goal to ask the governing board to take action on the recommendations at the March 27th governing board meeting. And so with that, that concludes the presentation. Administration is available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers, for the presentation. Mrs. Proudfoot, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you for the presentation. I'm always glad to hear about the reserves that we have. I would just always advocate and encourage to be as drastic as possible as we can possibly be for teacher raises. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I just want to say thank you to the obvious. We have school districts that are struggling and really struggling. And I just appreciate what you do and what you bring, the excellence you bring to our district, and yeah, and everything presented. And yeah, you're very thorough. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Everything that's already been said, so thank you so much.
Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
I do, thank you. On the, you said at some point the board may need to consider a carry forward amount recommendation with, just to make sure we have that, I guess, cushion in there. I think that's kind of one of the many things that happened with like the Isaac School District. They didn't really have that. So do you have a percentage or something that you would recommend with that?
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, members of the governing board, the GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association, recommends 2 months of expenditures as a benchmark. We could certainly calculate what that equates to from a percentage perspective, but their recommendation is 2 months of expenditures. Right now, we have roughly 1 month.
Okay, and then I know that you mentioned that the Medicaid is covering parts of the instructional coach piece. And do we anticipate with any cuts that that is going to be affected? I know I've seen a whole bunch of things down at the Capitol with regards to disability, so I just didn't know if that's going to be included.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, members of the governing board, the school finance community is monitoring any potential changes to the Medicaid and Public Schools program. In fiscal year 2025, that's the first time we have actually utilized our MIPS fund to support the contracted instructional aid cost. So if that funding source is no longer available, those expenses would have to return either to M&O or to another M&O eligible funding source.
And then I thought that with the Prop 123, I think it's Prop 123, that they were talking about having the salary of the teachers, the base salary set at 50, was it 51,000? Because it looks like all of our teachers are above that. Is that right?
There's been discussion on, I believe they're calling it a teacher pay fund. There's a lot of information that's being shared. I'd like the opportunity, perhaps in a Friday report, to provide a comprehensive update with the most recent data. It's been quite fluid.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions tonight, Ms. Myers, but thank you for the presentation and the also thank you to the Budget Committee as well for their support and working through all of it.
Thank you.
Moving on to 5 recess, 5.1 recess the study session. We're going to just take a 5-minute break here for the recess, just to prepare for the regular session. We're going to call the regular session here. So calling the meeting to order, regular session 6:44 PM. Moving on to 7, opening exercises, 7.1 moment of silence, 7.2 pledge of allegiance, and preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Mr. Toby, would you like to lead us? Thank you. Moving on to 8, address agenda. 8.1, address board meeting agenda and consider adoption or recommend changes to the order of business. Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any changes you'd like to make?
No, thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, any changes recommended to the regular agenda item?
Give me just a second. I'm going to come back to you.
Okay. Mrs. Ewing, do you have anything that you'd like to recommend to the regular agenda?
I would like to recommend that action items 15.8, 15.9, 15.10, and 15.11 be moved to the consent agenda for just speed of efficiency. Thank you.
Yeah, she needs.
I will
a second. Mr. Toby, do you have any changes you would like to make to the regular agenda?
No, I don't think so. I have any time.
Okay. Mrs. Bowles, did you have any, or are you?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Okay. I don't have any either as well. So I just need a motion to approve the agenda with, I believe it was 15.8, 15.9, 15.10, and 15.11 moved to consent. Is that correct, Ms. Ewing? Okay.
I will motion that we adopt the agenda with the changes where 15.8, 15.9, 15.10, and 15.11 are moved up to consent agenda.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And I believe
President
we.
Rooks,
Yes.
members of the board, please allow me a moment to finalize those changes. Thank you.
Okay. And we don't need to run through a voice vote. I believe everybody's logged on.
President Rooks, members of the board, I am ready to proceed.
Thank you. You're not logged in. Sorry, can you run us through a voice vote?
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Let's go ahead and refresh your screens as well. right, moving on to 9 recognitions, 9.1 recognitions. Mrs. Airy, welcome.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests that have joined us this evening. If you've been following along at our board meetings, I know we recently highlighted and recognized our recent district spelling bee winner from the spelling bee that took place here in the Peoria Unified School District in January. You'll recall that we had top spellers from across the district compete, and at that competition, one student emerged as the first place winner. That winner is Ricky Gross, a very talented 8th grade student from Oasis Elementary School. And I believe it was Dr. Summers that shared that she won in the 11th round with the French word argot. And so the words got a little tougher as she headed to the Regional B, but Ricky went on to compete at Maricopa County Region 4 Spelling Bee in February with challenging words like Hitchcockian, I had to look that one up, an adjective used to describe a film inspired by the work of Alfred Hitchcock. And so Dr. Hernandez and I had some lively discussion about that word. But pleased to share that Ricky took first place in that Regional B with the word perpetrator in or around the 8th round, it sounds like. So she represents her school in our school district as a very, very impressive young lady, a top speller in our region. I'm going to have her stand so we can give her a big round of applause. And it's very exciting because she is moving on to the Arizona State Spelling Bee, which will take place on Saturday, March 15th at the Madison Center for the Arts in Phoenix. And then the Scripps National Spelling Bee is held in Washington, D.C., May 27th through the 29th. And so I want to mention those who have certainly contributed and supported Ricky along the way. I know she is very proud to have Ms. Bryan here from Oasis Elementary School. Ms. Bryan, if you'd stand so we can give you a round of applause. And I know she has some family here supporting her tonight, so we want them to stand as well because they're so important in supporting Ricky. And I just have to note before we bring her up that Ricky has many talents. Ms. Bryan shared with us that Oasis just wrapped up the spring drama performance of The Little Mermaid, where Ricky held the role as Scuttle. So certainly a range of talents. Ricky, we're going to bring you up here to the podium. We know our governing board wants to share some comments with you, so come on up. And President Rooks, I'll turn it back over to you for this recognition.
Thank you, Mrs. Airy. Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any comments?
I've said before, but one of the scariest things we have to do sometimes is moderate spelling bees, and that's like the very first one. And it's so nerve-wracking. I'm so impressed. I cannot believe you came in first place, and we're so excited to have you representing us in the state. I'm sure you're going to kill it. Also, as part of my board comments, I was going to talk about the Oasis musical. I was not able to attend with those 2 nights we had prior engagements, but I heard rave reviews of how incredible it was, and everyone that went was just blown away at how just advanced the production was and what a great job you did. So thank you for representing our district and being a leader in our district and leading the way for all the younger kids who are looking up to you.
Thank you so much.
Well, where do I go with that? Wow, you know, that's an accomplishment for the best of teachers, right? I commend that. I was thinking, like, what job would you get, like, in your future? I'm thinking AI, because most of us in the room can't spell that high. But, you know, I was just thinking about some of the things you could do, you know. But congratulations, that's a big deal. I know you're probably nervous standing up there, but just enjoy this moment because you deserve it. So thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any comments?
Your word is dinglehopper.
That's the second time I've been asked to spell that word this week.
And I'm sure you do it flawlessly. Congratulations. I was proud to be there for your victory here at the district spelling bee. And I'm going to look at my calendar to see if we can make it to your state and regional one, but very proud of you. So thank you very much for everything that you've done and your effort that you put into your studies.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ewing, any comments?
Thank you, Ms. Brooks.
President Rooks. I just want to say congratulations. That's really amazing. And I want to say congratulations to your family, too. I know that you guys are super proud of her, and and also Mrs. Bryan for helping support her and so forth. So just really, really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I can attend that too, the state championship. That would be really awesome. And it sure takes a lot of courage to get up there and do this, and all of your great studies that go along with it. So congratulations, and can't wait to hear your next accomplishment.
All right. Thank you.
Everything we said up here, you can see we're all very proud of you. And everybody in this room sounds like we're very proud of you. And just a major accomplishment that you have, and your future for it, I think is just going to be amazing to see where you go from here. And I did see the play at Oasis, Little Mermaid. It was on Facebook. The post of everybody just commenting of how amazing it was. So congratulations on that as well. That's amazing to see that you are also in other areas, besides being able to spell, what was it that you said? Dinglehopper. Yes. But yeah, congratulations to you, to your family, and to the teachers and the support staff that have helped you. And I'm sure all of us would want to be there at your state so that we can see you take that win. So congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
We will be cheering her on for sure. Well, President Rooks, we have one additional recognition for this evening, and if you're looking at the agenda, we have 3 listed. We're going to combine 2 of them together because they are so interrelated, but this is, of course, the tail end of CTE month, and we've mentioned it a couple times here in the boardroom, and we have had so many celebrations happening across our district. Our district office staff have even been able to participate and kind of get to spend time with some of our students throughout this month and experience some of CTE, and we've been very grateful for that. And so we do want to highlight our CTE programs from across our district. This month, every year, we get to celebrate it, and we really enjoy doing that. But I thought I would invite one of my colleagues up here to help to share in the excitement and celebration that is CTE, and that's our director of our Career and Technical Education Programs, Mr. Chad Eichenlob. So I'll invite him up to the mic.
Thank you, Danielle. Good evening, President Rooks, board members, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. It is my pleasure to join you this evening to discuss how career and technical education prepares students for high-wage, high-skill, and high-demand careers. In Peoria Unified, students have the opportunity to engage in 24 different career pathways with more than 40 options when you consider our Westmec affiliation partnership. These programs range from accounting to film and TV, to fire and science, to welding. Just as we share opportunities with students which ignite their passion and set them up for success, we also share with our staff and community the incredible things that our students are doing in their classrooms. To highlight CTE Month, we organized a variety of celebrations which bring students to our district office. Here's a sampling of some of the experiences that employees have enjoyed throughout the month of February. Our law enforcement activities from Centennial High School came in and ran a number of activities with our staff here at the DAC. We celebrated our 3rd annual robotics rivalry between Cactus Robotics, Peoria Robotics, and our district leadership. Junior high students from our TLC program and our film and TV students from our high school programs partnered together to showcase their reporting skills. And tasty culinary dishes from Raymond S. Kellis, Liberty, Cactus, and Centennial culinary programs were enjoyed throughout the month. We hope these opportunities allowed our staff to witness some of the students' accomplishments. Here to discuss how career and technical education has positively impacted their journey are Centennial High School's FCCLA students, led by instructor Roxanne Winston. We're joined by senior Lillian Fontana, our FCCLA Education President, and junior Montserrat Romero, FCCLA Education Vice President. Just want to come up here. Thank you. If you're not familiar with this program, FCCLA stands for Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America, and is one of the 6 CTSOs that Peoria Unified students have the opportunity to join as members. Career and technical student organizations are an integral part of high-quality CT programming. CTSOs help guide students in developing a career path, a program of study, and provide opportunities in gaining the skills and abilities needed to be successful in those careers through CTSO activities, workshops, competitive events at the local, state, and national levels. At this time, I'd like to invite our FCCLA students, Lily and Montserrat, to come up to the podium to share about their field experience, community service projects, and what they are doing for their competitive state events.
Good evening. I'm Lillian Fontana.
And I'm Montserrat Romero.
And we are the president and vice president of FCCLA Educators Club at Centennial High School, and we are here to tell you all about FCCLA. First off, what is FCCLA? FCCLA stands for Family, Career, Community Leaders of America. FCCLA is a national organization for students in family and consumer science classes that help us focus on personal growth, leadership skills, and career preparation. FCCLA is important to us because it offers so many opportunities like developing great leadership skills to boost our confidence and to make a positive impact on our community. We have learned how to work in teams, manage projects, and communicate better with others.
In FCCLA, we participate in activities with gaining real-world experience in classrooms at field experience at elementary schools, where we get to practice our instructional skills, lesson planning, and classroom management while working with students with whole groups, small groups, and students one-on-one. Although it is CTE month, we just finished participating in National FCCLA Week. During FCCLA Week, we recognize and appreciate our teachers and peers with donut parties, scavenger hunts, and teacher appreciation posts. We also engage in our community service projects for elementary schools such as Paseo Verde's Haunted Hallways, Desert Harbor's Steam Night, and Sundance's Fall Festival, and many more, which help us give back to the community. We're also looking forward to Cotton Ball's 40th anniversary carnival this Friday.
This year we applied for the FCCLA Gold Chapter Award, which is the highest award achievable at state level. Achieving this award is important to us because it recognizes our hard work and dedication as FCCLA members in only our 2nd year as a chapter. It also motivates us to do our very best every day. We are attending the State Leadership Conference next week, where we hope to earn this award as a medal in our competitions and hopefully make it to the national competition this summer.
We thank you for your time, and I hope you have a great evening.
Yes, we got to recognize you and your accomplishments. Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any comments for him?
Oh, you girls are amazing. Thank you for making it to the meeting and sharing with us the ways that you are pouring into our community. That is incredible. We say all the time up here, no one is going to call you a leader. You need to just step into it, and you truly are being leaders in the community and affecting change. That is incredible at such a young age. So I hope you really focus on what that feels like when you're at those activities, the haunted hallways, the carnival this Friday. I hope you focus on what that feels like and the impact that you're having, and take a moment to realize that what you're doing really, really matters. So thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, comments?
I'll start with thank you. I love what you're doing. I love what you're doing. I had to teach some students how to do that, and some were just amazing comeback. One that comes to mind every time, went and gave turkeys away, and they were NGHS. My students were a little lower than that. But we joined together and gave these turkeys away. And on the bus coming home, one of the teachers that was on the bus, she said, this girl was like, oh my gosh, this was so amazing. I've never given turkeys away. And I didn't know who she was. She wasn't my student. And the teacher said, she started crying. And then the teacher told me later, she's living in a hotel. So no matter what's going on outside of, what you're doing, I've seen the impact. I still volunteer. I volunteered for 20 plus years down the street, giving turkeys away and other things. But I'm kudos to you and giving back to students that look up to you, because you're going into our schools and doing that. That's huge. So thank you.
Clerk Toby, any comments?
Yeah, for such a young program, it's very, very impressive. What was the prompting? Were you guys in the development and the foundational group of the of the CTE program at Centennial for this?
We are basically the start of it. I went to state last year, and this year we're both going to state.
I was originally supposed to go last year, but I got sick last year, so couldn't go. Not getting sick this year.
Fingers crossed. Well, no, very impressive. Thank you for the presentation, and I wish you the best of luck at the state.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ewing, any comments?
Thank you. Good luck also at state. That's really exciting. And sorry about last year. I'm getting sick. I love that our CTE programs come and they share with the community all the great things that they're doing, because I just feel like folks in the community don't know about all of the great programs we have out there, and they don't know about all the great kids that we have out there and all of the great students and scholars. So I appreciate everything that you're doing. I know it takes a lot of hard work, and I just really appreciate that, and congratulations. And to Mr. Eichenlaub, I really appreciate all of our CTE programs. Robotics is one of my favorites out there, but I think our students are doing amazing things, and I love it when we can showcase them. So anytime we can bring them back more often to showcase all the great things we're doing, that's good news to me. So congratulations again. Thank you, and to your families.
Thank you.
Yes, congratulations. And to me, it sounds like you guys are leading with excellence. And that is just such a passion to have at this point in your life. And it's amazing to hear that you were the foundation of that program and starting it off. And this is like, just got to be, it's that thrilling moment. And so it's amazing to see what you guys are, putting in the work and everything that you guys are focusing on in this program. And it's inspiring. To see it up here as a board member, but also a parent in the district. So congratulations to you guys, to your families, to your coaches and staff that all help with the program. And yes, thank you to our CTE director for everything that you do to support the students and ensuring that they have those opportunities. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Moving on to 10, opening public comment. 10.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We do have a long agenda packed meeting. So for opening public comment, I'm going to see if we can try to keep it to a 1 minute, just so that we are moving through the rest of our minutes here. So first public comment will come from Yanin Benot. I don't know if I said that correctly, from Scottsdale. Hi.
Hi.
Did I pronounce it correct? I'm sorry.
Janine Benoit. It's okay. So I originally had timed it for 3 minutes, so give me a second. So I'm from Mind 24/7. I am Arizona's partnership for all of our community partnerships. We work very closely with Peoria Unified School District social worker and behavioral health professionals. And I'll probably just skim down to the bottom for what I wrote. So Mind 24/7 is dedicated to working closely with our school districts and listening to feedback for our needs of the community. We serve together to remove the barriers to accessing mental health and stigma of accessing care. We've expanded our services since opening our doors in 2021 to continue to meet the demand and gaps in accessing care, ranging from expansion of servicing all ages. Youngest seen to date today is 3 until end of life. We started as a youth crisis provider for same day and emergent needs to now launching our IOP services for adults and youth because of the challenges individuals face accessing needed mental health treatment. We have worked collaboratively to identify and implement a process to refer students, family, and guardians with guardians' consent with our school's behavioral health professionals to refer to Mind 24/7 when students and families are facing a crisis.
Apologize, the time is up. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Janine Castine.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jeannie Castine. I'll try to go fast. Speaking to you today as an advocate for the separation of religion and government, I attended the most recent PUSD board meeting and was shocked at the religious indoctrination that occurred at the meeting. I was troubled by President Rooks' decision to indoctrinate nearly 20 minors present by proselytizing without getting any parental consent from the parents and guardians of those children. President Rooks recited Christian scripture despite constitutional precedents and her most recent court loss. Rather than accepting the judge's ruling, she is unleashing another assault on the children, families, staff she's supposed to be serving. While having her legal fees covered, she's draining district funding for what one can only assume is to inflate her ego. Perhaps you should read from your favorite book, Matthew 6:5. When you pray, do not be like the hypocrites who love to stand and pray in the synagogues and on street corners so that others may see them. Despite what's happening in DC, governing by decree is not leadership, it's domestic terrorism. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Laura Tepason.
Hello all. When I first began working in education in America, I was told that I couldn't say Merry Christmas because it might offend people who celebrated Kwanzaa. It reminded me of when we were not allowed to say Merry Christmas in communism. I've always been puzzled by the way people seem to struggle with the freedoms they enjoy here. Why don't they fully embrace the love for this country and leave an impact for the future generations that future generations can be proud of? We often talk about kindness, but it was misinterpreted repeatedly as being something else than it actually was. I was prepared to say something about the past that would eventually affect the current and the future, how people build connections. And there was one problem before, the concept of diversity, equity, and inclusion, which once represented the melting pot of America, morphed into something that felt more like indoctrination and ideology. Next time, again, I had more.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Charmel Bolster.
President Rooks and Governing Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet, and guests, and those that are watching online, good evening. I'll have to go very quickly, and thank God it's a very short one. All I wanted to say is that I've had the privilege of working on the textbook committee selection this week. While it's been a very daunting and arduous task, I must say that it has really been a wonderful one. I have to commend Dr. Hernandez and her staff, Sherry and Mary and Jessica and everyone else, for their wonderful support and their help they have given, especially to me, who did not know what they were doing when they went into this. And I'm still working on that. So I want to say thank you to them especially, and give them a shout out and kudos. They deserve it. And not only that, but also all the educators that I was in the room with. Our students are in good hands with the educators and the administrators that I saw and that I work with in that room. So your kids are in good hands.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Mia.
Okay, I'm going to try and be quick. I just wanted to talk about the absence policy and how ridiculous it is. My daughter wanted me to say, and I quote, "I'm acing my first hour class with over a 95% and understand the material, but I might not get credit for it and might get held back in math because I missed 9 days and was tardy 2 times. Most of those days I was sick, and even though I could bring a doctor's note, it still wouldn't excuse my absences." So with that said, I would ask, who is this policy for? Who does it benefit? And that you revisit this policy and fix the issues. And I'd love to talk to you guys more about that. And last but not least, Jesus is King. Thank you, Mrs. Rooks, for standing for the Lord. And I love when you read scripture.
Next public comment comes from Trina Berg.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet. My name is Trina Berg. I'm president of the Peoria Education Association. Dragged myself here along with all the other half of our staff that's sick tonight. Wanted to address the choice of President Rooks to, again, start reading scripture. I really, like, you could do anything you wanted out here. Like, you could have a whole prayer circle out here. You could sing hymns. You could have a prayer, whatever. You could play with snakes, whatever you wanted to do. Whatever, it wouldn't matter. But when you get up there, you chose to be an elected official, and your capacity becomes different. Right now, without everything being paid, we've spent $216,000 on this lawsuit. With that, we could have paid for 4,300 hours of tutoring students. We could have chose a campus or two and hired 3 staff at $70,000 total for salary and benefits, and had a reading specialist or a math specialist at some of our most need campuses. But instead, you chose that, which is a personal vendetta and not for the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Marcy Robb.
Good evening. I don't want to reiterate what everybody else has already said, but this is regarding the scripture reading. I personally don't care if you read scripture, but I don't want you to do it out loud where it costs our students money. It doesn't help align with our vision, every student, every day, prepared to shape tomorrow. It doesn't help them do that. We already have a moment of silence, which can be used for prayer reflection to prepare for the meeting. I respectfully request that you stop doing this, only because it's going to cost further lawsuits, creating even more financial burden. I am going to ask that each board member publicly address this matter and clarify whether you support the fiscal irresponsibility and wasteful spending of our public funds, so we have full transparency, which is what you have all said you want to the parents and community members, which you said is a priority. So I would love to hear from you on how you feel about this spending of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Lonnie Scales.
Planning on 3 minutes, so I have to pick what I want to pick here. I've reached out to governing board members and have had meetings with Ms. Ewing, Ms. Proudfit. Thank you so much for engaging with me. I've reached out to the other 3 board members as well. Mr. Toby, you and I are playing email tag, so I appreciate that. But I've gotten nowhere with the other 2 board members, one of which I have requested to speak to on multiple occasions. I don't think it's transparent when you refuse to engage with parents who may have different opinions than yours. I am hopeful that you will see and hear me now and contact me so that we may engage in civil discourse, even if we may disagree on the topic. That being said, I'm also here to speak on behalf of Parent Choice. I feel as though some of your versions of Parent Choice aren't about my choices, they're about yours. I am a parent as well, and I like to have a say in what's happening. That's it.
Thank you. That concludes our opening public comment. Moving on to 11, board and superintendent comments. 11.1, board comments. Mrs. Proudfit.
Thank you. I'm going to keep it super brief. I know it's a long agenda, and we have a lot to go through. I wanted to highlight we were able to attend Hometown Heroes, where we had 3 of our great district employees. I'm sure Dr. Summers is going to speak to that. Mrs. Ewing and Mrs. Rooks were also able to attend. It was a great event. Oasis, we brought that up before. Their production of The Little Mermaid was incredible. I wanted to welcome our ed profession students who are here. It's always wonderful to see students in the boardroom. I did want to give a plug. If I look sleepy tonight, I just barely came back down to the valley. I was at outdoor ed with my daughter, and this is my first time being able to experience outdoor ed in our district. It was one of the most incredible experiences I've ever had. It was so amazing, and I just wanted to give that plug. I'm like having a surge of pride that we have this in our district. My daughter's still up there. She'll be home tomorrow. So, and then I wanted to give a plug for the Peoria Fine Arts Festival, which is going to be at the City Hall grounds on Saturday. It is an incredible event. It goes pretty much all day. There's food, there's great kids artwork. It's a great community event. So I wanted to give a plug for any community member who wanted to join us. I'm sure a lot of the board will be able to attend that event to celebrate our students and to get together as community. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, board comments.
Yes, it is always encouraging to see students in the boardroom, just to see what goes on, the good, the bad, and the ugly. But come and see what's happening, and leading, because we'll get behind students, right? That's what we're here for. So we were supposed to have a visit with SUNY Hills today, but we had to postpone that. And she's probably watching, but I had worked with a parapro years ago. I love that. There's some of you in the room I've worked with, but she's like, are you coming here? Tell me when you're here, blah, blah. And then I realized we actually postponed it. So I didn't get there, but she's out there, and I'm sure she's watching, and I'll find her room when I go to SUNY Hills. And yeah, I didn't visit any schools other than, just the one that was postponed today. And then Saturday, we do plan on going to the Arts Festival, which is amazing. Outdoor ed, that brings back a lot of memories, and good ones. They're all good, yeah. So anyway, thank you for your attendance tonight, and that's all I have. Thanks.
Clerk Toby, board comments?
Just to clarify, I think that it's been clear, other than what you guys have already said, but as for me, I've always been a First Amendment free speech advocate, good, bad, or indifferent. I was there at the podium when I was just a civilian, essentially, and talked about my experiences and my professional role of having, as a Jew, having to protect National Socialists marching in downtown Phoenix. And so even though I don't agree with their message at all, I still had a duty. I still had I protected that free speech, right? And so that's my perception of the matter. Just because elected officials or public officials have a role, it doesn't mean that they get robbed of their free speech. So I just say that out there. And then also, just to correct the record, as far as my understanding, whenever a public official or a public servant gets sued, there's an insurance policy that covers expenses. So I think some of the comments about we're taking money off the table for our kids, it's inaccurate and it's disingenuous. So I just wanted to correct the record on that one.
Mrs. Ewing, board comments?
Okay, thank you. So after the board meeting on the 13th, I got to attend one of my favorite events, is the Unity Days at the Peoria Flex Academy. So Sybil, she did an amazing job, and all the students. It's a really, really great event. They do it every year. And then also I got to attend a couple of school visits with Mr. Toby here, Ironwood and Deer Valley, and yes, and you were with me at Sawara Ranch and Marshall Ranch, both of them. Yes, and they just did an amazing job. And my favorite things about when we go there, certainly I get a chance to be with the other board members to understand where their focuses are, but we also get an opportunity to talk to the students, and they get to tell us about all the great things that they're doing. So I really appreciate that. I do want to send just a thank you to Dr. Hernandez and her team for the textbook committee and all of the folks working really hard on that. And yes, I'll be out at the Peoria Arts and Cultural Festival, and just want to send a huge shout out to Mr. Panzer, all of the arts teachers and all of the arts students and so forth that make that such a successful event. So thank you.
Yes, so I will also be at the Peoria Arts Festival to see everybody, and my kid is also performing, so I'll get to balance both there. Mrs. Proudfit and Mrs. Ewing and I believe Mrs. Airy, we attended the Peoria Hometown Hero Award ceremony, and it was great to see 3 of our employees be recognized, Coach Taylor, and seeing his accomplishments. We also had an educator that was nominated. I nominated her through the award, Tricia Chisnecka at Peoria Traditional Elementary. She's an amazing teacher. She puts all of her work into the students, and I wanted her to have that recognition so that she felt appreciated from somebody in the community. I also wanted to say thank you to Dr. Summers. He did allow me to sit in on a meeting a lot this week with the city Peoria managers, staff that they had there. We had Mrs. Airy, I believe Mr. Molino, sit in on those meetings and just discussing their partnership and the goals and the supports that they wanted to, collaborate together. So that was very, very awesome to hear those conversations. And so thank you, Dr. Summers, for letting me sit in on that. Last is, even though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no evil, for you are with me, your rod and your staff, they comfort me. Psalm 23:4. Moving on to 11.2, superintendent comments. Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Rooks, governing board members, cabinet guests. Good to see so many of you out here tonight. So I'm going to piggyback on a few comments that have already been made, starting with the Hometown Heroes event. And just wanted to also shout out, in addition to Coach Taylor, Ms. Chosnecka is Nina Buckley, our district's lead instructional coach, and Officer Lisa Hale from Liberty High School. So a big nod to all of our fantastic employees who we had the opportunity and privilege to recognize in collaboration with City of Peoria and Peoria Independent. Liberty High School cross-country runner Henry Dilworth was recently chosen as the 24-25 Gatorade Arizona Boys Cross Country Player of the Year. These athletes are selected for their work as an athlete, as well as in the classroom and in the community. Dilworth won the AIA Division I State Championship this past season and has a list of records that he has broken. He is an Eagle Scout, and maintains a 4.0 also as a senior, so big congratulations. We also have multiple wrestling state champions in our district from 4 different high schools, from Centennial High School, Chloe Gatrust in the female category, Jace Langley. Liberty High School, Maddox Spotma, Carson Miles, Ryder Schulte, and Faith Stevenson, also female champion. Ironwood High School, Anthony Lopez, Julian Macias, and Josiah Rosario Bamba, female wrestler, and Raymond S. Kellis High School, Rylan Taylor, Tristan Bacon. So big congratulations to all of these very talented athletes. And this week, students from our elementary schools in the city of Peoria participated in Youth Government Day in partnership with the city's Youth Advisory Board. So throughout the day, they learned about the role of government and how to be an actively engaged citizen. And as was shared, we continue with multiple school visits, so looking forward to the next round of those visits. We appreciate all the efforts from all of our hardworking staff, and it's always good to see our students here at Professions class here today or this evening. Thank you for also being here. And I think with that, President Ricks, I will turn it back to you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Summers. Moving on to 12, address consent agenda. 12.1, address consent agenda and consider approval or recommend changes. Mrs. Profit, do you have any changes to make?
None for me, thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Bowles, do you have any changes to make?
I do. I motion to pull staff travel requests from consent agenda 3.13, 4.
I will second that for you. Mr. Clerk Toby, do you have any changes?
No, thank you.
Mrs. Ewing, do you have any changes?
I don't, thank you.
Okay. So we will need just to have a clarify motion of approving consent agenda minus 13.2 staff travel requests.
President Rooks, members of the board, please allow me a moment to update those changes.
Okay.
President Rooks, members of the board, could you please repeat who made the motion and who the second was given by?
It was Janelle that made the motion, and then a second made by myself.
Thank you. We are ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Board members, you may cast your votes.
President Rooks, point of clarification, are we pulling 13.3 or 13.2?
Oh, yes. It's, Mrs. Zura, it's actually 13.2 staff travel requests, so not student.
I apologize. Give me a moment, please.
President Rooks, is there a procedural thing that we need to do since we already voted?
She's updating it, I believe, so it's not gone through yet. It didn't pop up on the screen yet.
President Rooks, if I may.
Yeah.
I
Didn't
believe
pass
we
through.
just didn't process the vote, so
Yeah.
we're restating the motion in the agenda to include 13.2.
Right, so it didn't process through, is what I meant to say.
So I think you're
Sorry.
okay to just revote once it's ready to be pulled up.
Thank you, Dr. Summers.
Thank you.
President Rooks, members of the board, we are ready to proceed.
Thank you so much. Board members, now you may cast the votes, and the motion to approve the consent agenda with removal of 13.2 is corrected on the screen for you. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Please refresh your screens to show that change.
Is 15.8 correct?
Hold on one
Donations report is under action items.
President Rooks, members of the board, if you'll refresh your screens again, I did make the change to move it to items removed from consent.
Yes, it's now
Thank you.
refreshed. For number 14, we'll move on to the items removed from consent, 4.1 staff travel requests. Should be refreshed.
Is there a mistake in action items with 15.8
Yes,
donation
Doc,
reports?
I was just going, yeah, there's a 15.8 donations report that was removed from consent. So I don't know if we want to.
It was added to consent, right?
No, that was on consent already. So somehow it was moved off of consent to action item 15.8. So we just need to move that one back.
President Rooks, I apologize for clarification. You need 15.8 moved back up to consent?
Yes, donations report, somehow it got removed from consent agenda.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, I do believe I see the changes made, board members. So if you want to refresh your screen, it is now donations report was moved back up to consent agenda 13.14. All right, so now we're going to move on to 14, items removed from consent. 14.1, staff travel requests. Mrs. Bowles, I believe you wanted to pull this item, and I know Mr. Nuttall is not with us tonight, so I'll just look to you, Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Rooks and members of the board. We stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Bowles, since you wanted to pull this, do you have any questions or comments? Yes.
I have a couple questions. Well, let me just make this statement because I don't want to be an adult telling another adult what to do. Like, I just don't want to do that, nor are we really equipped for some of that. So bear that in mind when I say this. Because of executive orders and other things that are coming through right now, and because our names are on the line and we only have a yay or nay and no explanation behind that, we have to be very, very cautious what we're approving right now and moving forward. So I would just like to say that I would like to see whenever there is a travel request from staff that really you should bring all of this stuff so that we can actually see it to make a decision on a vote. So I'm just going to say I won't approve any travel at all when it comes to curriculum and things that there's executive orders coming down that we're already trying to get ahead of. And so without me knowing, and I'm not going to chase you down because you're an adult, you represent Peoria School Board, and all constituents look at is yay or nay, well, they're going to say, why'd you vote that in? I'm not going to vote it in unless I can do my own homework. And that being said, if you have a travel request for any kind of training, please get it to the board at least by Monday before the board meeting, because there's no way we're going to know. I mean, we have spent hours and hours and hours, and we probably still will. But we have to protect, what's our names first off, and our constituents who voted us in. And I would just ask that please, 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 if you're going for any kind of curriculum, anything, we have to know, we have to have a write-up of what you're going to, what the classes are, description of the classes, so that we know we can say, yes, go ahead and do that. I know that on these travel requests that we do have the signature pages saying you're not going to go to that. I'm just going to speak for myself, but again, I feel like we're parenting. We don't need to parent you. You guys are adults and you're professionals and you're smart. All I'm asking is that you bring to the board at least by Monday through email or through superintendent, so we can see what we're voting on. So I hope that makes sense.
President Rooks, if I may, Mrs. Bowles. So we want to make sure that we are calling attention to the uploaded travel justification forms that accompany this agenda item. Appreciate the timeliness with which you want to review those forms. I believe these forms were part of the draft agenda that was included in the Friday report prior to this upcoming meeting. So if there is a specific question relative to that travel justification form, and those are available to the board through the process I just mentioned, as well as to our public by the Tuesday that we do publish the agenda for our community. So we appreciate that there is that need and that expectation of transparency. If you process through the form as a whole, I won't walk through it right now unless there's any part of that form that you would like us to zoom in on. You will also see there is a review process. We are also, to a point you mentioned earlier, including the conference attestation form in compliance with the executive order, as well as the avoidance of prohibited topics, our reporting obligation, and our acknowledgement of those consequences. So do want to make sure that we are adhering to that expectation, and again, stand ready to address any specific questions that may come as a result of the content of what's included in those forms.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And yes, I did look over all of that. I need a deeper dive into what you're actually going to. I'll give you, for instance, right here, printed off one of the conferences, and it says right here, K-12 professional development, SEL for teachers. I have another one that says equity, and which kind of leads into critical race theory and things that we already know we're having to look at. So my name's on the line. First off, and I'm just going to speak for myself. Really, why would we not want to know that? You should be grateful, I guess, that we want to know those things because of what we're facing with executive orders, if that be the only thing. So we are held to a standard that we can't just say, oh, sure, yeah, go. But, and again, I feel like it's transparency when you bring this to us in detail. And I can only speak for myself. And specifically to, I believe it's 1 and 2, Lake Pleasant, and I'll just speak to Lake Pleasant for now. I would like to see that. I'd like to see that before we approve it. I think that's fair. So was I clear? Dr. Summers?
Mrs. Bowles, thank you. I'm not sure exactly what part of if you could direct me to exactly what you're referring to that you have on paper there.
It is directly related to professional learning communities at work. It is directly related to the Lake Pleasant out-of-state staff travel request.
Ma'am, can you point me to I don't know if you have the full packet in front of you right there, but or maybe I can just see it so I know exactly which.
No, I don't have the full packet in front of me. I actually have the list of items that they're going to training for, because I didn't want to, plant a tree. And then I looked up, and in just one of the PLC system and culture at Lake Pleasant, the professional learning communities at work institute training that they're going to.
Can I offer something? Maybe.
Hold on.
So,
Dr. Summers, if I just may real quick.
Sure.
I would like to have no refraining comments in the audience when we are having discussion up here. It echoes from down there to up here, so please keep quiet. Thank you.
So I think there's a couple ways we can proceed, because I want to make sure that we are responding to the specific concern. If I'm reading what you're calling out as the primary source of what that concern is related to, is the PLC system and culture at Lake Pleasant Elementary School have established a strong foundation. Is that one of the lines?
No, I apologize. I confused that. PLC, Professional Learning Communities at Work Institute training in itself has equity and things that we're already facing in their curriculum that I keep saying I apologize for that I cannot, I can't approve that. I'll just leave that alone. I can't approve that. And then for future, if we can just have, the exact trainings and what they're covering, I don't know, unless another board member wants to, add or their comment. Melissa had a comment.
Mrs. Ewing, do you want to go ahead?
Thank you, President Rooks. So a couple things. I think what you have printed off just if I'm clear, is from the actual conference itself? Is that what you have printed off in front of you?
No, I actually, yes, it's really just a little bit because I don't want to print a novel.
Oh, right.
So it's from the internet of their trainings. Yes,
Okay, all right,
yes,
all
yes,
right.
yes.
So, and that's, okay. So first off, I thought that the purpose, this is just a kind of a question, I thought the purpose of the attestation that we were having signed was to make sure that our, they're very aware that they're not going to trainings that are specific to those executive orders. And that is in there. And then what's outlined in the tied to the strategic plan and the things that they're going to be attending, it's a very narrow focus. Dr. Hernandez has said to us before that she makes very, very clear with the staff that they are only to be attending what they've been approved to attend. Now, the other piece that we haven't had a conversation around, and I know we're looking at this agenda actually getting our own board attorney, is I would be curious if from the board attorney, if based upon these attestations, if this is enough information to be able to defend that we did our due diligence and we voted, accurately, and that this is enough legally to hold them to that. So that's just something we haven't discussed, but that may be something we could add where the lawyer could determine if that's enough legal binding and so forth to give us some sort of reassurance as a board. So that's just a suggestion to throw out there.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Ewing, for that suggestion. And I'll let other board members talk, but that does sound like a good idea. I guess for me, on the Lake Pleasant staff travel request, I did look at the PLC Work Institute website. I did reach out to Dr. Summers. Apparently some staff members did go to one last week or the week prior here in Arizona. And so that's where I'm kind of more looking at when we're talking about the cost. It's coming out of our M&O budget. I believe it is, $1,953 per person out of our M&O. So I did see on the website that they have conferences here in Arizona in May. There is one in Tucson, Arizona that's upcoming in May. And so just looking at our dollar amount and our budgeting of if that is the better option to have attendance there, so then maybe that way we have more staff members attending to where it's not as so costly for out-of-state traveling when you add in all the factors of hotel and, flying and things like that, transportation and whatnot. So that just stuck out to me on that piece. So that we can have that, PLC conference. And then furthermore, looking into the legal side of it for a future executive session type of agenda item. So I don't know if Clerk Toby or Mrs. Profit have any final thoughts too, I guess.
None for me.
Okay, Mrs. Profit.
When we did, this is a very similar conversation to what we had a few weeks ago or a month ago. The attestation was offered as, I thought we already had that conversation about that the attestation covered in the interim as we're waiting for clarity with those executive orders. I thought that was a suggestion that was made by legal.
President Ricks, Mrs. Profit, that's correct?
Yeah.
So, and if I can just reiterate, that prohibited topic agreement states explicitly, I will not attend, participate in, or engage with sessions, materials, or discussions that explicitly or implicitly promote diversity, equity, and inclusion concepts or strategies, social and emotional concepts or strategies. Social and emotional learning, pardon me. So the DEI or the SEL piece of that. I do believe, and I'm not necessarily, again, wanting to read through line by line the form that we have in front of us, but there's a very clear explanation of the why the staff are electing to or requesting to attend this specific conference, as well as how it ties to data, the strategic plan, and other items, including the impact on academic achievement in that PLC process. So I just don't want to, again, reiterate information that's already there. We understand that this is something that is very under the microscope. So we stand ready to be scrutinized in that regard. And I know that our principals are looking very closely at which conferences align with those needs, as well as those types of decisions related to scheduling and some of those other logistical dynamics. So with that in mind, again, appreciate that there's that level of scrutiny that's being brought forward, and we stand ready to continue to respond to what those questions may be.
Ms. Prophet, does that answer your question for you?
Yeah, that's what I was just pointing out is I mean, I guess we could have an executive session, but I thought that was already kind of the counsel that was given. And the other thing that we brought up at the last one, these conferences were my line of work for a very long time, is that the schedules, so I know we want like exactly what's being taught, but first of all, they're malleable, and just because something's printed, it doesn't mean that something is not going to change or move around. And so the attestation was to cover all of that, because I don't know that there's a way to give exactly, it really is up to the discretion of who's sending them to that, and then also with the educators being willing to adhere to that, which was the point of the attestation. Did that make sense, what I just said? Okay.
Anybody else have any questions or comments?
I will say that I'm again going to speak for myself. It's very different when you're sitting out there and you're sitting up here. I'll start with that. And really, other than just, I don't know, like, I have to think about more things. And so with that said, I was the one who actually brought up, hey, maybe we can just do a signature page. So it wasn't legal advice that we got, but in lieu of that, again, speaking for myself, we were told, we already put in the request, it's going to go up, the money's going to be wasted, and, so I made my decision off of that. I apologize for that because, again, I'm not going to follow adults around, have them sign pieces of paper saying they're not going to go. I mean, we may as well go down the line of, you're representing Peoria School District, you're going to conferences, are you going to go gamble, are you going to go drink? I'm not going to do that. You're adults. Like, that's not my job. I don't want it to be my job, but I'm going back to the reason for me personally. I represent someone in the community that has been put in this seat to make a decision, a yay or nay. Sometimes that's all they see. And they're going to say, hey, why did you approve this conference that has SEL? Legit, if you Google it, you can see it right in the curriculum. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you.
President
Yes.
Rooks, I would like to call the vote, and I would like to motion to approve the staff travel requests as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. Board members, you may cast your votes. Motion passes with 3 yeas and 2 nays. Moving on to 15, action items. 15.1, Human Resources Report. Mrs. Vesely.
Good evening, President Rooks and members of the board. Tonight, we have for an action item the HR board report that is presented every board meeting for your review and your approval tonight.
Thank you, Mrs. Vesely. All right, so board members, any questions or comments? No? Okay, so I just need a motion on the floor. Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Bowles, you have a question.
I'm sorry, I have to find where you're at on here. Okay, now I found it, sorry. I just have one quick question. There's a position that was hired for behavior counselor. If we could just get a Friday report, like what is that job description? That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, so I just need a motion on the floor to approve the human resources reports as presented.
Motion on the floor to approve the human resource report as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Clerk Toby. Board members, you may cast your votes. Motion passes with 4 yeas and would abstain. Moving on to 15.2, ratification of the 2025 calendar of governing board meetings. Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Rooks, governing board members. You all have the approved governing board meeting schedule from our original meeting, and we have a revised schedule that is adding a regular meeting for March 27th, which is a second March meeting. So that is before you for your consideration this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Ms. Proudfit? Okay. Ms. Bowles?
No, thank you.
Clerk Toby?
No, thanks.
Mrs. Ewing?
I just had a question. This is just for the regular board meeting, so not like a study session or anything.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
All right, with that, I need a motion to ratify the 2025 calendar of governing board meetings as presented.
I will motion to ratify the 2025 calendar of governing board meetings as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. Motion, board members, you may cast your votes. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 15.3, consideration of appointing Susan Siegel of Gus Rosenfeld as governing board attorney. Dr. Summers?
President Rooks, governing board members, at the request of the board from our February 13th regular board meeting and the discussion item 11.2 in that meeting, this item is brought before you as a consideration to approve Mrs. Susan Siegel from Gus Rosenfeld as the governing board attorney for the Peoria Unified School District. I stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you, Dr. Summers. So we do have one public comment tied to this line item. 15.3, and that is Mia, and you will have 3 minutes.
Hello again. Just wanted to speak on this agenda item and say I am in full support. I like how Mrs. Siegel has been presenting and is very knowledgeable. I think this appointment is great. I know some people said at the last meeting that Mrs. Rooks, you should recuse yourself from this vote, but that's just silly. This is a new governing board, and you all want a new governing board attorney, plain and simple. It's normal for a new governing board to assess new attorneys. There is no conspiracy theory here, and there's nothing wrong with appointing a new lawyer. Some people just want to make issues where there are none. I look forward to Mrs. Siegel's appointment.
Thank you. That is all the public comment that we had tied into this line item. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? No? All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Mrs. Ewing, go ahead.
I was waiting for you to go down the line. Okay, so thank you, President Rooks. So I just would like to, I think Susan is very experienced. She's got great expertise, and I have full confidence in her. I just wanted to throw out to the board that this is kind of a new relationship that we're establishing from what's that's not really well defined on how that communication and fiscal responsibility and all of that. So I just want us to be thinking about how all that new relationship is going to be defined, the parameters and so forth. So I would like to go ahead with her and her office, but I'd like to see before we have a lot of one-on-one discussions with her that we set up what those parameters are going to look like for the board. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Mrs. Proudfit, did you have a question?
I just wanted to ask a clarifying question, and it was my understanding that procedurally, nothing was really changing, just representation. Is that accurate?
President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit, that is accurate.
Thank you. All right. So just need a motion to approve Susan Siegel of Gus Rosenfeld as governing board attorney for the Peoria Unified School District. I will motion to approve Susan Siegel of Gus Rosenfeld as governing board attorney for the Peoria Unified School District.
I will second.
And I will second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit.
We were trying to get Jeff on board, but he wasn't.
Board members, you may cast your vote. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 15.4, recent executive orders and dear colleague letter from the U.S. Department of Education.
First of all, I guess it's not out of order to say thank you for your vote of
This is Susan
confidence.
Siegel.
It's a little, it feels like put my head down while you vote for student council members. But that was a long time ago. The reason I'm here today on this item is just to briefly, and I mean briefly, discuss some dear colleague letters from the U.S. Department of Education Office for Civil Rights. The Office for Civil Rights is a branch of the U.S. Department of Education that addresses solely civil rights issues. The first one that came out was on February 4th, 2025. The purpose was to clarify and reaffirm non-discrimination in Title IX. What it did go back to is the 2020 guidelines that were before the 2024 controversial guidelines. And it said OCR will enforce Title IX consistent with President Trump's executive order of January 20th, 2025, as to the two sexes, being male and female, and as to the decision in Kentucky in the case entitled Tennessee versus Cardona. So based upon those, the Office for Civil Rights reaffirmed it is going to be enforcing the civil rights laws consistent with those two. Then there was another one that came out in February 14th, 2025, another dear colleague letter that addressed race, color, or national origin discrimination. And it also reaffirmed the policy of non-discrimination and also threatened prosecution or lawsuits, civil lawsuits, in case that there was violation. In my opinion, and it is only my opinion, but also the opinion of other education lawyers, that this is principally targeted at higher education, but it also is targeted at educational programs that provide access to education only because of race, color, or national origin. I'm here to answer any questions, but I also want to add there is a segue to the policies you're going to read for the first read, and those are based on the two dear colleague letters that I just referenced. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Susan Siegel. We actually do have public comment. There's just one, so we're going to do that, and then we'll do questions and comments from the board members. You will have 3 minutes. Nikki and Chaff.
Good evening, board members, cabinet, and staff. I just want to thank you for jumping into all of these new executive orders and letters and taking care of them so quickly and putting in the long hours at these board meetings. And I just want to say I support this resolution, and thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. All right, board members, do you have any questions or comments? Ms. Proudfit?
I just wanted to clarify for anyone in the audience, as we are going through this immense amount of executive orders and changes and making sure that we are aligned with federal law, I just want to remind, state law supersedes our district policy, federal law supersedes all of it. And so it is crucially important that we are ensuring that we are having legal that is really, really on top of this and helping us to navigate these waters. We have had a lot of very long board meetings, but I just wanted to reiterate that as we are having these conversations, you can tell based on the last vote that all 5 of us up here have confidence in our legal representation for leading us through this process. Thank you.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I just look forward to working with Ms. Siegel. Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Congratulations, Ms. Siegel, on your voting in of being board attorney. Thank you for your guidance so far, and especially, as Ms. Proudfit said, navigating some of these more treacherous line items. So thank you.
Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
I do, thank you, President Rooks. So, Susan, if I can, thank you for stepping back to the podium. So I just think for our community, it's helpful to understand if executive orders or dear colleague letters are law and so forth, because sometimes there's confusion in there. And then I'd also like to, if you can give an explanation as to what's happening with the executive order with regards to DEI, because I believe that there's some injunctions that are happening out there, and how that applies to us.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, members of the board, your first question is, can you repeat the first question?
It was just for our community to understand
yeah.
if the executive order and the dear colleagues are law and how that works.
The presidential executive order applies to federal agencies. In essence, President Trump ordered federal agencies to develop policies consistent with his executive orders. What really has more direct effect upon you are the dear colleague letters, because that gives you a roadmap as to how OCR intends to proceed. The resolution is a safeguard, not a complete safeguard, but a safeguard to assure the federal agencies, if they inquire, that you have every intent to comply with the law.
And then the other question that I asked were the injunction, because I kind of thought that with those injunctions that meant that we needed to put things on hold because it wasn't real clear.
Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, members of the board, the injunction has been applied for. It hasn't been applied universally across the country. And unless and until Arizona is brought in on that, it doesn't apply. And of course, if it does proceed that way, then I will be here to advise you on that one. The only injunction that has thus far had a great national impact is the injunction that was issued in the Tennessee lawsuit out of the Kentucky Federal District Court.
Is that the one that said that there wasn't enough definition of what illegal DEI programs are, that there was some suggestion that it was like vague and unconstitutional because it violated free speech?
That's one of them. But the main import of that goes to the definition of sex for purposes of the discrimination laws and the 2024 regulations that were promulgated by the Office of Civil Rights under the Biden administration.
Okay, so for us, you're recommending this DEI resolution just to assure those that we're following that?
Correct. Okay. Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, members of the board, correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Got to get my protocol going.
Thanks for the clarification.
Ms. Susan Siegel, I only have one question. Is it okay if I read the resolution letter out loud so that everyone can hear it in the public?
Yes, you can. There's a little bit of Latin in there that might not be, the et sec means and others, and so on.
All right, I will do my best. So it says here for the resolution letter, Peoria Unified School District Number 11 resolution regarding equal education opportunities and guidance from the United States Department of Education Office for Civil Rights. Whereas discrimination on the basis of race, color, or national origin is illegal and morally reprehensible. Whereas Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Equal Protection Clause of the United States Constitution, and other relevant authorities prohibit discrimination on the basis of race, color, or national origin. Whereas Title VI specifically states that no person in the United States shall, on the ground of, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subject to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. 42 U.S.C. 200D et 34
Et
sec. Thank you. 34 CFR 100 et sec. Whereas all students are entitled to a school environment free from discrimination, whereas race-based decision-making, no matter the form, remains impermissible. Whereas on February 14th, 2025, the Acting Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Department of Education, the Department Office for Civil Rights, issued a Dear Colleague letter clarifying and reaffirming the non-discrimination obligations of schools and other entities that receive federal financial assistance from the department, the letter. Whereas the district intends to fully comply with and abide by the law as outlined in the letter. Be it resolved that the Peoria Unified School Governing Board has determined that it will take all reasonable measures to, 1, ensure that its policies and actions comply with existing civil rights law, 2, prohibit any effort to circumvent prohibitions on the use of race by relying on proxies or other indirect means to accomplish such ends, and 3, prohibit use by the district of third-party contractors, clearinghouses, or aggregators in an effort to circumvent prohibited uses of race. Be it further resolved that the district shall abide by all applicable state and federal laws, rules, regulations, executive orders, and department guidance with respect to the provision of equal educational opportunities and shall not discriminate against any person based on that person's race, color, religion, disability, pregnancy and parenting, sex, national origin, veteran status, and genetic code. Thank you.
Well read.
Can I just wanted to ask a question just so that it's clarified for the public. Can you please explain what genetic code is referencing?
Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit, members of the board, genetic code is derived from a federal law shorthand called GINA, G-I-N-A, and it forbids employers from, in districts, from coding a person based upon some sort of gene factor. The one I think we can relate to as parents most clearly is such things as the Tay-Sachs disease, and which is in the genetic coding and inherited. It comes out of a case that went all the way to the Supreme Court in 1998, and it was against an employer that discriminated based upon the genetic coding of certain applicants in order to avoid hiring them and paying for insurance. But it is still applicable as a discrimination clause.
Thank you.
All right, any more questions or comments? So I'm just going to motion to adopt the legal requirements of and compliance with recent executive orders and the Dear Colleague letter from the U.S. Department of Education.
I'll second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. Board members, you may cast your vote. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Susan Siegel. Thank you, board members. Moving on to 15.5, second read of Policy A, District Vision, Mission, and Values Statement. We do have public comment tied to this line item, so I'm going to go ahead and start with that first. You will have 3 minutes. First public comment comes from Nikki and Chaff.
Thank you. Good evening, board, cabinet, and guests. Again, my comment is just to say briefly that I appreciate that you're taking on all of the things that you need to take on in light of the recent executive orders, and I think this mission statement rewrite is really good, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Charmel Bolster.
Good evening again. At the last meeting, last month, I voiced a concern about the draft that President Rooks submitted. My major concern was under the values section where the integrity sentence was completely left out. That was the statement that says our board members will have consistent and uncompromising adherence to strong moral and ethical principles and specifies that they will be illustrated through their words and behavior. I have a hard time understanding why any board member would not want that in this statement. I would like to think that it would be important to a district to know that the board believes in strong moral and ethical principles included in a values section of this document. I find that the ethics policy for the district, which states that the board members are to represent everyone in the district and not just an interest group or special geographics. As teachers, we are held to a code of ethical behavior. Since this board is responsible for the well-being of this district, it seems to me that a code of moral behavior would be important to include in this document. I researched first of all, let me say that I know, President Rooks, you mentioned at one point why you did not include this or why you did not want it, and the reason was because it was already in policy. I did look up the policy and I did find it, and the first thing that it states in here under the ethics, it says that the Peoria Unified School District Governing Board, I will strive to represent everyone the Peoria District serves, not a particular interest group or geographic area. So I really have a hard time understanding why you wouldn't want anything in a document that's like this. I did research also what a mission and value and vision statement and why it is needed. The mission guides the organization daily, while the vision highlights the organization's long-term path. The values are the principles and beliefs that guide the actions of board members, staff, and volunteers. But with all of that being said, I would actually like to see the first 3 statements, integrity, collaboration, and excellence, included in this statement. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Mia.
Hello again. I would just like to say that I support this policy. It makes sense that there's a new board, and so the new board would reassess the mission, vision, and values. Again, common sense. I think it's admirable that you guys were talking about, I think a few meetings ago, getting feedback from the entire community. However, I, as a parent and an employee at the time, was not consulted on the last mission and vision value statement. The voters voted for you all for this reason. You are the board, and these are the board mission, vision, and values that should be in alignment with the board. So I hope you all will vote on it without delay, the same way the last board did. Thank you.
Thank you. And last public comment comes from Marcy Robb.
Hello again. I'm just wondering, like, what the words inclusion and equity, why that seems to be so politically charged right now. It's been such a big part of education, and I'm pretty sure, I know that there's at least one board member who worked in special education who knows that inclusion is a big deal. We want all of our kids to have that fair and that opportunity to get the education that they deserve. I also know that there's one board member whose child benefits from accommodations because that's been said. And so when I looked up what equity and inclusion is, it says equity, inclusion, and education refer to the practice of providing equal access and learning support for all students. This principle is grounded in the belief that every student has a right to an education, regardless of their background or circumstances. And the letter, the Dear Colleague letter that you wrote, sounded to me exactly of what inclusion is. And so because it's so politically charged, I just want to be careful that as we write these mission and vision statements, it is supposed to be representative of the community. And I have been involved in making mission and vision statements before. And it is something that we try to include a little bit of everybody from the community because we are representing the community. And so I would just ask you to please watch the verbiage that we're using and not use, not get rid of terms that are educational terms that are of value, because we want equity. We don't want equality as much as we want equity, because all kids do not come to the table with the same background and the same tools. And so we have IEPs and 504s, and we have speech therapists, and we have lots of tools that we use to help those students who are needing those things in order to be successful. And that's what equity is. Equality would be getting rid of all of those tools and making everybody have exactly the same things in their educational process. So I'm just asking that you look at that, because again, our motto is every student, every day. And so that means everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last public comment. So I know that I worked on this, and I did take out equity. I mean, we have all these executive orders coming down the line, and our president is very clear at the federal level. But what I did add in there is the word opportunity, that all students will have an opportunity to strive to their highest potential, and that we will encourage all students on their journey towards their future. And so that is including all the students there. It says all students will be given that opportunity. And the partnership is, through shared leadership and partnership in our community. We will work as a team to develop and sustain the mission of student success, keeping at the forefront of the following: the Arizona Parental Bill of Rights. Respect of personal differences creates a culture of dignity, compassion, and understanding. And we do have excellence in there as well. That was not removed. Our actions are driven by a clarity of purpose, a focus on results, and an unwavering commitment to leading with excellence. It also states up here that we have maintaining, under our mission is achieved by, it says maintaining and advocating support for each school site and their staff on the needs for improving student success. We also have the language that's still in there, providing experience-based, innovative, individualized learning that meets the needs of every student. So that language is still in there. The mission of the Peoria Unified School District is to provide each student with an excellent education that empowers students to think critically and prepare students for a successful future. Those are the things that I think are important. And looking at, again, we have executive orders coming down every week from the federal government, and we don't want to lose federal funding. I don't want to lose federal funding. So the equity thing, that I'm trying to look at what's coming down. So I just wanted to clarify as I walked through that changes made. So board members, if you have questions or comments, Mrs. Proudfit.
So, Mr. Toby always brings up that we have very different skill sets, and it's a great balance board because we have different skill sets. And I would say that probably the mission statements falls in my wheelhouse. I think it's great and that we're having so much public input about this, because it really speaks to the process of developing a mission and value statement. I applaud you for bringing this forward. This was something that needed to be addressed, and what the public's addressed too is you have changes. This is a great thing to relook at. One thing I don't want to lose sight of, though, is that in a lot of the power of a mission and values statement is actually in the creation of it, because this is a statement that's meant to unify, to inspire, to drive. I mean, we can do marketing off of the mission and values statement. We want this visual. We want everyone in our community to be unified under this statement, to know what our common goal is. And so I would love to see us pump the brakes a little bit on this. I think we do need more input from the community, and not for the sake of like, this is right or this is wrong, but for the sake of, in order for this mission statement to be effective, we need buy-in across the board. Otherwise, it's just words on paper. And so I think this is a great jumping off place. And I would love to see us give a directive to the district with a timeline and with, beginning, middle, and end. So it just doesn't go on, forever, but to continue to develop this with an end timeline to be able to bring forward, but to be able to get much needed input so that we can have the result that we want from this mission statement. And I think our admin particularly and our principals need to have a seat at this table.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any comments or questions?
I do. First, I can appreciate, I won't say who, it'll be obvious when I say this. I did work in special ed, and I won't go down that rabbit hole. I appreciate it because there are a lot of definitions that I thought I knew the definition to, but they now have been redefined, so what do you say to that? But I have equality versus equity, and what's the difference? Equity means fairness or justice in the way people are treated. I told my students, I tell my kids, I probably tell adults, good to you is different than good to me. Equity could be it is in the eye of the beholder. And so with that said, and I just messed it up. The difference is with equality, meaning having the same rights and opportunities. So we're definitely not taking away, we're actually defining clearer what our students deserve, and that is excellence. Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any comments or questions?
I agree with Mrs. Proudfit. We do have great skill sets up here, and I appreciate your voice on this. I do think that, I also think this is a great jumping off point. And we are doing this to comply with the changes that we're seeing on the federal level. So I do see this as a great jumping off point. I believe it was recommended that we do community input, not just a committee that, we pick people and serve on a committee, but actual public input, online, QR code link, something of that nature. And I'd like to see this tied into our new pending strategic plan as possibly our landing strip there. So if I feel that this has all the right ingredients as far as complying with the regulations and is a good jumping off point, as you said. But I will say one thing that came to mind when you were speaking, Mrs. Bowles, was wasn't too long ago we had Microsoft Teams up here as a proposed technology component free of charge. It was in the name of equity as far as how many students we were allowed to assign to each classes based on race, based on the percentage of that race in our community, which one is discriminatory, but it was one vote away from passing, and that was done in the name of equity. And so I think that definitions have changed over time, and we need to be very, very cautious and very clear about how we proceed moving forward. So language does matter. And I will just say that I like this. It's a great jumping off point, and I would like some more input.
Mrs. Ewing, any comments or questions?
I do, a couple items. So I just want to refer the board back to like our school board policies process. It's BG, and it says that that policy adoption is one of the board's chief responsibilities. Suggestions regarding the content of policies may originate, of course, with any member of the board, the superintendent, staff, parent, student, consultant, a civic group, or a resident of the district. A careful and orderly process should be used in examining such proposals.
The policy proposals should be referred to the administration for detailed study to recommendations or prior to recommendations being provided to the board. And then the board may take action in accordance with policy BGB after hearing the superintendent's recommendations. Obviously, it says that it doesn't obviously, but it does say that the policies of the board are framed and intended to be interpreted within the context of applicable laws and regulations. And if you look at BGB, the policy adoption is the first meeting, the proposal is presented for review, and second meeting, the proposal shall be presented for discussion and action. So that this particular mission, vision, and values policy hasn't been brought to the superintendent and the full administration for a detailed study. So I would like to see that done, but I think it's really important that we include what public commenters have said, and also the suggestions by Mrs. Rooks and the rest of the board to be inclusive of all of those recommendations. As far as equity, I just wanted to point out that, two items. Mrs. Rooks, President Rooks, I appreciate that you're paying close attention to the executive orders and legal and what we need to do with regards to that. I did just want to point out to you in our policies that whenever something happens, we can always call for an emergency policy adoption if that's necessary. They did that, I guess the last time they took that up was during COVID, so that is a possibility. So you don't have to go through these long steps, especially if the implementation of certain orders is a very quick turnaround and it might not be able to do it in a meeting. But and over the course of a month. But the other thing that I'd like to point out is that on the ADE website, they actually have, still on their website, they actually give a definition of educational equity. And it states that educational equity means all students have the right to quality instruction and all teachers have the right to quality training. So I think that just in addition, I think it would be great to whether it's changing that language a little bit, but it's to include that, since a lot of what will be held accountable to is the state ADE. So I just wanted to point out that that is still on there. I just checked it as of today. So that's their definition. So it'd be great to have a reference to that. That being said, that I would like to motion to table this item until we can get input from staff, students, parents, and stakeholders, and the superintendent, of course, all board member input too, and then ensure that that there's alignment with the strategic plan. That's my motion. Thank you.
She was asking to motion to table this agenda item.
So I guess I'm going to have an alternative motion?
She has to have a second. If not, then it is, Robert's Rules of Order is dead on the floor. So then you can make.
Okay.
So there's no second motion. So that one is dead on the floor. This is sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought you were going to say both,
Go ahead.
so sorry.
No, you're fine.
I motion hold on, sorry. I'd like to make a motion on the floor to vote and approve this second read, new policy licensure requirements for social, wrong one. Second read of policy, a district vision and mission and valued statements.
I will second. So we have a motion to approve by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by myself. Board members, you may cast your vote. Motion passes with 3 yeas and 2 nays. Thank you, board members. Moving on to 15.6, Second read of new policy, licensure requirements for school social workers and mental health counselors. We do have a lot of public comment tied to this line item, and I know that this has been an ongoing process for this. So I am going to allow, since there is a lot of them, I'm going to allow for 5 minutes for your public comment, because we want to hear the public comment and the concerns. So you will have 5 minutes for your public comment. First public comment comes from Lonnie Scales.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Superintendent Summers. Working in schools, I've witnessed the amazing service that social workers provide to their campuses. Parents must sign a consent form to have their students speak to social workers. In 5 years, I can count on my hands how many parents have declined, yet hundreds have accepted the service. If you're about parent choice, then why are you trying to discredit social workers in their profession? I'm not sure if it's rumor or not, but I heard that people have come tonight at the request of a board member to discredit the social work program. That is not parent choice, that's a personal agenda. And it's the social worker, and it's an agenda that not only hurts the students who have the ability to work with social workers, but you're hurting real human beings that are doing their job, and most are doing it well. I'm not arguing that there may have been a few issues, which I'm unaware of, but in every profession, you're gonna have outliers. But we know that bad social work is the exception and not the rule. Our social workers are professionals who have a heart for helping and put themselves through their education programs so they can be a part of the success of future adults. I could go over the many things that you've already been told in multiple board meetings and sessions about the wonderful things that our social workers have done, but I won't today because you already know, you've been told so many times. What I would like from some of you is to be honest about your intentions and honest about what you really stand for. If you stand for parent choice, I expect you to stop the nonsense of trying to discredit social workers and give me the choice to choose if I want my child to see a social worker based on the licensing we have in place. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Alyssa Witten? Witten, is that right? Okay.
Good evening. I am a current school social worker in PUSD, a licensed master social worker who also works as a therapist during non-school hours in a private practice as well as a PUSD parent. My journey with PUSD began during my internship year in the 22-23 school year. I have a clear understanding of the distinct role I hold as a school social worker and as a therapist in both settings, and ensure that I maintain appropriate boundaries in each setting. While both positions involve supporting individuals' well-being, the scope of practice for each is different. Understanding the difference in these roles is essential, particularly in recognizing why licensure is not a requirement for school social workers. Our role does not involve the same clinical scope of practice that necessitates licensure, as we operate within the framework of educational support rather than clinical therapy. My hope is that this explanation provides greater clarity on those roles and the values that each bring to the individuals we serve. So a licensed therapist holds an advanced degree in psychology, social work, or a related field and must be licensed to provide counseling. They work in private practice, clinics, hospitals, and community organizations offering counseling to individuals, couples, and families to support emotional and mental well-being. They complete biopsychosocial assessments, diagnose mental health conditions, collect payment for services, and develop treatment plans. Some of the types of interventions that they provide would be EMDR, DBT, and ERT. They follow privacy laws, but may share information when safety is a concern. A school social worker holds a Master's of Social Work degree and school-specific training and certification from ADE. School social workers provide support to K through 12 students. They are a liaison between school, home, and the community, and the focus is on providing resources and short-term support that assist the student in being emotionally and behaviorally able to engage in the academic setting. Our work involves helping students manage emotions, relationships, and school-related concerns while collaborating closely with parents, teachers, and administrators. If students' needs go beyond the scope of a school social worker, communication with parents occur and referrals to community-based mental or behavioral health agencies are provided. Before providing ongoing services, we always obtain consent for each student we work with, ensuring transparency and collaboration with parents and guardians is a top priority. Licensure is not required in most districts and under the school safety grant. When required, it typically involves working with students with disabilities, participating in evaluations, and earning a higher salary. That is not our role here at PUSD. We are not opposing licensure, but emphasizing that it is not currently within our job scope. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Kimberly McFall.
Good evening. I am here to urge caution that this proposed new policy does not remove invested, quality employees who make a difference. I have been blessed to be a teacher at Centennial High School for 29 years. 5.5 years ago, when a grant brought us our social worker, Holly Travis, I was thrilled to find that we had a new resource to support our counselors who labor under a caseload of 400 to 1. It is such a valuable addition to our Centennial community to have a person who, as you already know, holds a master's in social work and a certificate in school social work, helping kids regulate and get back to learning, because a child in distress affects the entire room of students. Ultimately, that affects achievement. As you already know, our social workers advocate for children and their safety. They help parents gain access to the outside resources they need to assist their children, and they help students reintegrate as per policy after a stay in a behavioral hospital. I have 4 of those students right now on my rosters. I have those students in my mind as I stand here in front of you. As a teacher, I saw the benefit of our social worker, but this all came into a much starker focus for me when I wasn't the teacher benefiting from her support, but the parent. And this is where the vulnerability begins. You all know parenting is the hardest gig out there. And when my own daughter descended into major crisis, the kind that had us taking her to the hospital, that left my husband and I reeling, that rendered her unable to learn and barely function, her 8th grade social worker, Ms. Lopez, and then Ms. Travis held our hands and the hand of our daughter through what our family calls the dark time. Even with my experience as an educator and the fact that we were veteran parents, we still didn't have the knowledge that Ms. Travis brought to the situation, teaching our daughter coping skills that she draws on every day in her daily interactions. Hopefully, none of you have had a time when all of your best efforts with your child weren't enough. My husband and I couldn't do it alone, and the village that helped us through was led by Peoria school social workers. On behalf of all parents who have received this kind of assistance for our children, we will be eternally grateful. My daughter wrote a letter to you, the board members, and I don't know if I'm allowed to give it to you, but I'll hand it off. And I didn't even fix any of the capitalization errors, even though it killed me. But she would like you to have that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Wendy. Tabitha? It just says one word, Wendy. Okay. There's two Wendy's in here. Okay.
Hello, I'm Wendy. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I would like to speak about the relevance of licensure. Licensure provides documentation that an individual has completed the required education, training, and competency exams necessary to function within their role. Licensure provides standards of ethical guidelines for practice and provides ongoing professional benchmarks. The Board of Behavioral Health Examiners oversees social worker licensing in the state of Arizona, and they state the following. The Arizona licensure law restricts the practice of psychotherapy to behavioral health professionals licensed at the highest level. From the Board of Behavioral Health Examiners website, they link to the National Association of Social Workers. Under the association section of that website, it reads, the National Association of Social Workers provides practice standards and guidelines. The standards for social work services states the following under Standard 2. School social workers shall be licensed by state boards of social work and certified through state departments of education when available. I appreciate the social workers have value in the school setting, but do have concerns about schools providing mental health care or behavioral therapy for students without licensure and oversight. And I do have a few questions. I would appreciate answers from anyone who can give them. Since social workers have been in PUSD schools, have we seen improvements in attendance? How about the test scores? How about enrollment? When a student visits social workers, are parents notified and given the opportunity to be involved? What is that process? Who determines if a student is having a mental health emergency, and what are the next steps? When students visit a social worker, how long do they stay, and what is the plan for ensuring they receive the missed instruction? The school's primary responsibility remains academics. What happens during these sessions, and what type of documentation exists? And then who has access to that information and documentation? Does it follow a student from one year to the next? Do teachers see it? Does it get passed along with other, student information? Does it end up at a job fair? The military have access? Does to future employers? What happens to the information, and how do we ensure privacy? I also wanted to know about billing. Do families get billed? What if you're a family who doesn't qualify for Medicaid? Then do you receive a bill? I'm not clear on that. In closing, I just wanted to share a personal story. When I was a young child, I witnessed the horrifying, traumatic death of my older brother. I watched my mother run to him and desperately try to save his life, covered in his blood. My family lived in a different country where no one spoke the language and there were no emergency resources. My father was away on international travel, and we had no support around us. As a family, we went on to live in constant state of anxiety, depression, and fear about what tragic crisis could come next. Within a few years, my parents separated and divorced, and by the age of 12, I found myself in a position of needing to manage my household and raise my younger siblings because my custodial parent was away from home for 12 or more hours on most days. I understand trauma. In those years, I needed structure, boundaries, and an education to prepare me for my future. I needed engaged teachers and school teams to help me learn the skills necessary to find my way to success. I needed people to set high expectations and help me achieve big goals, despite the challenges I dealt with. I went on to graduate from high school, attend college, get married, and have a family. Today, I've been married for 25 years. I raised up my family on my own, built a 30-year career as a licensed professional. To any struggling student out there, I want you to know that trauma does not define you. You are built with resilience.
Apologize, the time is up. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Next public comment comes from Wendy Van Wee. Okay, let's make sure I have her card here. Yes,
Hi, guys.
Tabitha Watt. Sorry,
President
go ahead.
Brooks, you guys ready for me?
Yes, now you can go.
All right. President Brooks, members of the board, and parents of the community in attendance today. I'm a mother and involved parent who withdrew my children from the district we entrusted due to harm caused by an employee who had access to my children under the social worker intern program. I told myself I wasn't going to cry. I'm so sorry.
Can you please pause the clock real quick?
I'm going to try. I'm going to try. Except for, I just accidentally, oh, here it goes. For background purposes, our home has a strong foundation. I have a thriving marriage. My kids have very involved parents. We always have the best times, even in the hard times. We're a very tight-knit family. I didn't expect this to be so hard. My oldest child is a wildflower. She's sensitive, intuitive, and compassionate. She's strong-willed, determined, and undoubtedly the most skilled debater I've ever met. She questions everything and everyone, not from a standpoint rooted in skepticism, but the need to understand everyone. She's been subject to long-standing bullying at school. We advocated for her, and she did a great job advocating for herself. But words do find their way into your heart sometimes. The administration at that time was involved through the years, and as parents, we decided to pursue therapy to help heal and navigate the bullying, as well as seek medical assistance for her learning difficulties that reared up during puberty. Our bond was strong. She told us everything from the exciting to the not so fun stuff, but very suddenly she became reclusive and distant. Her grades dramatically dropped. I rallied her teachers and asked what shifts they'd seen in her. I pulled together her existing provider team. They were also very confused. I was able to break through the wall, and at that time she confided in me that she had been approached by and had been talking to someone at the school. The person was employed under the social work intern program that we allowed into our district. It should be noted that she did not seek out these resources. This person approached her at recess, at lunch, and in the halls. My child, along with other minor children just within her friends group, were missing academic time to talk to an unlicensed social worker. It had been made into a fun time, and during these visits, this employee chose to counsel these children with no credentials, without parental knowledge, much less our consent. In fact, she withheld information that would fall under mandatory reporting standards. When I brought this to the attention of the administration, I was gaslit and told that there was just no way, but they investigated and found out I was indeed telling the truth. The next call was from the social worker tasked with the oversight of this employee, and neither she nor the school administration were aware this staff member was meeting with children during academic time. The source of doubt planted by the rhetoric of the staffer festered within my child's heart as she isolated more. Her relationships with me, her father, and her brother all suffered. We were desperately fighting to find the causation of the shift, but we didn't know that damage was happening at school, and she continued to spiral. I want to remind the room, my child already had a care team. Before the intern, she was doing incredible. The parts of her she fought to restore were lost due to this employee. She didn't trust herself anymore. And this eventually resulted in an attempt on her life, at which time we removed our children from the POSD schools. We are 2 of 1,000. The same program I attended meetings to advocate against resulted in exactly what I feared the most, the hurting of a vulnerable child, and it was mine. Our journey's not over. I'm proud to say she's battling I'm proud to say she's still battling to undo the ideology introduced to her by this unlicensed person, but we move forward together as a family. In board meetings, we were promised all happenings would be thoroughly documented, but when I asked for those notes on my child, they did not exist, allegedly. The lack of oversight is frightening. It's almost irreparably devastated our family. I've incurred medical bills that far exceed what I bring home in a year and counting. As a parent, I'll take being buried under those expenses over burying my child any day. The fact is, our children are not practice patients for interns. The program needs improvement both in supervision and organization. PUSD has existing resources that we have used that are wonderful. They are helpful, vetted, well-connected, and properly licensed. They're also in compliance with parent involvement and proper documentation as well as communication. What we're seeking is a higher quality of resource to protect our students, and legally, I'm assuming that the attorney in this room would definitely advise the fact that the district should want to protect itself from the liability of what could happen when unlicensed people practice on minor children without parent knowledge or consent. I almost became a bereaved mother because of this program, and in closing, I will just ask you guys to continue to fight and do what's right for our children. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Laura Tepson.
Hello all, I will not touch upon licensure. I'm just going to speak about some of the comments that I heard before and continue about, yes, there was once a generalization that social workers indoctrinate that was probably done out of rage because of a situation with a couple who probably have been involved in some inappropriate materials, but Social Services Department plays a vital role in connecting home, school, and the community, providing essential services that promote and support students' academic and social success. Their mission is to help students in partnership with families and achieve optimal educational success. Previously, I mentioned how federal funding and grants have increasingly focused on supporting social workers, which has led to fewer resources for behavior interventionists. While I fully support the work of social workers, of course, I do not support the introduction of inappropriate materials, content that may be outside the boundaries of the curriculum or age-appropriate materials. I'm not sure that Peoria has experienced such maybe once or twice. So again, we should have zero tolerance policy when it comes to straying from job descriptions or ethical conduct. It is crucial that all professionals in the education environment maintain a focus on their responsibilities and adhere to ethical guidelines. Now, as a result of less and less of behavior interventionists, social workers are often expected to take on the role of behavior interventionists in classrooms. That's a fact, all across school districts. Looking at the school safety grant, how it all started, you can see that many of the positions funded, such as master social workers, licensed associate counselors, and school counselors, are centered on social work and counseling credentials. However, the true first responders in addressing behaviors in classrooms are often behavior interventionists who work directly with students, redirecting or communicating with the child, parents, and teachers following behavior incidents. There is a lot more to discuss, but the time to dive deeper is always limited. I thought I had 3 minutes, I have 5. But anyways, I propose detailed presentation to clarify exactly what happens when behavior issues arise and how they are addressed. I believe that has created this, no one I think is placing the social workers, throwing them under the bus, so to speak, or people have something against them. There are some issues where some may have been coming with inappropriate materials or talking about licensure if somebody is offering more than just redirection. So it is important to clarify, but I would also, as I stated, propose a detailed presentation about to clarify exactly their role in the schools, especially since during the last 4 years, the social workers has become a trigger point here. Again, 2 trigger words, as we had Title IX and others that were left unresolved. When I hear social worker, it's like social workers again. One side says they are bad, the other side says they are not, but they are all providing services. They took upon this task. There are no behavior interventionists. Maybe we should look, hopefully now there will be more to hear about the redirection, about behaviors interventionists again. I'm going to switch from social workers to behavior interventionists. There was a question once, why we have so many social workers? Well, we have so many social workers because the behavior interventionists are extinct. There are times when social workers, counselors, or behavior interventionists lead group support sessions or workshops, such as those conducted with firefighters and McGrath the crime dog, as part of an approved curriculum or anti-bullying initiative. A child may go home and tell their parents that another teacher facilitated a session about kindness and respect as part of a character education program. While this is a preventive measure, parents might perceive it as individual or group counseling, which is not. It's important to clarify that these sessions are assemblies or school-wide programs focused on prevention. Now, prevention services or individual or group counseling, such as anger management or similar issues, they do require parent permission, and it's a different process altogether. I hope just a little bit of this clarifies the distinctions and the essential role of all of those, behavior interventionists alongside other school services. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Becky Smith.
Hello. Since I've been attending board meetings around pre-COVID, I've heard a couple of concerning stories regarding social workers. I do not think all social workers are bad. I don't think anybody in the room does. I don't think anybody on the board does. It just comes down to having regulations and safeguards there for our kids so that they aren't being practiced on. I was going to refer to Tabitha's story. This is not the first time she's told it. She's a real person, a real mother. She was not paid to be here. I've heard her story before. There was also a mom here in January of 2024 from Centennial High School, actually referencing the same social worker that was referenced today, who had to remove her son because that social worker kept pulling her kid out of class, kept talking to her when he was receiving services. You can see the video, it's on YouTube. He was already receiving services elsewhere, and he just wanted to go to school and learn and be a kid, and his school day was interrupted all the time. So I don't know that social worker. She may be wonderful. Maybe this mother had a bad experience. I don't know. All we can do is speak about people's actual stories here and make sure they don't become regular. We can't have kids getting mental health issues from what happens at school, and they do need an education. We've heard of a social worker in this district that was warned not to take a student in her personal car and did it anyway. Like, that's crazy to me. If you received a warning and you did it anyway, you should never take a student as a teacher, as an employee of a school, in your personal car. I don't know how many other stories there may be that we haven't heard of, because it's a lot to come here and talk in front of people as a parent, as a concerned member of the community. It's not easy to come talk about this at the podium. I know this is not our district, but it just goes to show another story out of Colorado. A social worker was involved in intentionally keeping parents in the dark and helping a 17-year-old girl declare herself as homeless in order to move in with her teacher that she was having an inappropriate relationship with. That is a true story. You can look it up. They did pull public records on that and found that it was intentionally kept from the parents through public record requests. So these stories happen, and I hope they're not the majority of the stories. I don't think that they are, but they shouldn't be happening is the point. We all know that kids are dealing with things, especially post-COVID. I've had friends, I've had my own kids deal with issues from the isolation and everything that we went through with COVID. So there is a need for mental health, but we have to make sure we're doing it responsibly, and that these people are licensed and we're not practicing on our kids, and that there's clear guidelines as to what they can and cannot do and discuss, and consequences for those that do not follow those boundaries. And there's we had someone talk today who came about an organization that we can refer to. There are organizations we can refer to. I know several of the parents here did that, and they were enjoying the services they were getting from the outsourced program that they were using. So I just ultimately don't want stories like Tabitha's becoming more prevalent. It's not good for anybody.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Michelle Stewart.
Good evening. I'll wait for the clock. I was not expecting to have 5 minutes, and that's probably longer than what I should be up here, but we'll see what happens. I didn't prepare anything. I didn't write anything down because I wanted to just speak genuinely. I want to acknowledge, first off, obviously, the story we heard, heartbreaking. Nobody wants to hear that something like that happened. In all, and I'm going to say all professions, there are people that shouldn't be in that profession. In all professions, you can find a story of somebody who didn't do what they were supposed to, who broke a law, who didn't act ethically. There's governing board presidents who have been taken down because of sexual harassment to administrators. There's teachers who have done things. There's coaches. Yes, it's horrific. That's not about our department. Now, that being said, on licensure, I don't know the majority of our department what will happen with the licensure, but here's the thing. The bullying that goes on from certain board members about social workers, of putting us into every single time there's a chance to put us in front, the personal vendetta that's used against us based on their own experience years ago that they're angry about, just like this mother's angry about a social work intern and wants to take it to a higher level. Just because somebody was wronged, you don't come after an entire profession. It would have been simple with the licensure. Somebody could have just asked our department, hey, what would it take for you guys to be licensed? What's your opinion about it? Nobody even asked if we were for or against it. Before, it was asked in a study session, but it wasn't asked before. It was brought before the board with public comment, with people that, yes, we have been told are getting things, whether it's money or just favors in exchange for being trolls on social media or coming into boardrooms and talking. All that happened prior to us being asked anything about licensure. For all you know, we would have been fine with it. But it was another chance to put us out there. We talk about see something, say something in our district. We talk about anti-bullying, but yet we have an entire department that continuously is bullied, is made to look like we're incompetent, is drugged through things. I've been a school social worker for 27 years. 27 years. I have no interest in doing private therapy. I don't have the attention span to sit for an hour and do mental health sessions. If I wanted to do that, I would have gone outside of the schools. I came to the schools because, you know what? It is our role. We get to remove barriers, not for students only, but we get to remove barriers for teachers so that they can teach. We get to go, oh, what's going on in your classroom that we can help with? Do you have a bunch of kids that need some social skills? Do you have some kids that we can work on some focusing? Do we need to do some executive functioning skills? Like, what is happening? What can we help to get the kids back in the class? So you know what? If you want to know, do we affect test scores? Do we affect attendance? We do, because you know what? The fewer minutes you see us talking to kids, that's us being successful. My goal each year is to see if I have a kid right now that's in the nurse's office, calling home, missing school, in the office, ditching classes, hiding in bathrooms for multiple minutes, hours throughout a day, and then I can start by working on some social skills, giving them a break for maybe 30 minutes at a time, and then 15, and then 10. And then it can come to, I can just maybe in the morning say, hey, what's up? Have a good day. And they're not missing that academic time. That's awesome. Why would I, as a parent, as a school, why would I pull kids and try to do damage. That's not what the profession is. We're tired of being bullied. I'm sorry that a social worker somewhere in the history did something, but it wasn't us. We didn't do it. Stop taking it out on us, please. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Nikki and Chaff.
Good evening, board, cabinet, and guests. This agenda item is about putting together a policy that follows state laws. And we've had several study sessions and board meetings where directly in our grants that are being submitted, there's an indication that our social workers are engaging in psychotherapy that they're not licensed to. So this policy, in my opinion, from what I understand, is simply to ensure that we are following laws, and it does actually specify that written parental or guardian consent is required before a student may receive individual or group support services from a school mental professional. And we all just heard a story here tonight about how that doesn't happen. So it's very important to have this as a policy, in my opinion. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Charmel Bolster.
A lot has been said here tonight, and a lot has been shared. A lot is at issue here. And after listening to all of it, and I know this has been going on for several months, I really don't think licensure is the real issue. I know it's what you're supposed to be voting on, but I don't think that's the real problem. I said this last month, and I'm going to repeat it again. I think the real issue is that you don't have a district plan for mental health services. And I said it last month, and I'm going to say it again. I think if you did, I think it would eliminate a lot of the problems, and you wouldn't have to listen to some of the stories that you've had. No one has ever said to me, or have I heard, that you've done a needs assessment and saying, what are the needs of this district in mental health? That should be your driving force. You don't really know. You went by a grant or a contract or whatever, and they said they would do this and this and this, and we will supervise you. And you really had no control over it. You were controlled by that grant or that contract. Seems to me it should be the opposite. You should be in the driver's seat. You should be the one to say who you hire, what kind of social workers or mental health workers. But you can't do that until you know the needs of the district, until you know what the services they're going to render, how many people you're going to need. And you need a clear delineation of what their job is. I remember the slides that were put up here that showed the roles, distinguished the roles of the mental health workers and social workers and so forth. That did help me some. But I did see a long time or a while that these jobs overlapped. That shouldn't happen. You should be able to have, and if you had a plan, it would be included, what each of these people do, the services they're going to render, and who they're going to render them to. You need to be in the driver's seat, not these third-party vendors. That way you could control it. So I'm going to implore you, if you don't have anyone in-house, hire someone to come in, a licensed worker, professional mental health worker, and come in and assess what the needs are in this district. Come up with a plan, present it to you, telling you what you need, how many people you need, what kind of people you need, and what they're going to do. And they need clear, distinctive roles so that we don't have stories of what's happened to this mother. You know exactly what these people are going to be doing, and the oversight. And it needs to be sustainable, and it needs to be accountable. You need to have access to know, is this effective? Are we doing what we're supposed to do? Is this serving the needs of our children? And in closing, I found an article. It's from the azfreenews.com, and it says Peoria Unified School District's behavioral health program doesn't work. This was June 11th, 2024. I'm sorry, my mouth is getting very dry. But anyway, and it goes on, and it distinguishes why they didn't think it was workable or why it wasn't working. And that wasn't the part that really got me. I do think that one of the last things it states in here, and I would like to close with this, it says it's time for PUSD to reevaluate its priorities and ensure that any funded programs are accountable and effective. Most importantly, addressing mental health in students is important. We know that. Yet fundamentally within the authority and responsibility of presence and guardians, not schools. We have to not make our schools responsible for mental health. We can't be mental health providers. And that's going to tell what kind of licensure these people are going to need. But until you get a plan and know what you're working with, I don't see how you can make any decisions.
Thank you for your public comment.
Thank you.
Next public comment is from Mia.
Hello again. I just wanted to speak on this because after listening to the public comments from the last few meetings, I felt like there needed to be more common sense comments made. This policy isn't controversial. It's not unreasonable to want competent, licensed workers for our children. Why would you, as a district, want the liability of having non-licensed social workers? Why would you want to willingly break the law? You have no other option now that this breaking of the law has been brought forward. If they're licensed, then there's actually some accountability by the licensing board in their field. Again, common sense, it's not personal. I would also like to add that I agree with the young lady, I think her name was Charmel. I do believe that the job description should be looked at and readdressed as well. So I just want to say thank you, Mr. Toby, for bringing this policy forward. And I truly hope that you will all bring excellence to our district and put our children first and vote to have licensed social workers working with our students. Thank you.
Next public comment and our final public comment of the evening, Trina Berg.
Good evening again, President Rooks, members of the board, Superintendent Summers, Cabinet. I know I've spoken on this a couple of different times, and people have continuously said that our social workers are not licensed or they don't have the right certifications, but they do for the role that they're playing. During the study session, the question was asked, like, what is the problem we're trying to solve? And the problem that was brought up that we were trying to solve was, Mr. Toby said that we were breaking laws by not having licensed through like a medical board social workers because they're providing psychotherapy. But my question is, if that's the case, then what that means is we have SROs at all of our high schools that are all law enforcement officers, and they all work with their social workers, so they knowingly allowed people to break the law. The police officers we have here that have heard public comment for all these years apparently heard this as well and never brought it up anywhere. I'm assuming you probably brought it to your sergeant, captain, whatever is above you, and again, no one said anything. So I have a hard time thinking that this is actually a legal issue, as more of this is your interpretation of a law, and perhaps your interpretation of the law is not fully correct. I would assume at this point that you, in an executive session, have received feedback from attorneys And I would have assumed that you would have come out and immediately said, based on like legal advice, we have to change this policy. And yet it's been years and it hasn't happened. The Attorney General, Chris Mays, just recently sent a letter to Scottsdale that said that they were fully within the law with the social workers that they had. This sounds like we're trying to say out loud, I support social workers, while putting a policy in place that would basically eliminate the social workers by changing the policy, the licensure requirements, which would decimate the program that we have and all the supports that we have. And then you get to sit back and say, I support social workers, but the law said we had to change the policy. It's like you're trying to hide behind a law that doesn't actually address and doesn't really fall under what we're doing. There's absolutely a need for policy and for job descriptions and procedures and all of those things. Of course there is. Anyone who says that there's not, that would be a ridiculous statement. Have there been people who have messed up? Absolutely. As, you know, any occupation is going to have people that don't follow the law and don't follow the rules. But that doesn't mean that the entire process is bad. So this should have been a non-issue, because if you've been saying this again for a couple of years now through all of your public comments, like you would have thought at some point someone in law enforcement above you, someone else, whatever, all the other districts would have been all having the same conversation and that things would have already changed by now. But that hasn't happened. So this feels like you're trying to hide behind a law, and it's your interpretation of a law. And as a, you know, as a police officer, as a certified law enforcement officer, whatever, like that doesn't actually make you an expert in law. That makes you an expert in your police department's policies and procedures and how to arrest people and all the things. And being an attorney makes you an expert in the law. So I would have guessed by now we would have had some attorney say, yeah, I mean, this has been happening for like 2 years. So at this point, I think we need to put this licensure issue to rest and just accept the fact that interpretation of that law might be incorrect. And if you want to tighten up policies and procedures for what we already have, great, please do that. But don't try and hide behind we have to change and like we're breaking laws, whatever, when I don't think that's the case at all. Thank you.
All right, board members, we're going to go to questions and comments. Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
Are we going to have Mrs. Siegel present? Would that be okay to do that first and then do questions, comments?
Is that okay, Ms. Siegel? Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit, members of the board, I'm here to answer any questions you have. I think any legal questions you can go to ask me, and I can answer it except to the extent when it would need to be confidential, continue to be.
Go ahead, Ms. Proudfit.
I just wanted to explain my no vote for going into executive session, which is because I really think this conversation needs to be had in public. This has been such a swirl, and I would invite everybody here as we continue to discuss this to try to understand, to try to have an open mind, to try to learn something, to try to come together on this, because at the end of the day, we have to move forward. We cannot continue to come to this boardroom and talk about this. We have to actually build a sustainable program, and we have to move forward as a district. I think that is the number one thing that's hurting the district. And when we, gosh, it was April, I want to say, when we had the grant discussion, that was the concern that I brought up, is when we are reliant on grants, that is not a long-term sustainable solution. And it's time to actually build a program, not just for our students, who are always our first concern, but also for our employees, for the social workers who came into that room fighting for a contract that they didn't even have, and having employees that are not under contract because of non-sustainable grant sources. I wanted to give an update to that grant that was the hotly contested grant, to make the point, to drive home the point that I'm trying to make. We had all the assurance that we were going to get that grant, and that grant was actually in our best knowledge, was awarded to no people. So that grant doesn't even exist anymore. As we move forward, I think as a district, we have had many conversations about how to create a sustainable program. To some of the public comments I really appreciated that were made tonight are kind of seeing a lot of what all of us are seeing. And I think there is commonality in that, because I think the social workers have not had the concrete program that they need. The students haven't had that. We haven't really built, and it truly is time to actually build the foundation for a program that will sustain. The grant did bring the social workers in, and again, we've said this, well, I've said this 100 times, I'm going to continue to say it. The district was not breaking the law. That is not, and I don't know if, we may have differing opinions on that. The district was not breaking the law, in my opinion, and this reorganization and where we're going to go moving forward, I want to be very clear, is not a reaction to law breaking. In my mind, it is a building of a program. I'm trying to think what questions I can ask. So if I'm asking questions I can't ask, just say that I can't ask them. One that I would like some clarity on is, can you please explain the difference between psychotherapy and psychoeducation?
Members of the board, Mrs. Proudfit, or Mrs. President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit, members of the board, got that backwards. I have a hard time. I'm not a licensed professional. I've gone through this definition. It's defined in Section 3251. It basically, psychotherapy means a variety of treatment methods developing out of generally accepted theories about human behavior and development. I want to also say that there's also a definition of psychoeducation. I have subsequently come, since I've been working on this, to the realization that there are professionals at the Board of Behavioral Health Examiners who believe that some schools engage in psychoeducation as opposed to psychotherapy. And psychoeducation is the education of a client as part of the treatment process that provides the client with information regarding mental health, emotional disorders, and behavioral health. So that could be why many school districts, have not been found to be in violation, because they believe and have found that the social workers are not engaging in psychotherapy. Clearly, they will, if they are not licensed, violate the law if they engage in psychotherapy and in treating.
Thank you for that. I wanted to ask, sorry, I have like 3 pages of notes here. I wanted to kind of give some clarity, I guess, because, if your main source of information has been social media and or public comment, this is a very complex issue. There's many forms of licensure. In the district, we have a policy that all of our social workers have master's degrees. That is above and beyond what the law requires is bachelor's degrees. And so what we require in our district is master's degrees, so all of our social workers interacting. What we're talking about is moving a licensure. It's not a clinical certification, so not an LCSW, although some of our employees do have that. It is an LMSW, which we've had some conflicting reports about timelines, but we are trying to decide if formalizing that requirement for LMSW, so Licensed Masters of Social Work, if that is something that we can feasibly move into place. That is what this policy is based off of. Okay, I'm going to move on because I'm sure there's a lot of repetition in questions, and I don't want to. Thank you for that. Oh, go ahead.
I have just one extra to try to be more responsive because I clearly can't define psychotherapy. The practice of social work is defined as the professional application of social work theories, principles, methods, and techniques to treat mental, behavioral, and emotional disorders, B, assist individuals, families, groups, and communities to enhance or restore the ability to function physically, socially, emotionally, mentally, and economically. And this is the most important one, C, assess, appraise, diagnose, evaluate, and treat individuals, couples, families, and groups through the use of psychotherapy. That last component, I think, is the closest I have gotten in my research to the definitions of psychotherapy.
Thank you for that. And I did want to, sorry, there are two more things. For the mothers who have been very vulnerable, I just want to say I also had to remove a child from the public school system because of lack of resources at their school to keep my child safe. I feel you, I understand, and yet I want to reiterate the important and crucial and vital work that is the very real reality of mental health needs within our district and building a comprehensive program. Because our job, just like with an IEP, the job is not to give a child treatment beyond whatever. The goal is to make a gen ed curriculum available to them. And that is also the goal of any mental health services, is, to your point, getting them back in the classroom, getting them learning, getting them able to have a successful school experience. So please keep that top of mind as we continue this conversation.
Mrs. Bolt, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Without busting out crying, and I don't even care if I do. Ms. Tabitha, thank you for coming tonight. I honor you, and I don't think I could have done that. So thank you. I have just one question for Ms. Siegel. Will this policy protect our district in lieu of knowing some of our social workers are doing psychotherapy? Will this policy protect us? I probably said that backwards. Will this policy protect us from, let me just say it like I want to say it. It defines the law, and the law says you have to be licensed in order to do therapy, psychotherapy. That can be anxiety. That, I mean, it's a gamut of things. So simply this policy defines we need licensed social workers because of what the law says, correct? Or maybe the statute says.
President Brooks, Mrs. Bowles, members of the board, if social workers or anyone else is engaging in psychotherapy, they need to be licensed. That's one way to answer your question. And if your question is also, does this protect the district? It provides another layer of protection. When you're licensed by the Arizona Board of Behavioral Health Examiners, you have to follow their rules. Their rules say you cannot practice psychotherapy unless you're licensed, and if you're licensed, you have to do it the way they tell you how to do it.
Thank you. That was answered like an attorney should answer it. Thank you for that. Before we move on, we're, just for order, are we doing comments, questions for Ms. Siegel and then moving?
Yes, yep. We're going to go straight down the line.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Clerk Toby, questions or comments?
I'm sorry, you said this is directly to Ms. Siegel first? and then
Yes,
we're-
Ms.
okay.
Siegel. Any questions for Ms. Siegel? Yes.
So, Ms. Siegel, being that psychotherapy and behavioral health is a wide interpretation in the statute, if we have an unlicensed social worker that wants to provide support for one of our students, which is a very noble thing, how easy is it for said unlicensed social worker to cross the boundary into what would require licensure in trying to help that student?
Mrs. President Brooks, Mr. Toby, members of the board, again, I'm not a behavioral health professional, although sometimes people call lawyers that. But I've heard anecdotally stories of persons lapsing into, or professionals as well trained as they are, lapsing into what could be called psychotherapy, back at that definition I gave to you. you know, when you're dealing in the heat of the moment, sometimes that happens. So you have an extra awareness, an extra board oversight on that with the licensure requirement.
And if you can't answer this, please just let me know. But for students that express that they want to harm themselves or that they have suicidal thoughts, would that require somebody to have a license in order to provide support for that student?
In the case of an emergency, Mr. Tobey, in the case of an emergency, I don't believe that that is a situation. You're going to deal with the emergency, the child's safety first, and then bring a team in, either the team at the school or on the site, or bring a specialized team that can deal with the situation.
Okay, but for an ongoing basis, to provide support for that student on an ongoing basis, aside from the emergency intervention?
Mrs. Rooks, Mr. Tobey, members of the board, for an ongoing basis, if it entails psychotherapy, you're going to have someone that's licensed.
Thank you for that. I believe previously that we were given the opinion letter from the Attorney General, Chris Mays. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe the Attorney General said that every inquiry is fact-specific. Is that correct?
President Rooks, Mr. Tobey, members of the board, the underlying the way the opinion process works is it's by statute. A school district has a question, they do not ask it directly to the AG. Their attorney answers it and goes on to refer it to the Attorney General. The Attorney General can either revise it, concur, or just not address it at all if they don't want to. In this case, the underlying opinion was written by my law partners, Jennifer McLennan. It was fact-specific to Scottsdale's program. It wasn't facts-specific across the board, because if you read Ms. McLennan's opinion, it talked about the job descriptions that Scottsdale uses and what sort of interventions they use.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you so much. I believe that's it I have for you, Ms. Siegel. Thank you.
Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions for Mrs. Siegel?
I also would like to clarify why I voted no to go into executive session. It was similar to Mrs. Proudfit. And it was just basically because my initial request to talk to the lawyers was to clarify and substantiate the claim that what our social workers doing was illegal or outside of their scope of practice. I feel like it's a social worker I spoke to said the work that we do is really, really hard, and it's making it even harder with all of this negative talk against them. So I wanted to make sure that we brought back the integrity to the profession and could be able to get that clarity in the meeting. And when so let me ask you this. Based on the information that was being provided at our study session, if I was to ask you a question of, were our social workers practicing outside of the law, would you be able to answer that?
Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, members of the board, no, I couldn't, because I don't quite know. You have over 30, between 30 and 40 social workers, and I have no way of knowing what each one is on a case-by-case basis doing. So my advice is general.
And then I know that another thing we spoke about is that a lot of times when there's clinical supervision happening of whether they're students or somebody completing their master programs, that there is that clinical supervision piece happening, but that the way that the grant was written is the supervision piece was was actually the administrator at the site, so it wasn't, the supervision wasn't happening of somebody in that profession of counseling. So I thought maybe you could talk a little bit about what types of liabilities that might create for the district when you have counselors operating underneath the supervision of somebody not in their profession.
Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, members of the board, that would have to be carved out by statute or by rule or regulation of the Arizona, sorry, I'm losing my voice, of the Arizona Board of Behavioral Health Examiners. If that is allowed, I know it's allowed in some settings, but it hasn't been carved out for school districts. So if that's allowed, it would have to be separately addressed by the statute. And if the statute doesn't say anything, if it's silent, thank you. If the statute doesn't say anything, if it's silent, then that means it's not allowed. So I would think that's a legislative priority.
Because I know that having an individual in there that's licensed kind of removes that need for that additional supervision. Is that?
Yes, Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, if what you're asking is if somebody is licensed in there, then that you wouldn't have to have that supervision there. They're separately licensed.
And we're not addressing the actual language in the policy at this particular
Nope,
point?
just questions, but
Okay.
Ms. Siegel.
I do have two other points before I sit down or lose my voice or both. Remember, when you're considering all this, that you're also going to have to, when you do go ahead and adopt a policy or reject it, if you adopt a policy, you're going to have to decide or approve a effective date when it becomes effective. So in your motion to adopt it, that's what you would have to do. In addition, remember there's other things you're going to have to do, and one of them is modify your job description so that licensure, if you decide to go that route, is required. And you're going to have to make sure that the contracts that you issue after the 15th of March also address that. There are other legal issues, such as the status of the counselors as far as the number of years of service and how you're going to address that as well. But those are ancillary and important issues, but they're ancillary to the policy that you're going to be adopting.
Can you, sorry, can I just?
Yeah.
Is that,
Yep.
I just, can you
Let me explain.
illuminate the point about, yes, about tenure?
Of course, everybody says we don't have tenure, but we do have tenure in Arizona, and that's in the form of continuing and probationary teachers. Even though social workers we know they're social workers, they are defined by statute as certificated teachers, just the way the statutes were written. So an individual that is continuously in the same job for under 3 years can be non-renewed for every year or any year, any of those 3 years, with less due process, in fact, no due process, almost no due process, and the others that are 3 years and over. If they don't fit the job description, and the job description says they have to have a license, then there is an argument that they aren't qualified to, under your job description, or if that, hypothetically, if that was a situation, would not continue. Then the board and the district would have to consider if there's other placements for those that are what we call continuing teachers.
So just to sum that up, if the board moves forward with a policy of licensure and employees over 3 years either were unwilling to comply with licensure or did not qualify for that licensure, the district then would be responsible to,
no,
I can see your face, so correct me.
The district, there is a legal argument that, I'm going to be tarred and feathered here. There's a legal argument the district would not have to continue to employ those individuals. It's my understanding that because they don't fit the job description.
Correct.
It's my understanding that there is an intent or a aspiration that those individuals, if they do not get licensed by the effective date, have another job in the district.
Thank you for clarifying.
And I think that's maybe something Dr. Summers can clarify for you later on.
Later on sounds good.
I have one question for you, Ms. Siegel. So I have here ARS 32-3286, unlawful practice, unlawful use of title, violations, classification, civil penalty, exception. And it says, A, except as prescribed in section 32-3271, a person who is not licensed pursuant to this chapter shall not engage in the practice of behavioral health. I just didn't know if you knew that statute and if that at all correlates with the psychotherapy piece, I guess, that you brought up earlier.
I believe there's an Mrs. Rux, members of the board, I believe there's an exception for persons who do not practice psychotherapy.
Okay. Okay. All right. That was all the question I had for you. So thank you, Ms. Siegel. I did just, does anybody want to give just comments? Because I know everybody probably has a couple of comments to make besides the questions. Ms. Profit, do you have any other further comments, or?
I was going to say, I think I operated outside of the scope that you asked, so.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Bowles, go ahead.
Comments, I could go on and on and on, comments, but I'm not going to.
If you don't want to have any comments, then, okay.
Ask for something, but I'm just going to go for it, and then you can tell me if I did it wrong, okay? That works for me. I would like to make a motion on the floor to vote to adopt this second read policy, licensure requirements for social workers and mental health counselors, unless we have to change narrative or put a date in there. Does that make sense, Dr. Summers?
So there is a motion on the floor, so it just need a second.
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, if I might recommend framing the motion with an effective date.
Okay, okay. Then I'm going to say I would like to make a motion on the floor to vote to approve or adopt this second read new policy, licensure requirements for social workers and mental health counselors, effective date March 15th.
Mrs. Rooks, members of the board, I suggest that the effective date, that the earliest effective date be July 1st.
Because of the contract? And
Because of the contract.
The federal
Yes.
contract?
They're under contract now, and they have contractual rights.
Okay.
So there was no second to that, so that failed.
Well.
If, before you go, if I
Okay,
could just maybe
okay,
read it,
yeah.
because, man, I tabbed this, so I just wanted to quickly read it. And then I don't know if anybody else had comments. Yeah, so that's why I kind of asked about the statute that I read. It states practice of behavioral health. I know there is discussion around psychotherapy and behavioral health, but in one of the, it's the quarterly student support team data collection school safety grant. It states in here that one of the priority concerns to address, it's SEL curriculum utilized to address concerns. It has listed here cognitive behavioral therapy techniques. So I Googled a little bit of behavioral health, trying to really understand it. And psychotherapy also, it involves talking with a therapist about your thoughts, feelings, experiences. It aims to resolve emotional and behavioral issues. It can involve a variety of techniques, including cognitive behavioral therapy. There was also in these grant narratives, I've been reading them for a long time here. There's examples of interpersonal skills. Goal number 2, interpersonal skills. So I looked up that. Interpersonal skills are considered a key component of behavioral health as they directly influence how individuals interact with others and manage their relationships. So it talks about that. Anxiety, I know anxiety, coping strategies, depression was also a lot through the grant narrative. So anxiety is considered a form of behavioral health, as it is classified as a mental health condition that can significantly impact a person's behavior and daily function. Coping strategies was a lot through the grant of activities, one-on-one clinical support to increase coping strategies. Well, it states that coping strategies are considered a form of behavioral health, as they involve actions and behaviors that individuals use to manage stressful situations, effectively falling under the umbrella of psychological and behavioral coping mechanisms. And depression was also mentioned, and depression is considered a form of behavioral health, as behavioral health is an umbrella term that encompasses mental health conditions, including depression, meaning that depression falls under the category of behavioral health issues. So just reading through all of that, and I mean, there's just, I kept seeing that in examples given throughout the grant, and that we have social worker also meeting with students that are using opioids, heroin, prescription medications, cocaine, meth, Xanax. So, and it says all these conditions require intervention on a regular basis as students navigate their day, which is why the social worker position is vital. So for me, if I am going back to ARS 32-3286, this just is very broad with psychotherapy, but it's also, I think, engage in practice of behavioral health, which is listed a lot through the grant narratives that I've read through, the documentation. You've got cognitive behavioral therapy techniques. So for me, it's about procedurally following what is here so that we are making sure that if there is that practice of behavioral health, which it's, I mean, it's very detailed out in the grant narratives, reading through all the different terminologies that can relate to psychotherapy. It's very broad. So in order to tighten that up, and I think to hold accountability, is the policy of a license, so that it's followed in engaging in the practice of behavioral health. So that was just what I wanted to kind of just quickly touch on. I know it's pretty late, but that's just where I wanted to give the comments on. And so I didn't know if anybody else had any further comments.
Can I motion and change the date?
Oh,
because I didn't finish.
There's language that actually needs to be changed.
I am
in
aware
this,
of that. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
So if you motion, we have to actually make the
That's why
changes
Ms.
in
Siegel
that
was
first.
saying.
But I actually, Jeff hasn't commented and neither have I. So I would like to,
Okay,
before we
that's
go
fine.
to a motion, I would like to make sure that.
Just for
at the-
clarity,
At the discretion of President Rooks, I just would like to make sure that all of our board members get an opportunity to provide input. Thank you.
For clarity, Ms. Siegel was standing there, that's why I asked her, should we add to, and Dr. Summers, that's why I asked it that way, so, thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any comments on your policy?
Hello. Okay, now we're on. I'm not going to necessarily go over everything that's already been said, but I do want to say that it is genuine, and I want people to hear me say that we don't want to take away supports from our children. Whether you believe it or not, it's not my problem. You know, my mom is LIMSW, my mother-in-law is a licensed clinical psychologist. This issue is very near and dear to my heart, and I'm decently knowledgeable on this topic. Yes, it has been brought to the board's attention, previous board, previous superintendent. Whether they investigate it or not, that's on them, right? So notifications were made, notifications have since been made again. Whether the district investigates or looks at these on a case-by-case basis, we'll see. We'll see what happens. There is a need. There is a need to support our students, and as one of our commenters said, that there needs to be a review over what that need is and what it looks like, and what is our role as a district in providing that need. So I did want to add a couple of things that a lot of people may not be aware of that hasn't been said already. Back in the original source documents from the Arizona Department of Education, it outlines the program requirements for this program that we bought onto. And one of the requirements is through the National Association of Social Work, which says that school social workers shall be licensed by the State Board of Social Work and certified through the State Department of Education when available. So from the very onset, you know, did we have the right approach at the very beginning? You know, that's a good question. But that's one of the requirements for this program. So from a revised statute standpoint, from a Department of Education standpoint, and also what's best for our students. You know, if God forbid any of my kids were to come and say that they wish to harm themselves or have certain issues, yeah, there's a consent form, but the consent form doesn't share with parents whether they're seeing an unlicensed or licensed provider at school. I think parents have a lot of trust in this district that their kids are getting quality attention from their teachers, from coaches, and social workers as well. And when we don't have that transparency with parents, how many of them consented not knowing that their kid was seeing on a regular basis somebody who was not licensed? You know, I think that this is the whole reason why Scottsdale Unified wrote an opinion request from the Attorney General to find out. Their letter said, you know, given the risks of criminal prosecution, the district, Scottsdale, is seeking the legal opinion on behalf of all the social workers. So they were being very mindful of their steps as well. Now, their job description provided in the letter is different than ours. And Attorney General Chris May says everything is fact-specific, fact-dependent. And so we have to look at, as a governing board now, what is happening in our district and what is the solution. And I had a conversation with several social workers this last week, and some of which I wasn't able to make in person. We had to do it on the phone, but I listened to all of their concerns, and I presented it like this. What is the one solution that not only protects the students, but protects the social workers as well? That's why I asked the question of Ms. Siegel, is if a social worker who cares about our students is trying to provide support for that student, and maybe inadvertently, accidentally, is dabbling into an area that they shouldn't, wouldn't the social worker want that protection as well? So from a protection standpoint, from not only the students and the social worker, but as we heard Ms. Siegel say, the district as well. And so if this is the one solution that solves these issues, that's why we're here. We're here to govern. And I understand it may not feel good to people, but I mean, just point blank, we're not the feel-good board. We're the governing board. And we have to make these governing decisions. And I think that what you see here is that this board is not afraid to prescribe and enforce policies. And that's what this represents, an ethical and legally responsible way to approach student support. We don't know what the future of the U.S. Department of Education is. We don't know what the Arizona Department of Education is going to provide. So we have to only make the decision based on what's in front of us right now. And this is everything you've heard today and in previous study sessions and in previous board meetings and in previous public comments on this issue. We have to deal with this issue in front of us. I did want to share that I know in our study session, it was commented that it would take 90 days to 270 days to have a social worker who's unlicensed sit for the exam. I contacted the director, Toby Zavala, directly and asked about this issue. And the response was that our social workers who don't have a license, if they get their application in, they can sit for the exam within 2 weeks. And they get unofficial results the same day and official results within 2 weeks after that. So the social workers that I talked to this last week, I encouraged them to get their packets together, to submit it to the Arizona Board of Behavioral Health to get the process started. We have plenty of runway to ensure that everybody who is unlicensed, every social worker who is not licensed, has an opportunity to do that before any implementation date. And so I find a lot more comfort in that, knowing that there is a lot more runway than what was previously made mention of. And I think that the relationship that we have as far as with us and the board and, or the professional staff, we will work to find solutions. So whatever the decision is today. Thank you.
Mrs. Ewing, do you have any comments?
I do, thank you. Okay, so
first off, I just want to say that we had the opportunity when the social workers were here during the study session to ask all of these questions of what is psychotherapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, all of that. We had the opportunity to have them give us a full update, similar to what we did with the bus drivers, and just understanding everything that happened to really get an understanding. And that really wasn't done. So for future, when we have concerns about how departments are running, I really want to make sure that we lean in and we be curious and we really take the opportunity to ask questions to the whole mental health services team, because we did not give them, Ms. Rooks, I could certainly, with my background, I could certainly answer all of your questions with regards to when you were referring to cognitive behavioral techniques and therapy and interpersonal skills. Some of those don't require that you be licensed and so forth, but all of that we could have asked all of those questions to the behavioral health support team. Because I could tell you, but I think it would be more important for them to tell you, like, when can they use that? When can they not use that? Who can use it and who cannot use that? But I know that those are not things that we're here today to address. I'm just simply asking, next time around when we have the full team in front of us, let's be curious, let's lean in, let's ask questions, and let's not be so accusatory of them, because we know that every single person in our district is just here on behalf of what's best for kids. So that's what I wanted to say in regards to that. So I want to go ahead and Jeff, feel free, Mr. Toby, feel free to jump in, because I know that there were some language requirements that were recommended to take out of this. So one of the things on the actual, I don't know, it's not up so you guys can't see it, but on the actual policy is to, I was making the recommendation to take out as well as the sentence, as well as industry standards outlined by the National Association of Social Workers, the School Social Worker Association of America, and the American School Counselor Association, and to take that language out because we don't reference professional organizations in any of our other policies, and then also putting in their name, it makes it seem like, actually I spoke to somebody who's part of the National Association of Social Workers. She's like, I don't know that we would necessarily endorse that, or we would want our name without, getting that permission. So I suppose Ms. Siegel could speak to that, but I just wanted to make sure that that was taken out. I know that you, Jeff, you got that feedback about that it's pretty quick turnaround for them to go ahead and get licensure. But I believe when Shannon Threadgill was here, that one of the things that takes the longest amount of time is actually the just getting permission to sit for the exam. That takes a much longer period of time. And then those tests are only scheduled at certain times. I do know that well, I don't know if we could be like a site for actual testing to make it much more simpler for our staff, but those are only scheduled at certain times of the year, so they're not scheduled like all the time, so there is that consideration. So I would almost prefer to give these folks all the way till January to be able to get their full licensure with the hope that it's July, but that it would January, from different folks that I've talked about, just seems to be a better time frame. So Ms. Siegel, if you have anything to offer of what I've suggested on language being taken out of there, let me know.
President Brooks, Mrs. Ewing, members of the board, I would take that first sentence out. I was looking for my version of it, and I know you handed me one. And Dr. Summers has certainly sent it to me several times, but I don't have it with me.
Ms. Siegel, would you like mine?
Yes, please.
President Rooks, if I may, Terry, can we just pull up the policy? Is that possible?
Yes, I was going to clarify that because I did go back to the first read of the policy, and I believe that it's different from the one tonight. So that's, and I don't know if Susan has the correct one. Susan, this is the one that is for tonight. I think that one is the first read.
It doesn't matter because what I would start, the easiest way to say, is just start with the word that the district requires all prospective and current school social workers and mental health counselors to hold on, just start with that, the district requires. You see where that is in there? And the second question about, did you ask me about, were you asking me about effective date?
Yes, I know that you said earliest July 1st. I believe that was the words that you used. It's late. So I think you said the earliest is, as far as making this effective would be July 1st, and I was just making the suggestion for our board of making it January. If you have any comment about that.
Mrs. Rooks, members of the board, the problem is you're going to require these teachers to sign and return a contract within a certain number of days of receipt. That's customary. And if they don't return it, then it's rescinded, the offer is rescinded. That's the first problem. The second problem is how do you change it mid-year? They're already contracted. I guess you could say that they assure in the contract that by January 1, 2026, they will be licensed. But that's kind of hinky in as far as, you know, your midterm. They're already contracted. And I guess that what they're saying, if you said it correctly, like what you're suggesting, then, and they don't have their license by January 1st, and the engagement, the employment is terminated.
So, Dr. Summers, can I ask for your opinion on that, as far as staffing goes and so forth?
July 1st is absolutely the cleanest way to do it, whether it's 2025 or 2026. I think July 1st is the effective date, either or.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to make a motion. Am I ready? Everybody's done. Everybody's eyes out there like this, falling over. I would like to make a motion on the floor to vote to approve or adopt the, they took it down and I don't have it in front of me. Yes, I do. The second read of the new policy licensure requirements for school social workers and mental health counselors, with the change of taking out that first sentence and making the effective date or not effective date July 1st. Is that good? Okay, thank you.
Of what year, please? Sorry, Mrs. Bowles.
2025, thank you.
I will second that motion.
So let's make sure, President Rooks, members of the board, let's make sure that Azure gets that language accurate.
I have motion to approve the second read of new policy licensure requirements for school social workers and mental health counselors with the removal of the first sentence effective July 1st, 2025.
It's just a correction. It's actually, I'm sorry, it's not the, it's up until the first comma. I don't know how you would mark that. It's not actually the whole first sentence.
Starting with the district requires. Yep.
Yeah, is that your,
Do you want,
your intent of the
do you
motion?
want to redefine that motion? Okay. Ms. Bowles, if you can just redefine that motion of, or do we need to vote?
I think we can,
Have it.
I think we can do it.
Okay.
Azure, can you just make sure that that's reflected in the language?
Motion to approve the second read of new policy licensure requirements for school social workers and mental health counselors with the removal of the first sentence starting with the line, "The district requires," effective July 1st, 2025.
Thank you.
Could I have a repeat of who made that motion and
Yes.
if there's been a second?
So Mrs. Bowles made the motion, and I seconded it. Board members, you may cast your votes. Motion passes with 4 yeas and 1 nay. All right. Before we move on, we're just going to recess for 5 minutes for restroom break real quick. So 5-minute timer, please. Thank you. To 15.7, consideration of proposed organizational chart. Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the board. Terry, I believe you'll have the presentation pulled up here. So in light of where we are in the course of this evening, I'm going to do I won't say abbreviated, but I will do my best to keep it brief presentation. So I just want to make sure that you know that there has been a great deal of consideration and opportunity for me to look at different models, accept and receive a lot of feedback from our team, look at where we are as an organization and where we're trying to go to. So what you see here in this overview is really a summary of all of that high level, or I should say deep level work at a high level. So we have a purpose with goals, a leadership framework I want to introduce you to, the historical and current organizational chart considerations, which I'm going to go through very quickly, and really get to the meat of what's proposed. There are two options for your consideration this evening, so I will take you through some of that rationale as well as option A and option B. Speak to you on some of those additional considerations and then answer any questions you have and recommend that you all make a decision on one or the other. So the purpose of an organizational chart is among this list: clarifying roles and responsibilities, supporting cross-functional collaboration, improving efficiencies and accountability, supporting strategic planning and continuous improvement, as well as providing transparency and assisting in lines of decision-making. I think it's really important that we establish goals, not just from an organizational chart perspective, but as we think about how the chart presents itself to the community, the primary responsibility of district leadership, because that's specifically what we're detailing on this chart, is to create the conditions for organizational excellence, which I define as modeling and practicing leadership behaviors and standards of practice and leading with excellence. So there's among the different facets of how we measure and assess the degree of that excellence in our organization, here are a few of those really important dynamics, including, and primarily, most importantly, student learning as measured by academic achievement and growth, how we work as an organization on our culture, communication, leadership, strategy, people, and our processes. So this framework I just want to introduce you to is what's helping shape the work that occurs at the central office level and how that supports and cascades towards support for principal leadership, instructional leadership and framework, leading all the way towards student growth and achievement. And new this year is a performance criteria that establishes 4 specific criterion: effective leadership, quality teaching and learning support, system-wide improvement, and clear and collaborative relationships. And I won't spell out all of the different elements, but this is what we are working very diligently on as a central office leadership staff. So I'm happy to spend more time on this at some future date and help you understand how each of these different elements and the criterion work together to deliver on the responsibility that we all carry. And I also want to make mention of the theory of action. So by developing those best practices in each of those criterion, we're looking at how that ensures excellence in instructional leadership, quality teaching and learning, and again, how all that sets the table for student growth and achievement. So I'm going to, as I mentioned earlier, go very briefly through this slide because I really just wanted to help you understand some of the background and the context. The most historical version of the chart that I was able to locate over the last several years, you'll see in a subsequent slide. But I just wanted to highlight that the structure at that time, in 2011 actually, was a deputy superintendent role and other related roles that I'll just illustrate as we go. But in 2017, essentially, that was reclassified into a cabinet with 6 chief level positions. And then in 2019, there was a reinstatement of the deputy superintendent role. And then in 2020, the deputy superintendent, Dr. Reynolds at the time, was selected as the new superintendent, and that position that he was in went unfilled. In 2021, the deputy superintendent position then was reclassified to a chief student services officer, and there was a merge with chief technology and operations. So that brings us to where we are today, 2024 through present, which is our current structure of 6 chief positions that all report to the superintendent. So again, I'm going to do this very quickly. We can toggle back if we need to, but this was the 2011 chart, the 2019 chart. I'm focusing in right now at the cabinet and most senior executive level of the chart because that's what's going to be reflected in the proposal that's coming your way here in just a moment. This was 2020, 2021, and where we are today, 2024 through present. So among the strengths within our current organizational chart, and I think it bears mention that it's not just how the boxes and the lines work on the paper, it's just how we all work together. But there's clearly a strong commitment to student success. We have seen, as we have reported, incremental improvements in attendance, student behavior, and academic performance. We've expanded our safety and security department. We have high levels of dedication and motivation across all of our leaders, as well as expertise in multiple areas and a growing collaboration between departments to help align on our district goals. Some of the challenges and areas for improvement: inconsistency in cross-department communication and coordination. I refer to that at times as missed interdependence opportunities. We have to look closely at what type of administrative burdens and potential workflow inefficiencies are at work in our organization. We also have to, of course, be extremely deliberate and diligent on how we are ensuring targeted, intensive, and aligned supports for our exceptional learner population. And I would extend that to all of our students, but I think that's a subgroup of our students that we do need to zoom in on from the perspective of what our academic performance data is telling us. We need to continue to build toward improvements in accountability, as well as clear definitions of autonomy, as well as continue to prioritize efficiency and role clarity. So among the rationale and related considerations for the upcoming proposed organizational charts, how do we go about enhancing that cross-department collaboration and interdependence, as well as improving operational and workflow efficiencies? By streamlining a comprehensive set of educational services as well as business support services. So you're going to refer to me at times referring to our operations as what happens through the front of the house, if you will, all of the support that goes into how do we support our teachers, our school leaders, all of the staff that are interacting with all of our students and families on a day-in, day-out basis. And then we have to also acknowledge the incredible job and importance of our support staff, our behind-the-scenes staff that are really part of the backbone of the organization. So we're going to refer to that as business and support services functions and juxtapose that with the educational services work that occurs. I think it's also very important that we develop that through line from the governance team into all facets of our organization. And I know we were spending a lot of time together, and it's really important to me that as we build out that superintendent and governance team model, that there is clarity in not only our vision as it's being articulated and measured in terms of what are the outcomes that are so important for us to achieve. But as we know, going through the process of reviewing and revising our strategic plan and really setting clarity in how we're going to measure that success, we've got to demonstrate a very clearly and aligned set of principles. And by principles, I mean the PLE version of what's going to drive those actions toward those outcomes, and make sure that we are constantly addressing those needs through a continuous cycle of improvement, as well as how do we incorporate feedback from a variety of stakeholder perspectives. So in the process, as I mentioned, that was one of the reasons that I wanted to take the extra couple of weeks from the last meeting to really make sure that I could hone in as much as I could from the perspective of different members of the team. which has also allowed me a little bit of extra time on how we compare, evaluate, and assess different organizational models from a multitude of systems. That includes other local districts that are similar in size, as well as how I have a lot of different ways to network and connect with districts on a national scale, as well as how do we think about how this is set up from outside the educational industry. So you see that last bullet there, so that's a little bit of a sneak peek or a teaser for what you're going to see through the presentation of two options. And I apologize, this is well, actually, I think it looked pretty good overall, so a big nod to our communications and PR team who helped produce what you see in front of you. But if you need to zoom in on any part of these options, you can actually go into the agenda and zoom in on option A or option B. But what I'm going to draw your attention to is the very first line next to the superintendent in option A. Introduces a Deputy Superintendent of Educational Service. And where that position is coming from is a reclassification, and it's in some ways going back to an original model from the Chief Student Success or Services Officer position. So you actually see a few different reporting lines that are going directly to educational service, including our Chief Academic Support Officer, our Exceptional Student Services Executive Director, and 4 different executive directors who we can refer to as secondary education, elementary education, school improvement, all that to say they are supervising and providing day-to-day support across the different schools and principals that are assigned to them respectively. So you actually see principals also, and I don't mean to diminish at all the value or the importance of our principals. In fact, I would articulate that really, and it goes back to that leadership framework I introduced earlier, that to the degree that we are providing instructional support for their instructional leadership, as well as how we make sure that we're demonstrating alignment through the operational aspects of our organization is really what a lot of this is about. I won't spend a ton of time on the director level or executive director roles. My focus right now, and you'll see this articulated in the next option, is really at the chief and most senior level of the organization, partly because that's where I know we're going to have, and we do have, some current openings. So with this model, oops, I went a little quick there, I apologize. I don't know why it did that. Option B then is essentially the same thing I just walked through on the right-hand side of that chart. And what you'll see on the left-hand side of this chart is the reclassification of the CFO role into a Deputy Superintendent of Business and Support Services. So let me talk through that just a little bit so you understand some of the thinking there. We have had our CFO position that has been nobly maintained and led by Michelle Myers, who we know is retiring, and that is a pending opening that we need to make sure that we are as competitive as possible in attracting a deep and talented pool. And with the current opening that we've had, I want to make sure that we continue that effort forward, that we are attracting the very best of Peoria Unified, because we're not going to settle for anything less. The other thing that I think this introduces is what I referred to earlier, is sort of a balance effect of how are we making sure that at the top level of our organization, there is a focus on excellence in both of those different categories. And so what you see is almost a very similar structure in terms of instead of just the respective lanes all reporting directly to the superintendent, you have essentially 2 deputies that are going to be reporting there, as well as our Chief Communications Officer. We are also working with an opening in the Chief Personnel Officer position, led by Mrs. Vesely, and then we have our Chief Technology and Operations Officer in that team also remaining intact. So some of the additional considerations I just wanted to pull forward, and then happy to take any questions that you'll have here. The effective date for this proposed organizational chart to occur would be July 1st of 2025. As I mentioned, there are some district-level admin openings. I want to call your attention also to a current opening in the Director of Special Education. So that has recently been posted, and we'll evaluate, again, a very healthy and competitive pool. If for any reason we need to lengthen the time that these positions are open in order to make sure that we have that pool, this is hiring season, so we're going to have to be very nimble and focused in how we approach each of these openings. We have posted the Chief Personnel Officer role, so we are actively pursuing those candidates. And then that Chief Financial Officer, as I mentioned earlier, I did put 3 stars there besides the initial posting window. So with respect to option B, I'd like for the district to be able to consider reposting that CFO Deputy Superintendent of Business and Support Services pending the board's consideration tonight. Just wanted to lift up that these are all positions that are open and competitive to both internal and external applicants, that we will begin selection processes that will be slated for mid to late March and early April. And with any openings that we will be engaged in those processes with, to the degree that we can bring those recommendations before the board as early as March 27th, that might be cutting it a little close for CPO and CFO or Deputy Superintendent, but definitely by April 10th, and most optimally no later than end of April. So pending the approval of either one or the 2 deputy superintendents, those positions will be posted, if approved, as early as tomorrow. That will give us about a month's worth of runway, as we say, with interviews slated for early to mid-April, and as I mentioned earlier, recommendations for board's consideration at either the April 10th or 27th regular meeting. We will be bringing forward to you at the March 13th regular meeting upcoming administrator hires. So that list of rehire will be part of what you will be considering at the, as I just said, March 13th meeting. And then one more layer to that is also considering a revised administrator salary schedule, which I didn't want to bring too much too soon, too fast forward to you, but we are working on that market comparison so that we are sensitive to how we're publishing these openings and questions and different dimensions of salary placement as these positions will be worked to be filled. That last bullet really speaks to how do we continue to explore and consider additional, what I'm referring to, quote unquote, as next rungs of the organizational chart, acknowledging that we'll have continuous growth and opportunities to evolve this chart over time with respect to our strategic plan as well as other organizational needs. So that brings us to a requested consideration of approval. So I am at this point inviting the board to consider and approve either option A, which is the Deputy Superintendent for Educational Service, or option B, which is, as I've already said, Deputy Superintendent for Educational Service and the CFO Deputy Superintendent for Business and Support Service role. And with that, I am ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. Yep. I was going to letting him finish. Okay. So I was going to let the board know we do have 2 public comments for this evening on this agenda item, so you will have 3 minutes. Ms. Teddy Todd is the first one.
Good evening, President Rooks, Clerk Toby, and Dr. Summers, and board and cabinet. And the rest of us still here, online as well, hello. In looking at these, A and B are both better than what we have now. And I really would recommend B. My reasoning, how to bring the chart back up. Okay, in looking at B, if you've got 3 people, 3 heads to speak, you've got more challenges back and forth that will think out of the box and really move things forward, especially as you're looking at a full strategic plan and looking at what kind of persons, what gifts do they need in filling those slots in order to communicate with the slots directly underneath? How's it all going together? 3 are better than 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Laura Tepison.
Good evening. According to its definition, guidelines, as well as what is taught in universities across America regarding corporate structure and what most organizations and school districts adopt, an organizational chart is a diagram that visually represents a company's internal structure. It illustrates reporting lines and how communication flows within the organization. I made a comment last time, and I felt like I need to come back and just explain a little bit. I came back for a different reason, talking about the same topic, organizational chart. I just wanted to help and stating that, you know, placing community members, students, and parents at the top of the organizational chart implies that the community holds executive authority, which is not correct. However, some organizations, and I quote, under symbolic representation, choose to visually represent the community as an important factor in decision-making by placing it at the top of the chart, even though it does not hold formal authority over the board, end of quote. I understand that you have chosen to keep the community at the top. Is this a symbolic choice to show that the board's primary responsibility is to act in the best interest of all stakeholders? Does it emphasize the need to engage with and consider the needs of all stakeholders when making decisions, promoting good governance? Or are you genuinely open to receiving feedback and willing to act in the best interest of the community? In the past, students have expressed their desire for an end to the politics, but their concerns have not been addressed. 133 girls made a powerful request to seek solutions that were ignored. The district serves 30,000 families, and we expect a more structured, representative approach that allows broader yet manageable involvement from all parents and stakeholders. This will help guide the district's priorities and decisions, ensuring that those decisions reflect the diverse needs of the entire community. It's understandable you cannot possibly serve all, but the focus should be on logical solutions grounded in common sense, facts, and practicality rather than ideology or fiction. Every voice is important, not just a select few. The chart should reflect the entire community, not just a conservative or liberal perspective. Listening to all is important. The reality is you may never be able to make all happy, but at least you have the desire to brainstorm and seek solutions despite lawsuits and threats. If community is on top, community should be given full opportunity to bring topics, parent, university, whatever forum, but that has been probably the most important. It was ignored at times. Okay, thank you.
For your public comment. All right, so we are going to any comments or questions for Dr. Summers. Mrs. Proudfit.
So excited to see this new org chart. There's kind of been a tone tonight. There's lots of refining happening and moving into, I would say, the future. And I would say the start of that was having Dr. Summers come on board. Org charts are so vitally important for determining the cadence. I'm going to use your word, the cadence of the district and how we go about operating. There is one very clear winner. I agree with Mrs. Todd. Option B is, in my professional opinion, my business opinion, it is a much more succinct and workable org chart. I think that is more easily understandable by all and will bring us into the future. I want to thank you for giving us two options, though. I know that having to wrap your brain around, two options, but I'll tell you, I'm very excited about option B and very excited to see where you're going to take us.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions for Dr. Summers?
I do. I don't know which one to start with first. There's not a lot of them. It's just I want to ask the right question.
Sure.
Your option B, where we have CFO, Deputy Superintendent of Business Support Services, what I'm hearing you say is, and I I do know this as well, and just from other circles I'm in. CFO is a very, especially the, who can fill her shoes like that. What do we even say to that, right? You've done an amazing job. And, you know, unfortunately, the only negative things we hear in the news, you know, that those that did not. But I have heard in other circles it's very hard to find a very good CFO. So that idea of, like, so to speak, job description, other than this org chart that's obvious, can you speak to that? Like, are you trying to make it more attractive because it's superintendent of business versus just CFO? Does that make sense?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, members of the board, the simplest answer to that is yes. And if you actually look at a number of districts that are similar in size and scope, you will see titles that are very similar to Assistant Superintendent of Business and Finance, Assistant Superintendent of Operations and Support Services. So it is a broader reach that can attract individuals who are already functioning in a role such as that. I do think the Deputy Superintendent, just the naming convention alone does open our pool to individuals who may, as I mentioned, be already in seats such as that or be working toward that type of level of responsibility. The job description as it is currently then drafted would include the primary responsibilities of a CFO as well as the broader scope that I just mentioned. So you have both there.
Yeah, thank you. That you did answer the question. Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions for Dr. Summers?
I know you put a lot of thought into this, Dr. Summers, and I appreciate your deliberation. In our conversations, I can tell that you care deeply about the future of this organization, and I do have a lot of faith and confidence in your decision-making and putting together the team that's going to lead us into excellence moving forward. I agree. I think option B does present a lot more options for us in the future. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions for Dr. Summers?
I like how, Dr. Summers, you emphasized just being more efficient. It's really difficult to make things happen fast when you're a district of this size. And I think that when you have such a, kind of how we have it now, when you have such a flat organization across all the chiefs with just the individual, the superintendent above, it makes it difficult to I don't know how you manage your time to do all the things. You've got so many plates spinning. So I think it definitely, if we really want to become this innovative district and be considered the gold star, not just of the West Valley, but of all of, you know, Maricopa County, that we really need to think about what's the best org chart structure that's going to get us there. And I would definitely say that option B is going to give us the most ability to do that. So, and I do appreciate that you came forward with two, and I just love hearing your vision. Just anytime, love hearing you talk about your vision. So thank you.
All right, Dr. Summers, the only question I did have on the slides is your timeline of interviews. What will that interview process look like? Will there be stakeholders, like, you know, walk through that process?
President Rooks, members of the board, absolutely. So as with any opening that we are trying to attract the most competitive and, as I say, a healthy, deep pool, what we'll also be working with is a selection advisory committee of different representative stakeholders. We'll also be working very closely with the established functions and criteria that we are looking to measure the competence and the abilities and the knowledge and the skills that those individuals would bring forward. So there's a screening process. There's typically a first or second type of round of how do we engage to make sure that we're bringing the right folks to the table for that formal interview panel, if you will. And with the feedback that will be captured from that selection advisory group, that will give me very really important deliberation and perspective to consider prior to bringing forward a recommendation to the board. So it'll be a very sequential process. It will be robust, very rigorous. We are looking for nothing but the very best, and we want to create the most alignment that we can based on where we are and where we're trying to go into the future.
Awesome. Thank you for that question. I appreciate that answer. Sorry, late. Mike, your answer.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, I do appreciate everything that you presented tonight and how you really worked hard on this to make sure that you got it right. So in our conversations, it's been great hearing your ideas and thinking outside the box and trying to, I think the way you explain it is just trying to make sure that everybody is working together so that there is that teamwork.
Coherence and alignment. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I appreciate it very much. That's all I was going to say and ask questions. So we just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion. We're all racing each other to do this. I will motion to approve proposed org chart option B.
I will second. So we have a motion made for option B by Mrs. Proudfit and a second made by myself. Board members, you may cast your votes. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, board members, and thank you, Dr. Summers.
Thank you.
Moving on to 16 discussion items. 16.1, first read of policy AC, non-discrimination, equal opportunity. Ms. Susan Siegel, thank you for staying with us on this. I appreciate it.
We didn't tell you you had to bring your pajamas to the meeting. Change of clothes.
Yeah. I was going to motion to table, but I felt so bad with you having to come back. We're just going to muscle through.
Well, thank you for the consideration. I will regale you someday about the board meeting where I got home at 2:30 in the morning and my husband said, "Now, where were you?" So I hope that's not going to repeat itself. Mrs. Rooks, members of the board, the first policy up for consideration is policy AC. You have a policy AC. It is under the ASBA policy because that's your policy service currently. I personally have a bias against a policy that says the board is committed to a policy rather than just coming out and saying what it is. And so I rewrote the first paragraph to basically come out and say what it is, that you will abide by all applicable state and federal rules, regulations, executive orders, and legal directives, that you will not discriminate. These are, the statement is consistent with the 2 executive orders that I talked about earlier in this meeting. And the second paragraph is an addition that other school district boards are considering. It follows the lawsuit that is, I mentioned earlier, and it also follows the presidential executive order and what I think will ultimately be in a Dear Colleague letter, which is for purposes of this policy, sex refers to an individual's biological classification as either male or female, as observed or clinically verified at birth. Sex does not include gender identity or sexual orientation. This is consistent with, as I said before, the Dear Colleague letter that came out on February 4th, which basically reinstates the guidance that was given in 2020.
Thank you, Ms. Siegel. So we just have, real quick, one public comment tied to this item, so I will allow that person to speak, and then we can ask questions of Ms. Siegel. So you will have 3 minutes. Ms. Nikki Enchaff. Okay, all right. Never mind, Ms. Siegel, come on up. Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions?
I don't have any additional questions. I do have a question. I'm just restating so that it's on record for the public. Just that you were the author of this proposal for this policy AC, correct?
President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit, members of the board, yes, I was.
Okay. Thank you for that, and thank you for bringing this forward, making sure that we're getting these things ticked away. Thanks.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions for Ms. Siegel?
I do not, thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
None for me, thank you.
Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. So first is kind of a request procedurally when we have a policy on there that's written by Susan or any other lawyer. Normally, there's a notation on there that says has been reviewed by the lawyer or drafted by or something like that. So if we can make sure that that's on there, because I actually didn't know that she wrote it until like at the very end of the executive session when we were in there. So I didn't know that coming into this, that it was written or even edited by her, and it wasn't just yours. So it's just for board, just wanted to offer that. And then, yes, the second part that I wanted to, because when I read this, I said, well, there's no way that we can abide by all state and federal laws, rules, regulations. I'm good with that. But the executive orders and legal directives piece, because we currently have so many federal executive orders that are currently in the courts. And so can you speak to either how that could be, can you speak to what you were referencing there and how we could make sense of that so that, we can make sure that we're abiding by the ones that have been through the judicial review process of the executive order?
Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, members of the board, I was in my mind thinking of the COVID days, God forbid, when we were given, all school districts were given executive orders, it seemed like every other day from the governor about whether they should be closed, schools should be closed, or whether there should be a masking requirement, all of those things that we've sadly had to endure. You can take out both executive orders and directives if you want, because they're either the law or they're not, and that'll then just reduce it at verbiage as far as that goes. I believe in the trust policy that you're not signed up for, but in the trust policy, executive orders are in there. And I believe that when it was drafted, it was thinking of the COVID days. And we were talking, but if you want to clarify it, you can take out executive orders and.
Well, I would suggest that just because day one, President Trump, I think it was like over 100, and they're still trying to figure out which ones have not been challenged and so forth in law. And I don't want to put our team through or your team through, like, well, the executive order is out there, but it's being challenged. Do we implement this? Do we not implement this? And then that seems like that's a lot of legal bills running up. And so if we just have that we follow, if we take that language out, then it's really clear. So that would be my change, because otherwise we don't know what to follow. So,
Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, members of the board, I think for purposes of tonight, which is only discussion, I think we can just leave it at Dr. Summers and I will get together and bring back an alternative that has that taken out of it, and then you can decide whether you want it back in on the second reading.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you.
Ms. Susan Siegel, I don't have any questions, so
Okay.
thank you. I appreciate it. I'm just going to make a comment that thank you for Ms. Susan Siegel for helping draft this. Thank you. I appreciate working together on that, so thank you. So yeah, that is the first read. So we will move on to 16.2, first read of J policy, women's privacy. So again, I will let Ms. Susan Siegel present, and then we also do have public comment after.
Mrs. Rooks, members of the board, the J policy just says J because we don't know the numbering that would go where it would rightly go. That would be something we'd have to further analyze if it is adopted. I would first off suggest that it be labeled the way we've got it, access to restrooms, locker rooms, and showers in district facilities, sleeping accommodations on overnight trips, and reasonable accommodations. It applies then to both sexes of students, both male and female students. This really codifies what I believe is the practice in your district, and it also has exceptions for accommodations or family members in it. It is intended to make it clear, not every school district has one of these, and there are many districts that are considering these. It clarifies so that all of your schools are consistent in their practice. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. So we do have public comment real quick first. So you will have 3 minutes. Our first public comment is Anthony Campbell McDonald.
Hello, I'd like to address the board on this women's privacy policy. I feel there's been a target on trans students' backs over the past few years across this country, and it's just gotten bigger and bigger, especially politically, with issues like them in the bathrooms or just locker rooms. And I do understand why people have their concerns over this, but it's just not as big as a deal as you guys would think. I'm here to express how, in my opinion, I feel this is just a waste of time and money. With how much I advocate for LGBT students, you would think I know many gay and trans students. At the school I go to, Ironwood High School, I met a total of about 5 trans students there. That may sound like a lot, but that's 5 people in the school with about 1,800 people, and only one of them actually uses the bathroom based on their gender and not their birth sex. 2 of the students have actually graduated, and one of them was the only trans girl I knew there. So right now there's absolutely 0 chance of a trans girl going into women's spaces at my school. That leaves 3 trans students that I know that currently go to Ironwood, and only one actually uses the bathroom based on gender, not birth sex. And he's a trans boy who uses the boys' bathroom. And absolutely no one for the 2 years he's been going there has had an issue with him using that bathroom. With what I read about this policy, it seems that this will target mainly trans girls, but trans boys as well. So he would be affected by this. But he's probably going to be the only one affected by this in a school with 1,800 people. And I'm sure it's going to be like this with every other school in this district, because there just aren't as many trans people in our schools and just in the world as you guys think. They make up about 1% of the U.S. population, and I did the math, 0.27% of Ironwood's population. It's such a non-issue, and I feel a waste of time, and I'd much rather like to see more effort into tackling issues that actually affect students' education or disrupt the school environment in a meaningful way. Here's an issue. I'd also like to address the board on vaping, because that's a big problem in schools now, especially Ironwood. Every time I've gone into the bathroom after 4th hour lunch, I walk into a cloud of vape puffs and a ring of boys just hitting a vape. My cousin who graduated in Ironwood, she calls the school Ironweed because of all the smoking she's seeing going on. I'd much rather see the board tackle an issue like that than tackle an issue that's affecting a total of about 0.2% of my school's population. Also, I like to go on social media, mainly Twitter, and see what people have to say about these board meetings. And I like to see what you people have to say about me. So I'll look. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment is Wendy, but I believe she left. Wendy Rose. Okay. Next public comment is Nikki Enchaff.
Thank you. Good evening, board, cabinet, and audience. And I, for one, am happy that we are finally at this point where we do have a policy. up for consideration. I do 100% support it, and I just wanted to clarify a little bit of a misconception on a comment that was made at the last board meeting that no complaints have been made regarding bathroom usage. And I'm assuming that they're referring to the Title IX formal complaint form, where if a student did want to file a complaint because a person of the opposite sex was in their facility, they actually can't file a complaint according to this form, because the form, you have to describe the alleged sexual harassment in specific terms, where the specific incident or activity that is alleged to be in violation of Title IX. You cannot file a complaint against a student who is doing something that he was given permission by the school to do. There's no way to file a complaint against that. There's an unnamed, unknown policy or practice that the school has, the district has been following for years, we're told, but no one can name it, no one can show anybody a copy of it, but somehow there are students who are able to use the facilities of the opposite sex based on this practice. So while I'm sure it is 100% correct that a complaint has never been filed, I think we're all aware of all of the board meetings that we've had since probably fall of 2022, where parents and students have come to the board and asked the board to put a policy in place. So to say there are no complaints, yes, that's probably accurate. But also the district didn't give any student any sort of path to file any kind of complaint about having to use using the facilities with someone of the opposite sex. So I just wanted to say I'm very happy that this policy is up for vote finally. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment is Becky Smith. I don't think.
Going to keep it short and sweet. I think this policy is important to keep girls safe in restrooms, locker rooms, field trips, outdoor ed, regardless of where they are. They should feel safe when going to the bathroom, changing, any of those things. But it also is pretty much necessary with our administration that we currently have, and he's making it something that's nationwide. So I don't know why we even have to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment is Christy Narcy.
Madam President and members of the board, thank you for hearing testimony today. My name is Christy Narcy, and I'm the National Chapter Director for Independent Women's Network and Chair of the Phoenix, Arizona chapter. Let's be very clear. To say that this affects 5 or less kids is absolutely a lie. This affects every single female. I want to express deep gratitude for your commitment to using your leadership and elected power to decide how and in which context it's appropriate to separate students and staff by sex. The consideration before the board today on policy for women's privacy is an enormous step towards clarifying the district's responsibility in protecting certain single-sex spaces, where doing so advances equal opportunity, privacy, safety, and fairness. Education should focus its efforts on ensuring equal opportunities for women in publicly funded education programs, not encouraging schools to discipline females who don't consent to sharing private spaces with males. I recently testified in favor of Arizona House Bill 2062, the Arizona Sex-Based Terms Act, an act that uses independent women's law centers' model legislation to define sex-based terms. We are also the architects of much of the language of President Trump's executive order, defending women from gender ideology extremism and restoring biological truth to the federal government. The Arizona legislature already passed this legislation last year, proving that it is the will of Arizonans. Sadly, Governor Hobbs vetoed it, but you have shown your resolve to stand with the will of Arizonans, and I applaud you for doing so. It is admirable that the language in your proposed policy on women's privacy does not prevent accommodating people who need single-use private bathrooms. Though well-intended and a right step in ensuring women's rights are upheld, I encourage the board to consider one amendment. Please base the definitions of female, male, and sex solely on reproductive potential, not sex at birth or chromosomes. This more clearly defines sex-based terms. It also ensures people with medical differences in sexual development, sometimes referred to as disorders of sex development, DSD conditions, or intersex conditions, are included in the definitions. This simply safeguards women's existing rights to have single-sex spaces to ensure privacy and safety. Efforts to legally eradicate the difference between sexes fundamentally erases women by depriving them of their dignity, safety, and well-being. Men and women are different, and as such, have a legal right to single-sex spaces. Thank you for your courage and your time today in this. And I have copies of that model language if that would help the board at all.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Laura Tepson.
Last time we were supposed to be a district that keeps, we're supposed to be a district that keeps the students' best interest in mind. How can we do that when girls are being told to go out of their way when this is our bathroom to begin with? It's so sick that the school board would even consider having males be able to be in bathrooms with females. I'm so disgusted that government officials are bending the knee to trans students and letting them use the female bathroom, whether they want to harm female students or not. A major inconvenience of using nurses' bathrooms is that there is only one, and girls need to walk 3 minutes or more to get to that, especially if they are across campus. I remember after my mom called the school and heard the only option was to use the nurses' bathroom. My sisters never used it and would rather hold it than go to the nurses. As a female student in school, if I have to use the restroom during my 7 hours of learning, I expect to go into the restroom, doing my business, and get out, not see a biological male staring awkwardly at me while I wait in line in a female-only space, so on and so forth. I have to ask, what's the point of prioritizing community at the top of the chart if students feel unsafe and uncomfortable and no one is listening to them? Or even the trans students who have to use the nurses' station, was attention and listening skill practice on them. 5 of the girls came with me to that meeting, yet no one seemed to care enough to understand who they were or offer solutions afterward. Just a couple of politicians coming after the statements. By the way, on another note, when I asked Ms. Rooks where are the teachers and parents and who have been voicing concerns but remain silent, and I wonder if they even existed. I thought that if they hear me calling on them, they would show up. Unfortunately, those parents who talk with you, with me, with other parents or other parents of the trans students, they did not show up. We could have learned from one another so we can share bathrooms first, then push it on our kids. No reports because parents fear their children will face ridicule or harm. This is the same issue teachers face. Only a few speak up, likely because they fear being marginalized or losing their jobs. This is something extremely bad and sad if this is how people feel. It's baffling to me, but the bathroom issue was actually so straightforward that it has become an embarrassment that we have yet to address and resolve. Thank you for finally, I believe, resolving this. It's common sense, and we don't need a president to address. Again, I wished the adults would have practiced a little bit and learn about each other, not calling each other names. Nobody was transphobic. It was just a common sense. You have male, you have females, and...
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment, and our last one on this item, is Marcy Robb.
Hello again. I just want to respectfully raise a few points for this. I'm not against this policy at all. I don't want boys and girls bathrooms. I want to make that very clear. I do have some issues on implementation of this, and that's where I would like some clarification. So when we look at the terminology, it says sex that is clinically verified or observed. And so my question is, like, what does that mean? How do we, when we observe it? There are male students that present with characteristics typically associated with femininity. We also have girls that have masculine features. And so how then are we to determine the student's sex for purposes of policy enforcement? So as a teacher or as a person at a school who doesn't have 2,000 kids in their class, I don't know them all. I don't know how I'm supposed to approach that. And so that subjectivity is a problem for enforcement. So how do we approach this in a way that's fair and respectful to all students, particularly when we aim to avoid any form of discrimination or misunderstanding? Additionally, I have some practice concerns about the implementation, like who's going to monitor the bathrooms. So I misspoke last week, and I did say that we had 5 bathrooms. We only have 4, and we close down some of them sometimes because we don't have the ability to monitor them as well as we'd like to. So who's responsible for doing that? If we're going to use security personnel, how does that affect their responsibilities in high-risk areas like parking lots and things like that? And are we going to reassign and impact the safety on our campus? Teacher supervision is always going to be a problem because we have people who would have to leave class early to be there before the bell rang to make sure the kids are going in the right bathrooms and stay after to make sure that they sweep those kids. We always have lunchtime supervision issues, and one that I had to experience is as a volleyball coach of males, our equipment was in the visitors' locker room, and when we had other teams come from other high schools to play our sports, sometimes their track team would be in our room where our equipment was, and I did walk in on a team that was changing. I had no idea. I had no way I was going to know that they were in there. And so that's a problem I want you to think about. So finally, I don't speak for everybody, and I know that just as a person at a school, we would like guidance on how we can best support teachers in verifying which bathroom or facility students should be going in on their observed male and female sex. Can you assist us? Can you give me some kind of direction on how I could help support our teachers with that information? So I would appreciate it if someone could get back to me. That would be great.
Thank you. Dr. Summers, if you could possibly meet with her to discuss that. All right. Any questions or comments? Mrs. Proudfoot.
This is another issue that we need to move forward on. I feel like it's been the topic of so many meetings. Thank you, Mr. Robb, for your comments, because actually the 2 questions that I have you've raised as well. One of them is, and I don't know, if you don't have kids in high school, you might not know this, but so say you have a football team is coming to play Centennial. The visiting football team uses the female restroom, the female locker room. So I don't know if we need to include language in that because we're not set up facility-wise to facilitate it any other way. And so that's a current usage. So we need to take that into consideration with language. The second, I understand why it says women's privacy policy with the Dear Colleague letter, but what about our boys? Like, if this is a policy for the district, it should be across, girls and boys deserve privacy. So I don't know why we wouldn't do that. And so thank you for Mrs. Siegel. A policy is only as good as you're able to implement it. What I don't want to happen is to adopt this and lay it on the hands of our administrators who then have no way to enforce it, or it opens us up for, a female going in a male bathroom or putting teachers in a position where then they're policing this, which opens up a whole nother can of worms. So I know we're not talking about implementation today, but I'm excited to hear, and we've kind of touched on that, is how we plan on implementing this. For those of you that may not know, my husband and I own a security company, and I was asking him because he does a lot of the security for several school districts and schools, nothing having to do with Peoria, and he had brought up a suggestion of something that he's seen done at lots of schools, which is cameras outside of every single restroom. And so that might be something we want to work with our head of safety and security on to see if that's a possibility with our current security vendors. Do we have that over every single restroom though? I guess that's a question.
For Dr. Summers.
Dr. Summers?
President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfoot, we would have to obviously do a scan to
Right.
know what's covered or what's not, and we can certainly add that
Yeah.
to our implementation considerations.
And then we'd have to look at again how we're recording, if it's just looping or how we're recording that information. But again, I just want to make sure that as we continue to talk about this, those concerns are brought up, but then also we are not laying a policy with no implementation
President Rooks,
strategy.
Mrs. Proudfoot, it looks like Mr. Molino has something that he can offer up here.
President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfoot, yes, that is the intent. As we finish the second round of cameras for all high schools, is to have a camera outside of every restroom entryway.
Wonderful.
And the same thing for elementary schools, especially the middle school bathrooms.
Okay, and I would imagine that that would be something as this moves into second read that we would probably want to bring to the forefront to ensure that that's getting done immediately so that we actually can enforce any policy that's brought forward.
All right, Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I appreciate the comments because it did get me thinking about some things that I don't know, I think the more language we use, the less free we are. I guess it's the only way I know how to say it. So we want to keep it as simple as possible for sure. I would like to think that teachers are not going to have to enforce bathroom. The obvious is the obvious. I was a behavior specialist. You know, the shenanigans will go on no matter what. But I just go back to we have bathrooms that are male and female. We've had them since before I was on this planet. And any kid that went in the girls' bathroom, well, first I probably, you know, we had a group that probably would have pulverized them. But, you know, the truth is we've had these laws forever, you know. So I wouldn't think that would be something that the teachers would have to say, hey, you don't belong in that bathroom. They know they don't belong in that bathroom, or at least they should know that. Funny thing through all this, and I've never said this, but maybe it's because it's late. When I was in high school, I was one of the first that took weight training in my little Cowtown high school. And they met in the boys' locker room. And I never got to meet in the boys' locker room. It was totally discrimination. But, you know, I knew I couldn't go in the boys' locker room is the point. So I think we're headed in a good direction. And overall, just to protect all kids and to spearhead off of Ms. Proudfit, it's protecting both boys and girls by doing this. So thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I'm glad we're finally discussing this policy. I think there is, as Dr. Summer says, kindness and clarity. And so this actually is the rules that we're going to have moving forward with this district. I do agree, and I've read the language when it comes to sex-based potential, and I actually agree with that. If we were to incorporate that with the policy moving forward, I think that is even more clear and less ambiguous. But I do agree with Mrs. Proudfit and the items that she raised.
Thank you. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. So I sent, you know that, well, I sent it to Dr. Summers and he gave it over to you, just some language that I was thinking of as well. But it was going to be too complicated to try to bring them both, and I think that's what was said. So there's a couple of things with this policy that I would like to see. Is first off, in that, as far as language, in that first paragraph there, it says it's the policy of the board to provide protections and privacy for women and girls. I think that needs to be reworked to include all students, because again, OCR could come along and say, well, even though we're just renaming it to a general thing, but OCR could come along and say that we're making a stand about women and girls' privacy, but none of our other students. And so something that I kind of had written was like, this policy ensures adherence to Title IX regulations while promoting safe, respectful, and inclusive environment for all students. If you don't like the word inclusive, we can figure out some other word. But I do have some language that I provided over, so I'm hoping that that we would be able to take this information, give it over to like Dr. Summers and Susan, and have them rework it to be a more refined, to include everyone's perspective, and also to get Dr. Summers and his cabinet feedback on, is there something smaller nuance that we need to change in the policy to make it more operational, is the word I'm thinking of, but I don't know if that's the correct word. So, so there's additional things that I have, and I'm happy if he feels like he needs to send that over to on the Friday report, so all the other board members can review that as well. The other thing on the exceptions is something that our schools, since we live in Arizona, where it's like in the summer, or even when it's hot weather, it's like 150 degrees out, is oftentimes we use, or I've seen schools use the locker room, especially in like those K-3 as PE areas. When it's co-ed, they'll take the kids in there and they'll maybe, because it's a heat advisory outside and and they maybe in other classes already on the stage in the locker room. So there would just need to be language in there that would still allow them to use that locker room in that way. Obviously, there would be an adult in there. They're not undressing, but it just needs to be in there. So I think we could certainly have refined language, and we'd want to make sure in that like undress area that because it kind of reads like in lots of different spaces throughout the entire school, we need to provide these private undress areas. And I know that's not what you were referring to. So that language just needs to be tightened up. And I'm going to be really adamant about this. I don't believe that the law has changed, and this is something to ask Susan, that one of the things that I had written in is that the single-user restrooms will be available and accessible to any student who prefers greater privacy regardless of the reason, but students will not be mandated to use a single-user facility solely on the basis of being transgender. And I don't believe that that was the biggest contention before, and I don't believe that there has been a court challenge to that you can actually say that that they have to be mandated. Now, we certainly would want to adopt the process that all of our administrators talk through with any particular student or in families about if you want that additional privacy for whatever reason, medical or this particular reason, that we have a process for how do we make them feel most comfortable, and you provide them the space of privacy and dignity in our spaces. So I just would want to defer to Susan Siegel on if that of what's allowable to put in there by law.
Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, members of the board.
I'm sorry, I thought
She's
you went
very
home.
dedicated.
So, yes.
Thought I'd gone home. No, I'm going to stay here all night, I think. The answer is that there is no case on point. Closest one we have is the one that dealt with the AIA, and then the school districts didn't oppose that. And I won't even go into, it's just far away as far as the facts. And we're still waiting for more guidance from the Office for Civil Rights. We will certainly look at that. The intent is not to mandate it, and hopefully, as you say, that's the approach. Work with the family, work with the student, so that you can provide accommodations, and hopefully it works out.
Thank you for appearing.
Thank you. Yes, I would just like to state, I did have here the presidential executive order from January 20th, 2025, defending women from gender ideology, extremism, and restoring biological truth to the federal government. It does state in here, female means a person belonging at conception to the sex that produces the large reproductive cell. Male means a person belonging at conception to the sex that produces a small reproductive cell. So I would like to maybe possibly see that in there under 3 for future reference, back for a second read under number 3 where it says sex, adding that in. And, I would just say that this is what is coming down the pipeline right now. And it has been almost 4 years of this discussion. And so I think that in the movement that our country is going and the movement of all of these changes, I think it's good to stay ahead of it and to get stuff start rolling so that there is clear guidance to our parents and our staff and community. So that's all.
President Rooks, can I just would like to make a request that we have an opportunity before it comes back for a second read, that Dr. Summers is able to look at this with his team and be able to add any sort of details that might need to be changed so that it operationally, they're able to figure that piece out. So I just want to make sure that that's going to happen before it comes back to us for a second read.
Okay, that's totally fine. Dr. Summers, is that okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, if that is it for the first read, we will move on to 17, closing public comment. 17.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We did not have any other closing public comment cards turn in. Number 18, informational reports. 18.1.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, point of, somehow I'm out of the screen. Did we already go past I'm sorry. This went out. To readdress items on the agenda, did we already?
No, that's other business.
I'm sorry.
So you're good. It's late. It's all good. 18.1, report on upcoming meetings and events. Ms. Airy.
President Rooks, members of the board, I will include some updates for you in the Friday report tomorrow and some reminders for those events. Thank you.
Thank you. 18.2, legislative, state, and local updates. Ms. Myers.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the governing board. I'll be providing an update in the Friday report. Thank you.
Thank you. 18.3, district budget report for the month of January 2025. That is available on our website. 18.4, district enrollment reports for the month of January 2025, also available on our website. 19, other business. 19.1, board member opportunity to readdress agenda items. Mrs. Proudfit, do you have anything to readdress?
None for me, thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Bowles, do you have anything to readdress on the agenda?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have anything to readdress?
I do not.
Okay. Mrs. Ewing, I believe this is where you wanted to readdress something. Okay.
Thanks. Thank you, President Rooks. I do want to readdress, this is a plea to the board that after we made that vote, we had workers telling us that there is absolutely no way that timeline will work for them and that we will lose 26 social workers. So I'm pleading with the board to change that timeline to July of 2026. And I would, so that our team can go forward with the correct contracts and everything else. And that gives Dr. Summers the opportunity to also figure out how to redo the whole school support services. Because if we have 26 positions that we cannot, that we're immediately losing, then that also means that we don't have enough, in my mind, we don't have enough support staff to even provide for those crisis interventions. And that means that our students are not safe, there's a liability there, and then now we have teachers and administrators handling their safety issues who are not qualified to do that. So I'm imploring the board in desperation to change that date to be July 1st of 2026 on that vote.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, Ms. Proud.
Okay. So we're having conflicting reports of how long it's going to take, essentially. And so I, in that scope of taking all this into consideration, perhaps giving Dr. Summers a directive to reach out to that entity to clarify and potentially, as we talked about, providing support to our social workers in that process of being able to help facilitate the roadmap for them getting that done. Perhaps we can explore the route. I think you brought up the suggestion of being a testing center ourselves, or just beginning that process of being able to explore what is possible there. Because again, obviously you called, you had a different report, and I'm unclear of what the actual answer to that question is. And so I just want to get very clear on that.
Does that make sense, Dr. Summers?
It does. Yes, and if I can just state relative to the item as a whole, the implementation considerations, we will be prepared by the 13th, but I think even before the 13th, we'll be working very closely from a human resources angle to reach out individually to each of our employees who are affected by this policy and make sure that they are aware of what supports, and that the district is then also demonstrating a path to either licensure or an alternative. So I think it's fair to say that we acknowledge that not all individuals may choose to or be able to, for whatever reason, pursue that, and there will be alternatives for them to consider.
This is the only thing I want to offer, sorry, is that we have now had individuals, one of them tell us that July 1st this summer was not going to be feasible. They told us that in a study session. We now had them so upset at us and telling us right here that is July 1st is not feasible and workable. So I don't know why we are not listening to those employees and saying, well, wait a minute, we thought, because we haven't been listening to them, we thought that this would give you enough time, and it clearly does not give them enough time. So I don't know why we can't right now establish, let's give them till July 2026, start working with them now with the goal that we would do that as quickly as, that we want them to do that as quickly as possible, but that we're showing that we are listening, because we have not been listening to them.
Can I just ask a point of clarification? I've heard a lot of different points of data, and Dr. Summers, I will forward you the email from the director of the Board of Behavioral Health saying that she can sit social workers in 2 weeks, provided there's no background issues. All of our employees have fingerprint clearance cards. They've already been background checked, so I don't foresee that being an issue. But I'd be happy to forward that to you so you can know the exact context of the notification that we received on Friday, less than a week ago. You said 26 social workers are out of a job. I believe the last numbers we had in the study session was we have 20 of them that are not licensed. And if memory serves, we've had 4 resignations so far. So I don't understand where they're coming up with 26 are losing their job. The numbers just don't add up. And so I know that we're getting conflicting information. That's why I went directly to the source, the director of the Board of Behavioral Health.
The source is our workers, and I don't.
We've been talking about this for 2 years, and they've not,
I just saying that each person has different scenarios of whether they can get licensure, because everything is so different. So I understand that's great that you went to the source, but the source is also our individual employees, and we're not going and asking them, tell me about your plans and tell me how quickly you could do this. And we're just not asking them. I feel like our employees are the source. If they don't know what those paths are, and if we need to make a special call out, great. And there's accommodations we could make, but if we're not including them in this. This impacts them, and we're not including them. And I don't understand that.
Can I say something, Melissa? First of all, as I'm getting to know Melissa, I appreciate her more and more because she really is very passionate. And I just want to say that I appreciate that a lot. But I think Dr. Summers, that's kind of what we said he was doing. So he is going to meet with them, right? Am I correct, Dr. Summers? And give them a pass.
President Ricks, Mrs. Bowles, our obligation at this point in time with the approval of the policy as it was approved this evening is to create a roadmap and required supports to work, given those expectations, to help the individuals that are involved and implicated with whatever pathway makes the most sense for them. I think that's the best way to say it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers, for that answer. So moving on then to 19.2, request for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any future requests?
I do. I have two. The first one is in regards to another topic that we've talked about in regards to restrooms, and that is the bathroom renovation projects, bringing up Ironwood. This is now, I think, summer 3 that we've promised that these would be renovated. They're still not done. So as we are relooking at this entire bathroom process, this is a very large part of this conversation, so I want to bring that forward again, but I will make a request that it happen after we are through contract season. I don't want to, overwhelm everything that's coming up, and certainly with Dr. Summers, it just at an appropriate time. This is, you get what I'm saying. And then also I wanted to, sorry.
I will second that.
Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. And then the second one is I would like to bring forward either discussion or action item at a future governing board meeting in regards to the mission statement and the suggestion made by Mr. Toby with some kind of interface where we've kind of touched on this before, an interface where we're gathering and facilitating conversation between stakeholders, parents, admin, teachers in regards to not just the mission statement, but anything moving forward.
I'll second that.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any future request items?
I do. I would like to request future agenda item discussion for the district to revise and summarize the job description along with, sorry, it's really late. I think I have this backwards. I'm just going to read it like it is, and you guys can figure that out. The job description along with well-defined expectations and duties regarding the ADE certified, not licensed, non-licensed social workers and mental health employees.
I'll second that.
Do you have any other ones, or is that?
I do.
Sorry.
And I'm sorry, did you mean that as because I don't think there is a current policy, but are you meaning that as a directive from the superintendent?
Like, are you giving him, I think you're asking direction.
Yes, it was really just discussion, but I mean, if we're.
President Rooks, may I ask for some clarification? Mrs. Bowles, are you referring to a revised job description based on the action from tonight's meeting or something?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, because that absolutely intersects with everything that we were talking about just with the previous item, so we've got that.
Okay, and then, so I don't need to speak to the license as well? We'll have a job.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I had asked last board meeting to have a discussion about Southwest Behavioral Health and what we're getting as a district as far as rental space. I mean, I'm kind of guessing at that. And then kind of what is their role as a mental health agency?
Would you like that as a meeting or just a Friday report?
Sorry, future agenda item to discuss. Southwest Behavioral Health and kind of why they're on our campuses. Do we get paid that they're, renting a space? What is their role to us, kind of thing?
Okay.
And I guess I have a question for everyone. Should we give a timeline? Because I did ask that last board meeting.
I would second that, but I would just say whatever you think
It doesn't have to be next board meeting. I don't want to I also don't want to forget, so maybe we can work on how long we kick that, whatever. I know it's like the doctor's office, whatever is, more crucial. I don't care how that happens, actually. So.
Okay, I'll second that, yes. Is that okay, Dr. Summers?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Do you have any more?
I do, I have a couple more. Future agenda item to discuss to have a discussion to have for the educator misconduct and investigation training that we heard as a board, have them come in from the Arizona State Board of Education, have them come in and train staff.
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, I'm hearing that as not necessarily a meeting item, but just a status report that we can share at some point in the future as to our plans to facilitate that training and ensure that all of our employees have been appropriately informed as to those expectations. Is that
Yes.
fair?
You spoke to the training, though? We would have them come in and train? Or someone in their office?
The simplest answer is yes.
Okay. We're all getting tired.
All right. I will second it.
Thank you. And the next board meeting, I would like to vote on phasing out ASBA for a future agenda item. Thank you.
I believe we already have that one, but I'll just second it just in case because it's pretty late, so I can't remember.
Thank you.
All right. Clerk Toby, do you have any future requests?
Maybe in a Friday report. It's my understanding, Dr. Summers, correct me if I'm wrong, that we actually reached out to ASBA in seeking assistance with our social work licensure policy, and they refused to assist us. So we pay for policy services through ASBA and for assistance in reviewing and writing policy. So I'd like to know what recourse we have. I mean, aside from getting rid of them entirely, like, can we bill them, you know, for non-service, or what contractually can we do? Because I feel like that's unacceptable.
I will second that Friday report.
Received. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Duane, do you have any future requests item?
Okay, so first one is I would, I've touched on this a little bit tonight, but I'd like to have a discussion on the board policy BG, just that process on how we do make policies, and how we can ensure that it's being sent to the superintendent and his staff to study the item and brought back with their recommendations, and how we can also make sure that when we're writing policies that all board members get an opportunity to have their language included. So it's basically a discussion item to review policy BG and BDG, because those kind of go together. So I'd need a second on that. Nobody wants to second that. Okay, my second one is I would like to have a discussion added to the next agenda item. It would be on BEDB and BEDBA, which is to discuss, it's basically how the agenda is put together and the priority of agenda items, and how we can maybe as a board figure out how we can make these board meetings shorter. So that's what.
I will second that.
Okay. And I don't think I need to add this one, but I'll just throw it in there because I feel like we've already done this, but just, yeah, no, actually, we don't need that one because we've already talked about that one. And the other thing I talked about is being able to have a discussion on the procedure with regards to like either a process or a refined policy on interactions with our board attorney, to include like who's the point of contact with the board attorney, because right now, and I did reach out to ASBA to try to get clarification on the current policy, and they have it written such that if the policy is applicable if the board and the district kind of use the same attorney. But if there's conversations happening where right now, like if the president is reaching out to the attorney and they're having a lot of conversations back and forth, if there's if there is direction given, right now it reads that that would have to go through the superintendent, and I don't know that we kind of have it set up that way. So I just thought we could maybe revisit it. And for example, like when I was mentioning something to Susan, she said, oh, well, you can just, if you think you need that change, you can just give me a call. Well, according to our policies, it shows that the president is the only one that can contact her. So I just want to make sure we have really clear either as a process or policy. And then the second piece of that is, because of this new relationship, are we getting an allotment in the budget? How do we make sure that we are being fiscally responsible and that kind of is transparent to our community? Because we don't want it that all of us can contact the lawyer and then all of a sudden we've got all these fees, and how many times are we using her for the executive session? If we're using her for this entire meeting, what's the bill on that? So just, I think if we had those processes set up and really clearly spelled out, and I'm sure Susan could help us with that, or any of our other lawyers. So I hope
I will
that's,
second.
I hope that's clear.
Dr. Summers, was that clear enough for you?
Yes.
Okay, it was probably too wordy for you. And then as we are looking at the whole facilities rebound, redistricting, and all of that, I want to make sure that we have a component in there where we're looking at enrollment stabilization and how we're doing open enrollment. Right now, it's currently being done at the schools, and I know there's been some discussions about centralizing that open enrollment, and then I've had some conversations with you about, possibly having a school navigator in that. So just wanted to make sure that that's being included in that. It would probably happen after that discussion, after that initiative, if that would make sense.
I'll second that.
And there's, I think that's it for now. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I just had, I think, here, I just had two, I believe, but one was already, I think, requested. So, okay, yes, we'll still do. I would just like to look at possible discussion. This is like, maybe in the summer, so I know we're really packed, but looking at class size, what it would look like to have some type of limit policy for class size for kindergarten through third grade. That can just be a discussion item for your future meeting pushed out to the summer, because I know we're really busy.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And then the other one is I would like to request revisions on policy BG to remove certain pieces of that language in that policy pertaining to policy proposals shall be referred to the administration for a detailed study prior to recommendation. So that is just a future revision action item looking into BG policy.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And that is it on future agenda items for me. So moving on to 20.
Ms. Rooks, I'm sorry, President Rooks. I remembered something that I meant to, and I don't know if this is the right timing, but in terms of, because we did have the conversation about the maintenance and override, so do we need to, is this the right timing to put it on a future agenda item for consideration of a citizens advisory? Isn't that what it is, citizens advisory? Because there were some things on there, or is that not the right timing for that?
President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing, I think we anticipate providing an update to you at the next meeting as to where we are relative to, and I'm looking at Ms. Myers right now, budget development. But I think, Ms. Myers, would you please offer up some insight? That would be helpful. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. President Rooks, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, we can certainly have an agenda item on March 13th that would bring back the option for the governing board to consider reconvening a citizens advisory committee, or the governing board can take action without that committee. Looking at the timeline this spring, it's not a requirement. It's just historically something that has been done. The governing board certainly also could take action to provide direction on next steps within your own agenda item to consider calling for an election or giving administration direction on next steps. Thank you.
I will second.
Okay.
Got it.
Did you got it? Okay. Awesome. All right. If that is it, moving to 20.1 adjournment, I need a motion to adjourn this meeting at 11:49 p.m.
I motion to adjourn this meeting at 11:49.
I will second that. So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by myself. Wait, nope, we have to vote. Don't move.
We do have a very, very important announcement after we vote.